Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to day 113 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Mrs. GOLDIE GHAMARI.
Thank you so much, Armin. Armin!
I know. Wow. Oh my God. GOLDIE, I woke up and I saw your message. I was like, what?
I was messaging you last night. I was like, Armin, I know you were asleep.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. But it's really funny because right before we ended the live stream last night, someone said in the chat, watch, as soon as Goldie ends the live stream, there's going to be like some big news.
And it happens every time when people say he has forgotten. Every time, as soon as people say he has forgotten, all of a sudden it happens.
So let's share for our viewers what we're talking about. I'm sure most of you have already seen, but wow. Like, wow. Guys, so President Trump posted this on his Truth Social account last night at around 9:26 p.m. Eastern.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
We're watching history, so buckle
Some
GOLDIE, Iranian people have never had a louder voice than this. They've never been seen like this. Never, ever have they been seen like this.
And he starts off the video with the clip of someone inside of occupied Iran spray painting on the wall, President Trump, please help. Guys, this is a message from inside of Iran. This became very viral, and all of us, we were sharing this. We were getting this message out there. We were hoping and praying, that President Trump would see this because, of course, the internet being shut down. And Armin, he starts off the video with this exact clip.
I wish Iranian people inside Iran could see how the simple act, the simple, small, seemingly at the moment insignificant acts like that, I wish so many of them could see right now what difference it made. This man is risking his life. This man that you're seeing is risking his life, not knowing whether it's going to be worth it, not knowing whether writing that on a wall, forget President Trump, if anybody is going to see this, and now the biggest voice in the world, the most powerful man in the world is posting that message. I hope that person who risked his life to write that message on that wall, I hope he knows that his voice was heard, and not only heard, amplified all around the world. I hope he knows that it was worth it.
So guys, this is the original clip that was initially shared. This is from January 24th. So it was, you know, we don't know when the person actually took the video inside of occupied Iran, but it, you know, what we do know is that we received it on this end back in late January. So like January, you know, 23, 24. So let me just read this post for you. The request of the people of Iran, President Trump, help us. A slogan written on the wall of a house in Tehran reads, Tehran again is a capital of Iran. President Trump, please help. Iranians say they have been left alone in the face of heavy machine guns and automatic weapons. The Revolutionary Guards have killed thousands of men and women during the protests, and martial law has been imposed in most cities. So here's the video. Oh wait, this is just an image. Shoot. Okay. I'm sure I can find the video. There's so many though. This is from January 12th. Inside of Iran, Trump help. Okay, here's the video.
Oh, there we go.
Here it is. So this was the video. And that's where the video starts.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment.
It's more than that though, Armin.
Somebody appears on the scene.
So the footage that he shows, every single one of these rallies are pro-Pahlavi rallies. There's not a single, so, you know, the Iranians demonstrating, right? These are all rallies that are pro-America, pro-Israel, and pro-Pahlavi.
And everything.
Right. And then
somebody appears on the scene.
Do you see that? So guys, here, it's very, very quick. It's very quick, but it's almost like they include this Easter egg in there, okay? This is an Iranian man. He's holding a picture of His Royal Highness, Reza Pahlavi, and here it's written in Persian, Shah Ahmad, which means the Shah has returned. A lot of Iranians are, I don't know why, but not a lot, but like some Iranians are criticizing this video saying, oh, there's nothing there about Pahlavi. Well, first of all, and I'm going to make a video in Persian explaining that, but just really quickly in English, guys. First of all, it's not President Trump's place to determine who the leader is, right? That's up to the Iranian people. And Senator Lindsey Graham has made that very clear, that America isn't going to decide. The Iranian people must decide. Okay? So for everyone who's saying, well, why hasn't President Trump endorsed His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi? Well, that's because first of all, it's not his place. Second of all, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi has said that he's not looking for endorsement from any leader. What he's looking for instead is for leaders to stand on the side of the Iranian people and respect the choice of the Iranian people. Okay? So that's why he's never going to make that endorsement, because I've already explained this. If President Trump comes out and says, yes, you know, we're going to recognize Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi right now, that's actually going to be detrimental to the revolution. It's going to be detrimental to the movement. When the time is right, it will happen. But right now is not the time. But this right here, I mean, it doesn't get much clearer than that. They include this split-second frame, Shah Ahmed. So it doesn't get much clearer than that either. Let me just take a quick screenshot of this, actually, because I do want to post this on my Insta. Okay. So there's that. And then if we continue.
And everything changes.
So Armin, to me, the fact that he's including, you know, this fighter jet in the video, to me, it's signifying that the military operation is definitely not over yet.
Oh yeah, for sure. A military operation is definitely not off the table.
And then, guys, there's His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi again, right? So for people who are saying that, oh, you know, he's not in the video, we don't see him, he's right there. He's right there. Let me take a screenshot of that as well. There we go.
I mean, it's really hard to take pictures of crowds of Iranians without Prince Reza Pahlavi's picture in among them.
Yeah, but I don't know why. Yeah, but I don't know why some people are saying like, "Oh, there's nothing there." I'm like, it's right there. Look at that. It's like it doesn't get any clearer than that, right? All right, let's continue.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you,
This was a man who's met his destiny.
and I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
We're watching history, so buckle up.
We're watching history, so buckle up. Armin, what do you think? What do you think this means?
To me, the main message that I get from it is that President Trump has not forgotten the Iranian people, and even though what the expectations of governments of every country is to prioritize their own national interest, I do think that based on everything I've seen, President Trump has this emotional desire beyond the national interest of the United States, this emotional desire to also help the Iranian people. I mean, he's obviously America first, and he should be America first. But a lot of Iranians say that, oh, they're talking about uranium, missiles, oil, and it seemed like the fact that they killed many Iranians in early January is as if they don't matter. And I usually argue that, guys, like when you're talking to American politicians and American citizens, you have to talk in a way that you have to prioritize their national interests, and you have to argue why our interests align. Every country always obviously focuses on their own national interest. But beyond all of that, I think it's wrong to say President Trump forgets the Iranian people. I think personally, he also cares about the Iranian people. Even though that's not the expectation, I do think that he does care about the Iranian people. And even when he's not talking about them, he never forgets them.
You're 100% correct, Armin. Absolutely right and spot on with that analysis. President Trump is and always will be America first. He's the president of the United States of America. I think what people need to recognize and understand is that just because you're talking about one subject or one topic, it does not preclude the other, right? It's not one or the other. You can have many different reasons. And, you know, speaking to different audiences, you provide different reasons, and because there are different priorities, right? So just because President Trump is focusing on uranium, or, you know, the nuclear deal, or missiles, or, you know, whatever the case might be, that doesn't mean that he's not focused on other things. Like it's not a linear thing. There are many different reasons, and people need to remember that as well.
Exactly.
He also posted this other video, which didn't get as much attention because everyone was like focusing on the other one. I haven't seen this one, but I was going through his Truth Social. But here we go. Let's watch this one too.
America is ending the threat posed by this radical regime, decimating Iran's capabilities with Operation Epic Fury, something that nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. We have the most powerful military in the world. In the meantime, the conflict in Iran also makes it absolutely vital for the radical left Democrats in Congress to immediately end their dangerous shutdown of our Department of Homeland Security. For 42 days, they've tried to completely eliminate funding for the number one duty of government, which is keeping America safe. They want to have our borders be open again. Over the past 14 months, the Trump administration has achieved perhaps the most dramatic one-year turnaround of any nation in all of history. Our country is prospering again. Our economy is booming again, and America is respected again all over the world, perhaps like never before. And in America, we don't fear the future, we invent the future.
We invent the future.
America.
That's a powerful line. In America, we invent the future. We don't fear the future. We invent the future. Wow, that line goes hard. That was pretty good.
Good one.
Wow.
America is ending the threat posed by this radical regime, decimating Iran's capabilities with Operation Epic Fury, something that nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. We have the most powerful military in the world.
So he's basically saying America is ending the threat. Right? Yeah. Ending threat. Something's coming. Something is coming, Armin.
Yes. President Trump has 3 tools, and he keeps switching between them. And as soon as he goes on one, some people who prefer one of his tools, they get upset about, why are you stopping? So some people, like the 3 tools that President Trump has, every time he switches, people complain because their favorite tool was something else. The 3 tools President Trump has is military operations, blockade, and negotiations. And the negotiations is a weapon. The negotiations are a weapon. People are looking at the negotiations as if they are a de-escalation, but they're not a de-escalation. The negotiations are also a weapon. And switching between them is actually a lot more effective than focusing on one of them. Because you need to disarm the Islamic Republic in 3 fronts. You need to disarm the Islamic Republic on the military battlefield. You need to disarm the Islamic Republic economically, and you need to disarm the Islamic Republic in the battle of narratives. And President Trump has 3 weapons for 3 different battlefields. He uses military operations to disarm the Islamic Republic in the battlefield. He uses the blockade to disarm the Islamic Republic financially, and he uses the talks, the negotiations to disarm the Islamic Republic ideologically and in the battle of narratives. 3 tools, 3 different battlefields.
Armin, just really quick, I think the trolls are freaking out right now because look at this. Someone is like, Goldie, you drink alcohol a lot. It is unhealthy.
I love trolls. I love trolls.
I'm literally drinking a Red Bull. Like, what is this?
Goldie, you have. This is why I like to embrace the trolls, because they're so retarded, and they make it fun in the chat because we could point and laugh, and they boost the engagement. They increase the engagement. So that's why I want to embrace them. Like, look at, like, they have nothing. Look at the way they attack you. That was the most. They're not even creative with their attacks.
What?
Yeah, we should keep
weird.
them. We could keep them. They're so stupid. They're special. We could point and laugh at them.
Honestly, I mean, yeah, you like the trolls. I have no time for trolls, really. But I just find it insane that it's like, so I drink either bubbly or Red Bull, right? And people just like these weird jihadis just assume that I'm like drinking alcohol. It's so weird. I don't know, man. Their minds are really messed up. دیگه مغز بچه شیه دیگه.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so look at this. I also want to share this post from President Trump that he posted this morning. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they're the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the US, Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up complements of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't make a deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. Armin, this is the part. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end.
Wow. Wow. I think that President Trump gave an opportunity to some people within IRGC to stop it, to basically bend the knee completely and surrender. And he found some people that were willing to surrender. But what happened is that those people did not have full control. And if this continues all the way to Friday, till this weekend, maybe till when, what day is it right now? Like all the way to the end of the ceasefire, President Trump might be like, well, good job trying to surrender to me, but if you can't control the rest of IRGC, then you are no use to me, and I have to use my other option.
And I think that's exactly what's happening. President Trump gave them a chance, was because Ghalib and Araghchi were probably like, "Oh no, we're in charge. We'll do what needs to be done." Right. President Trump and his team knowing full well that they absolutely have no control, that there's a lot of internal fractions and whatever the case might be. And but President Trump was probably like, "All right, fine. Prove to me that you can stop this. Prove to me that you can actually enforce a ceasefire, and that you can convince the regime to sign a deal." And obviously that hasn't happened. And so you're right. President Trump is now looking at Ghalibaf and Araghchi and thinking these people are absolutely useless and they're just as terrible as, they're just as evil and just as terrible as the rest of the IRGC. Now, here's the thing. The ceasefire is supposed to end on Tuesday. However, President Trump is saying that there's already been a total violation of the ceasefire agreement, which means a ceasefire is no longer in force and effect, which means the United States could theoretically attack at any time because there's no more ceasefire, because the Islamic regime violated it. That's what he's saying here. A total violation of our ceasefire agreement.
Do we know if the airstrike carrier groups are the USS Boxer and USS Ford, Gerald Ford, and the USS Bush, George H.W. Bush? Have they arrived? Do we know if they're in place? Because that's also something that maybe President Trump would want to wait on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that might actually determine things more than the date of the ceasefire. Right? Yeah.
Let's see what CENTCOM says about this. Huh. Sailors aboard USS Abraham Lincoln stand watch in the Arabian Sea as U.S. forces enforce the blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. Okay, so the blockade obviously is still in power. We know that. A helicopter takes off from guided missile destroyer USS Pinckney to patrol regional waters in support of the U.S. blockade on ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. It's crazy how the United States has complete like air dominance, air control over the area.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Sailors and Marines aboard dock landing ship USS Rushmore conduct blockade operations in the Arabian Sea. Guided missile destroyer USS Pinckney patrols regional waters in support of blockade operations. The blockade has completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. I don't see anything for USS Boxer.
So they won't. They usually keep it secret, and the only reason why sometimes it becomes known where they are because they get so close to land where people could visibly see them.
Mm-hmm.
But usually it's like not it's like a really guarded secret where the airstrike carrier groups are.
I mean, I would assume that they're probably close by, they're probably nearby, but we don't know the exact location. And I mean, sure, there's probably a lot of speculation, but I think out of respect for OPSEC, probably best not to like try to figure out exactly where they are. But yeah, I'm sure we'll know.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll know. I mean, I have a feeling that they're pretty close, right? Like, I have a feeling that they are pretty close based on President Trump announcing this morning that there's a total violation of the ceasefire agreement.
Goldie, that's a very good point because before Operation Epic Fury, President Trump's way about his way of talking about his negotiation with the Islamic Republic, his tone kept on changing based on how close the airstrike carrier groups were getting. And then when they were in place, he came up like, nope, I'm not happy with the negotiations at all. But before that, he was like, the negotiations are so good. Everything is going well. And then when they got there, like, nope, not happy. So you're right. Like, maybe we could judge the distance based on the tone of President Trump's posts. That's a good way to measure it.
I have a little surprise for people in the chat. So Armin, when you were gone yesterday, we were watching Murad Vaisi, okay? And Murad Vaisi was basically, he gave this analysis in his live stream yesterday.
Tom and Jerry one?
Yes.
Oh, I have a picture. Yeah, I saw. I was dying from laughter when I heard that. And I was hoping you bring it up because I actually went and found the video. We can't show the video because we're going to get a copyright strike. But I actually went
would we show the video if we show Tom and Jerry? Because I have like an altered, edited version here.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
Is it this one? Is it this one? Or is it a different one?
I think it's this one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was scared of showing it because these people they have no chill. Like, they don't just demonetize you. These people sometimes they just give you a strike. But okay, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
If you think that they'll strike, then maybe we won't.
Is it like? No, it's okay. I think it's edited enough. I think we could survive it. Hopefully.
Okay, but so for our viewers, so Armin, we were watching, and then when he came to the Tom and Jerry part, I died of laughter. And then
yeah, and then what?
Everyone in the live stream was also laughing, and then they were like, "Oh my gosh, he knows Tom and Jerry." I'm like, "Yeah." So, and then I was explaining what Murad Vaisi is saying. So, guys, remember what Murad Vaisi is saying here is basically that what President Trump has done with these negotiations and the strategy that he has used is he's like, think of Tom and Jerry and how Tom and Jerry and the dog. They're fighting, and then they sign like an agreement, and then so there's like a ceasefire, but then they get into an argument, and then basically they start hitting each other with pots and pans. So
yeah, mentions the exact devices, like with pan fries and with sticks. He remembers it very well. Like he actually remembers even the tools that they use. It was so good.
من یاد یه صحنه میفتم از تام و جری و سگه دارن با هم صحبت میکنن، همدیگر رو میزنن، بعد متوقف میشن، با هم مذاکره میکنن، یه قراردادی امضا میکنن. ترامپ با
There you go. I'm just going to play that much. I don't want to get copyright striked, but
no. Yeah. So they're fighting and they sign a contract so that they stop fighting, and then after a while they go back to fighting, and then just basically goes,
they go back to fighting. So the part where he's like, and then I'm reminded of that scene where they're hitting each other with pots and pans. So
yeah.
So Iranians, like someone did that and made like a whole video out of it, which I thought was hilarious.
So many people were because Goldie, the reason why this is going viral among Iranians is because it was so unexpected. Like he's like sitting there and he's giving such a serious, like professional political analysis, and then out of nowhere he just says, which reminds me of that scene from Tom and Jerry. Like what? Like I was like looking at my phone, like what channel am I on? Is this Murad Vaisi? I went back, I listened to it like at least 5 times. I'm like, oh my god, it was so good.
We replayed it several times here as well because I was just like laughing, and totally unexpected. It was, and I was like, Armin, I was in like translation mode, like I was summarizing, I was explaining. And then all of a sudden, he's like, Yadun sahne Tom and Jerry. And I'm like, what?
And he says it without laughing. And he says it with such a serious, tone, like completely in line with all of his previous serious analysis. Although,
I can see a little bit of a smirk here. I feel like he's trying to hide his smile here. So...
I found another scene where he smiled. I don't know if it's in the same video. Did you see the part that he says that they will kill Mujtaba even more because we don't know how dead he is, and then he smiles? Like, did you see that part? That was pretty.
Share that again. Let's see.
I don't know.
Do you have that?
Oh, where is it? Oh, let me see. I got some screenshots from my favorite parts. Let me bring it up. Okay. Let me bring it. That was pretty good.
I still haven't watched his live stream from today. I'll do that when you're gone for your discussion group, because always interested in knowing what he says, and he is a fan favorite on this channel as well. So yeah.
Wow, I've never expected, Goldie, you being able to get people hooked on Murad Vaisi.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like now, basically, I have to play Murad Vaisi now every day because if I don't, people are like, "Where's the Iranian man? Where's the Murad Vaisi guy?" So
let me see if I could. Is this it? I'm trying to find that scene because I screenshotted multiple places that I love.
Yeah. See, look, we love Murad Jun.
You do? Okay. He should. I hope he finds out.
Yeah, I've also done like late night. Well, because usually, Armin, like whenever I want to, like late at night when I want to end the live stream and then go watch Murad Vaisi, sometimes I'm like, should I just play it here for you guys? And everyone's like, yeah. And I think, one of the reasons that people really appreciate him is because unlike, the mainstream media, where most people don't really know what they're talking about, Murad Vaisi is like the top geopolitical analyst, right? So he always has the best input. And a lot of people are like, oh, does he speak in English? I'm like, no, he doesn't. His live streams are all in Persian. Oh, he hasn't even live streamed this morning.
Yeah, he said he has some scheduling issues, but I think he said his last stream he did it only for 30 minutes. I think
I saw that.
Around.
Yeah, 30 minutes. And he hasn't oh guys, no live stream. Well, that's okay. We can still continue finish watching what we started yesterday cuz we only watched part of his analysis yesterday.
Okay, I found
Did
it.
you
I
find
found
it?
the part that yes, I found it. Glad I screenshotted the timeline. So here, this part.
وجود اگر مجتبی خامنه‌ای زنده بمونه و جمهوری اسلامی باقی بمونه قدرت اون از جمهوری اسلامی بیشتره.
So he's saying that if Mujtaba stays alive, and Mujtaba's power will be higher than Ghalibaf if he's alive.
Armin,
Armin,
can you add the subtitles to that?
Yeah.
So
okay.
go to the captions because it'll give you the option to do
Yep,
auto.
yeah, I know, Gold. I know how to. Yeah. English.
Yeah. And guys, this is good. This is good for you guys as well. So if you ever want to watch Moda Advasi, this is how you can add the AI generated captions. Wait, that's not right.
What the hell?
You picked Africans.
No, I did not. Oh my god, I did. I was acting like I already. Okay. All right. Okay, let's try this again. Auto translate. I picked English. I remember for some reason it did not pick. Here, this is English. English. What? Okay, fantastic. Finally.
ولی اگر مجتبی خامنه‌ای
Look, it says carpet weaver for Ghalibaf.
I know. Believe me, I've explained that.
Oh my god.
You should join us for a Moda Advasi watch party, Armin. The translations are so funny.
That's so funny. Carpet weaver. Oh my god. Okay.
آن قدرت غالیباف بیشتره با توجه به شرایط
Okay, so
مجتبی. ولی اگر مجتبی
So he's saying right now Ghalibaf is more powerful than Mujtaba because of the conditions of Mujtaba. However, if Mujtaba is alive,
خامنه‌ای زنده بمونه و جمهوری اسلامی باقی بمونه قدرت
if he survives and the Islamic Republic also survives, then Mujtaba Khamenei will be more powerful than
اون
Ghalibaf.
از جمهوری اسلامی بیشتره که من فکر کنم با این شرایطی که داره پیش میره
And I think with the current situation that is going on,
این احتمال وجود داره که هر دو تاشون هم کشته بشن.
There's a possibility that they will both be killed. So here I was thinking, what do you mean both be killed? Are you sure Mujtaba is not already dead? And then he clarifies.
یعنی غالیباف واقعا کشته بشه.
Meaning that Ghalibaf will actually be killed.
مجتبی بیشتر از اینی که هست.
And Mujtaba will be killed even more.
کشته بشه.
Look at his face.
چون ما نمیدونیم چقدر کشته شده.
Because we don't know how much he has been killed. Look at his face.
Look at his smile. Oh my gosh, he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to be like serious and professional here.
Because one more time.
اینی که هست کشته بشه. چون ما نمیدونیم چقدر کشته شده.
So good. So
oh good.
Wow.
So
okay,
good.
Armin, we did promise Durka dating, but while you get the Durka dating videos ready to go, I just have I want to share one important message from Reza Pahlavi, and then we'll go to so you can bring up the Durka dating. So guys, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, leader of Iran's Lion and Sun Revolution, he posted this message on X today. So he writes, 100 days ago, on January 8 and 9, millions of Iranians took to the streets knowing the price they might pay. More than 40,000 heroes paid that price for Iran's dignity, liberty, and freedom. Young women tore off their headscarves in front of armed security forces. Students organized, marched, and faced plainclothes agents on campuses. Teachers, lawyers, and workers walked off their jobs. Shopkeepers shuttered their stores in solidarity. Millions of ordinary people did extraordinary things in city after city in an epic display of national unity. The regime answered with bullets, mass arrests, and show trials and executions. Facing an inhuman evil, Iranians showed superhuman bravery. More than 40,000 gave their lives. My compatriots kept going, and their courage belongs to history. This is the final battle, and they are preparing to win the war against the Islamic Republic. In this battle to reclaim our nation, I will not stop fighting until the day they are free. We hope the world will be with us. Whether it is or not, our fight will continue and we will liberate Iran. And then here's the... You guys remember, this is all footage from January 8 and 9, right before they shut down the internet, right before they shut down the internet and slaughtered 40,000 people in 2 days. Look at this crowd. So they're saying, "O King of Kings, return to Iran." Chanting Magba Dictator. This is, the year of bloods. Khamenei is going to go down. Guys, do you see, like, millions of people are out and yet it's peaceful? Like, there's no vandalism, there's no violence, right? Like, people aren't looting, people aren't trashing. This is like true freedom fighters right here. And then remember, the Islamic regime, they cut off electricity because they didn't want the massive number of people coming out to be visible. So they cut off electricity, but people still went out in total or near dark, like near blackout conditions. And then instead they were like shining the lights on their cell phones to show like the number. Wow. You see that, guys? So these are the security cameras, CCTV, that the Islamic regime has installed on like every single street light in every single intersection of like every single city all across the country. This is how they monitor people and identify them. And this is all technology pretty much bought from China, right? Like AI, facial recognition technology and all of that. Like, look at this. It's unending. It's unending. And then so he's basically going to destroy that camera, right? The CCTV cameras, because this is how the Islamic regime monitors people. And then people are all chanting "Death to the dictator." And of course, they're all chanting Javid Shah. So that was 100 days ago, January 8 and 9, right before the Islamic regime opened fire on all these people, murdering 40,000, at least 40,000 innocent, peaceful, unarmed Iranians in 2 days alone. And for anyone who can't understand how it could be 40,000 in 2 days, well, just think about it. There were, at least at least 40 cities, right? So there were demonstrations like this in at least 40 cities. And as you can see, look at the crowds. It's absolutely massive, right? Massive. Like, people came out in the millions. So you go with like an anti-aircraft machine gun and you just fire, military grade bullets into the crowd. You can easily murder 1,000 people in 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So just imagine 1,000 people, at least 1,000 people murdered in every single city, easily gets you to 40,000. And guys, we actually think the number is much higher than 40,000. We think the number is much, much higher. 40,000 is the lower end. And that number is going to keep on rising, unfortunately. Okay, Armin. Why don't you lift our mood?
Well, actually, I don't, because I don't have time for the dating anymore, because I'm going to be leaving soon for the, I'm going to do a Ghalibaf video, because there are a couple of points from yesterday that we need to bring back, because and maybe I will do that, the dating one later, because that's like a series of tabs that I need to go through. But let me do this one first, because that's what I have time for. And because, Goldie, when you noticed Ghalibaf speaking live yesterday, there were some parts at the beginning that I think that we should bring back and talk about, because they're very interesting, right? So let me play this on double speed and tell you the important parts. Hold on. Let me try to get on double, because you guys don't need to see this on normal speed because it's Persian.
مردم عزیز ما، تنگه در کنترل جمهوری اسلامی است. خاطرتون هست که مینروب بخواد بفرسته مینروبی کنه، خب ما اینا رو محکم ایستادیم، برخورد کردیم، اینا رو لغو آتش بس می‌دونستیم و گفتن اگه اقدام بکنید.
So he's saying that the strait is in the control of the Islamic Republic. Okay, so it was very important. He didn't say we're closing the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, this is what Goldie, after we left yesterday's stream, I went to the regime supporters to see what are the things that made them angry about here. One thing that really annoyed them is that he said that we have the Strait of Hormuz is in our control, and that we're going to limit movement through the Strait of Hormuz. And he never said we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and that annoyed a lot of. And that annoyed a lot of regime supporters. This is apparently a big deal to them.
مردم عزیز ما، تنگه در کنترل جمهوری اسلامی است. خاطرتون هست که مینروب بخواد بفرسته مینروبی کنه، خب ما اینا رو محکم
So if they send minesweepers, we'll stop them.
برخورد کردیم، اینا رو لغو آتش بس می‌دونستیم و گفتن اگه اقدام بکنید میزنیم. تا مرحله درگیری هم رفتیم. اون عقب نشینی کردن. اونجا که بودم
They're saying that we went close to going into conflict with them, and they retreated. Oh, he's saying Abdullahi. Okay, Abdullahi. Remember from IRGC, the head of Khatam al-Anbiya, he was in contact with me. He told me that their minesweepers are coming. Tell them that if they we're going to hit them with the missile. We told them that if you come past this line, we're going to hit you with missiles. They asked us for 15 minutes. We gave them 15 minutes and they left. They're saying, look at how much control we have over the Strait of Hormuz. We told the Americans to leave and they left. So he's saying if today there's any ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, is happening under our control. So he sent that message out thinking that that's going to satisfy regime supporters, But it actually made them more angry because he's saying there are movements within the Strait of Hormuz, but it's under our control. So he's basically saying they're not closing the Strait of Hormuz.
محاصره کردن. محاصره یعنی چی؟ یعنی همه بیان برن ایران نره. عجب تصمیم ناشیانه و نادان.
So he's saying like they said that they have surrounded us, meaning that everybody can come and go except Iran. That's what he's saying. He's like, look how unfair these people are.
خب اگر اینجا تنگه هست ما هستیم و همه اونایی که از اینجا میخوان برن همه برن ما نریم مگه امکان پذیره؟
Like we're not. It's impossible for everybody to pass except us. That's ridiculous.
این هم اشتباه. طبیعتاً من گفتم که اگر محاصره رو رها نکنند حتما تردد در تنگه محدود خواهد شد. محدودیت.
Look at this. This is the most annoying part to the regime supporters. Okay, he said that I told him that if they look at this,
محاصره رو رها نکنند
if they don't stop surrounding us,
حتما تردد در تنگه محدود خواهد شد.
then the movement in the Strait of Hormuz would be limited. Okay, and the regime supporters are like, what do you mean limited? So even if they put a blockade on Iranian ports, you're still not going to close the Strait of Hormuz? You're just going to limit movement through the Strait of Hormuz? This really made them angry. Like, what do you mean limited? So what the regime supporters did is that they went through this entire interview from the beginning to end, and they said that Ghalibaf nowhere said anywhere use the words closing the Strait of Hormuz. And they thought that he's doing this on purpose because he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to go to the Americans and say that we're not going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and he wants to come to the regime supporters and say we are very aggressive against the Americans, we're in control, and we're limiting movement along the strait. And I'm actually pretty impressed with the regime supporters. You know, I know we make fun of them and we call them Durka jihadi retarded people, but they caught this. They're like, okay, Ghalibaf is definitely talking to Americans. He's bending the knee because he was very careful not to mention closing the Strait of Hormuz. I was like, okay, good. Like, they're noticing these details, which is really good that they're noticing. It makes our job easier. We don't have to expose him. They're exposing themselves. So that was that. Wait. Okay, and now let me go to this one. Look at this part. This part like made them really angry as well. Here, let me put this on double speed.
ولی من اینجا یه نکته رو میخوام بگم. اصلا اینجا ببین وارد بشم. این به معنی این نیست که ما در قدرت نظامی از آمریکا قوی تریم.
He's saying, guys, we are not stronger than Americans when it comes to military power. Okay? He's basically now being honest with the regime supporters. He's saying regime supporters, he's trying to bring them out of the he's trying to slowly deflate delusion. He's saying, guys, this does not mean that we are actually stronger than Americans when it comes to military power. Okay, he's realizing how much this is costing them, that their supporters are delusional, and he's telling them that we are not stronger than Americans when it comes to military power. Like, of course, the Americans, like he said, this is basic math. Americans have more money. They have more military equipment. They have more abilities. And he tries to make it a little bit more Durka friendly by saying that it's because these people have committed so many crimes around the world, so they have more experience with military operations. Like, these people are always like invading, so obviously they have more experience than us. And the Zionist regime, meaning Israel, is obviously the slaves of the Americans. I never figured out which way it is. Are the Israelis the slave of Americans? I thought the Americans were supposed to be the slave of Israel. Make up your mind.
رژیم صهیونیستی هم که نوکر و عملی اونها هست تو منطقه و برای منافعشون دیدین که جنگ قبل هم اشاره کردن که اگر در دولت از قبلی آمریکا که اگر اسرائیل هم نمی بود امروز باید یه اسرائیل در منطقه درست کنه. یعنی در واقع جاندارم اوناست در اینجا میخواد کار کنه.
This part he's talking about Israel. I don't want to translate this part because I want to go to the point.
بالایی برخورداره. یه وقتی من میبینم
And so he's saying also Israel has also a lot of ability.
مردم عزیز
It's very powerful.
میگن که ما اونا رو نابودشون کردیم. نه
This one, guys, listen to this. He's basically this is a intervention. This is a reality check with the regime supporters. He said like some of our dear people say that we have destroyed them, like we have destroyed the Americans and Israelis.
ما اونا رو نابودشون نکردیم. اینو بدونیم.
Like you have to know we have not destroyed them. like we haven't destroyed the Americans and Israelis.
ما در این جنگ برنده میدانیم.
And so he wants to, like, guys, he's not completely bursting the bubble. He's trying to deflate it. It's true that in this battle we are the ones who are victorious. Like we have won this battle. Okay, so he's still sticking with somewhat a little bit of the delusion.
و ما تونستیم. نگاه کنید اینجا این نکته مهمه که بدونید. حتما تجهیزات و امکانات و پول در جنگ و در پیروزی مؤثره.
Like it's true that the military equipment and your abilities and money is important in battle.
ولی همیشه اتفاق نمیفته.
But not always. It's not going to make you win.
ما در یک جنگ نامتقارن با اینا به گونه‌ای جنگ کردیم.
Like we have been fighting against them in an asymmetrical warfare.
چه با طراحی خودمون، با آمادگی خودمون دشمن رو به گونه اونا اینو داشتن ولی قدرت طراحی و نحوه استفاده از این رو درست عمل نکردن.
Like they had all of this, but they had all of their stuff, but they couldn't use it effectively.
من میگم اونها از جهت راهبردی و استراتژیکی اشتباه تصمیم میگیرن.
So they make mistakes when it comes to strategic decisions. They make mistakes.
اینجاست. مثلا شما نگاه کنید در رابطه با ملت ما اشتباه میکنن.
Like they make mistakes about our nation.
اینو در طراحی نظامیشون هم اشتباه میکنن.
And okay, so he's just basically listing the mistakes they're
اون
making.
بس که من هشتگی که میگفتم الان این دولت مدعی اول آمریکا ولی در عملا شده اول اسرائیل چون با اطلاعات غلط او با طراحی او تصمیم میگیرن. پس این نکته رو میخوام بگم چرا الان من بعضا از عزیزانمون میشنوم حتی بعضی رسانه‌های ملی خودمون اینطوری میگن که ما در واقع همه قدرت نظامی اونها رو نابود کردیم.
So he's saying I'm saying this because sometimes I hear in our own media that they say that we destroyed all of their military abilities. We completely destroyed their military power. And let's not negotiate. Let's go destroy everything else that they have. And I want to tell you here. Yes, we are superior in this battlefield. And that's why Trump is asking for ceasefire. Okay, so then he goes on and says like, but no, they're a big deal. Just because we won this battle, it doesn't mean that they are not a big deal. Like they're powerful. So he's saying that basically, guys, what he's trying to do is he's trying to make a point for why we need to negotiate, why we need ceasefires, because the regime supporters think that the Islamic Republic is so superior that they shouldn't negotiate and they shouldn't ask for ceasefire. They should just go all the way and they should just completely wipe out Israel and the United States. So he's trying to just reduce this delusion to a little bit to suggest to them like, guys, like they're actually we're not going to be able to do that. We need to actually talk to them. That's what he's trying to do, which is interesting. And the fact that he's trying to do that, guys, by the way, like when Goldie and I tell you that these people are delusional and they overestimate their abilities, you might think, well, Goldie and Armin are anti-regime, so they're biased. But I wanted to show you this part because this is evidence for you to see that Ghalibaf thinks that the regime supporters are basically cuckoo and they have like unreasonable expectations. Like this is proof for you guys to understand that. Anyways, I'm out of time. So I'm going to put the link to our discussion group in the chat. I'm going to go there. And if you guys want to come talk to me, just click on the link. The link is also pinned on the Liberty Politics YouTube channel's chat as well. So Liberty Politics, if you want to, if during the show you decide you want to come there, just search for Liberty Politics on YouTube and the channel comes up and you can go to the live and the link will be at the top. And right now it's in the chat as well. So I'm going to go there. And if you want to come talk to me and ask me any questions, me and other people will be there. We have a really good community and we discuss all of the stuff that we talk about here. So yeah. I'll see you guys there, and Goldie will be here, and I'll join Goldie in 2 hours. All right,
looking
Goldie.
forward to it.
All right, me too. All right, see you guys. Bye.
Bye. All right, you guys are stuck with me again. I have all the control and all the power now. So I'm going to start off with sharing my interview yesterday. It was with oh gosh, what's her name? It was with Doran. She was lovely. I really enjoyed her. Doran Campbell. So it's Doran. No, sorry. The other two panelists were Doran Campbell and Tom Sawyer. So let's go to that. It's just a short 6-minute clip. And then afterwards we will, oh, don't scare you guys with good news. Yeah, stuck with me. You're stuck with me. All right, so I'll just play this and then we'll continue with Morad Vaisi.
Day 50 of the war with Iran.
Oh, people asking about Tusi. Let me see. Tusi didn't really speak about Iran, but I'm happy to go to it because I guess it is sort of Iran related. Okay, yeah, I'm more than happy. I can definitely play Tusi. Let's see. I need to message him, actually. I need to see how his team is doing. That was terrible what happened to him yesterday. Let's see, where's Tusi? It is like IRGC related, but it's more local to like the UK. It says IRGC targets London, British Jews attacked, Starmer refused. I mean, yeah, I can definitely play that if you guys want, because it is sort of related, I guess. But okay, let me play this, and then if you want, I can go to 2C for a little bit. This was my interview yesterday.
50 of the war with Iran. President Trump says the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will remain in place, causing Iran to close the strait yet again. Lots of details today. Well, here to comment, former IDF Special Operations Commander Doran Campbell. There he is. Also, Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie GHAMARI and Naval Explosive Ordnance Disposal Officer Tom Sauer. It's so great to have all of you guys. Tom, let's get to you, because President Trump saying that his naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz is in full force until a deal's reached. And now we just heard in the last few hours that Iran is responding by saying that they are closing the strait again, that they control the strait. Who's in control here, Tom? And how could they take over the strait with all the U.S. naval assets in that area?
That's a great question. And I think what it's really coming down to now is that there really isn't anyone that's truly in control of Iran. Keep in mind, we killed a very large number of their leadership, and we've taken out their command and control. So it does seem like there are multiple factions within the IRGC and within the existing Iranian government. Keep in mind that one of the reasons why, a lot of people talk about regime change, but I feel that there are too many different warring factions for any one person to be controlled. So we don't really know who we're dealing with, and that is going to be a challenge for us.
Goldie, what are you hearing also from Iran? I mean, this is a big development if indeed they're taking back the strait.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tom is absolutely correct there. The Islamic regime right now, it's separated into at least 3 different factions. They're all fighting with one another. So the Ghalibaf camp, the one that initially, made this agreement, they're currently in conflict with other factions within the IRGC who want to continue attacking the Americans and who want to close the Strait of Hormuz. So the Islamic regime is in a state of chaos right now, and it's slowly collapsing on the inside.
Well, let's hope so. Meantime, President Trump, I want to play. This is what he said aboard Air Force One last night. Watch.
Extend the ceasefire, or will
I
you
don't
start
know. Maybe not.
again?
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
That's a pretty strong statement. So, Doran, how soon could we expect to see bombs maybe dropping again? What should President Trump do, especially in light of this new news today, Doran?
2 options. First of all, just to remind the audience, we've already accomplished a tactical objective. We've eradicated the Iran military. Now there's negotiation in order to get to some deal and bring our forces home. If that doesn't work, then we're basically going to view that as a timeout that we've taken, and then full force forward. We'll know in a few days. By the way, to your prior question, the US is in control of the Straits, but it's not complete control. The Iranians don't have a navy. They can bother some of the ships there, and everybody's trying to get a little bit of leverage in whatever is left of the negotiation.
Yeah, it's sort of the last licks, if you will, last opportunity. Do you believe that also, Goldie? Do you believe that this is sort of just last moments and maybe blustering by Iran's part?
Absolutely. Ultimately, you cannot negotiate with terrorists. And President Trump is showing that to the world because he's trying to convince them to surrender. I mean, he's absolutely correct. All the leaders are dead. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. All they have is, some ships here and there shooting at, ships that are trying to go through. So I think President Trump is making it very clear why he needs to go in and just completely obliterate them. And I think that's what we're going to see, because ultimately you cannot negotiate with terrorists. You cannot trust them. And President Trump has said that after 47 years of the Islamic regime bullying people around, he's going to put a stop to it.
And Tom, before we go, I want to get your take on also the nuclear material, because President Trump said yesterday that Iran agreed to hand it over, but now Iran is saying they aren't giving it up. This was Trump's red line. I think it's many people in the world's red line. What needs to be done? How could we get that?
Well, one thing that's interesting is I actually spent a good part of my career dealing with weapons of mass destruction. And for what it's worth, if it makes anyone feel better, there are units and organizations within the United States military that deal specifically with this issue, with underground facilities, all of that, and how to take it. Now, keep in mind, though, is although we don't want to do boots on the ground, if there has to be a special operation to get it, there might be. And there are thousands of Marines and airborne paratroopers who will be really upset if they don't get to kill anyone this year.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Doran, I got to get your response to that, especially in light of the fact that President Trump was saying that the material is essentially dust, that it's sort of, enriched uranium dust because of the B-2 bombers that came in June. So how do we get it, Doran?
Well, I don't have the intel regarding the material, but in order to get the material in an unfriendly way, that's a serious operation. You need to control the area, defend the people that need to go in. We don't know under how many layers of land that material is. Serious operation with a lot of ground forces. Hopefully, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, let's hope not. And let's hope the peace discussions get back on track and get back on track soon. All of you, thank you very much. Doran, Goldie, and Tom, really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
There you go. So it was short but quick. I think I did okay. I said too many ums, though. I said too many ums, but I got my point across eventually. I hadn't had my coffee. Let's put it this way: my coffee still hadn't kicked in. But no, that was great. Guys, I'm starting to recognize some of the panelists here. So like I've been on with Doran before. He's great, actually. I really appreciate listening to him, and I enjoy his analysis. And then this Tom guy, he totally caught me off guard, because right in the beginning, when he was speaking about the internal factions within the Islamic regime, I was like, whoa, this guy sounds like he knows his stuff. So I was pretty impressed with that. So yeah, it was fantastic. It was great. I'm glad that there are people out there who are starting to share like the proper analysis, right? Like they're giving like they basically know what's happening internally, and I appreciate that, right? It's very, very different than the nonsense that I've had to deal with on Piers Morgan. Ugh. But yeah, it's nice to have like an actual well-educated, well-informed panel. And it's interesting because now it's like they have like an Israeli guy, they have an Iranian, and then they have an American. And I think it's very interesting for them to, be like, oh my gosh, the Iranian is basically on the same side as Israel and the United States here. So yeah, Tom Sawyer does know his stuff. Absolutely. So does Doran as well. So yeah, so that was my interview from yesterday morning. I'm going to be posting that on YouTube and Instagram and X soon. But I want to share that with you because I just got the footage for that. So, okay. I know you guys said that you wanted 2C, so we can definitely go to 2C. Let me just pull it up here. Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we've had yet another insane day in London, the capital of the former British Empire, as the Islamists, of course, the IRGC groups have once again targeted the Jewish community in the northern parts of the capital. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the branch in the UK, have claimed responsibility. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer continues to refuse to ban the IRGC or even at least get rid of their branches in the UK. Now, we're going to give you guys the latest on this, but of course also the latest developments from the Middle East directly. President Trump has been quite busy with his social media posts and statements and interviews. Of course, we have a live feed from Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, as well as the Americans are on their way to Pakistan, but the Islamic Republic of Iran representatives are nowhere to be seen for now. Now, first, let's talk about London. Let's talk about what has been going on over the last few days and few weeks. We've had a number of attacks and attempted attacks on specifically the Jewish community in North London. We've had another what the media would call a so-called incident at the Kenton United Synagogue in Harrow late last night, early hours of this morning, which caused minor smoke damage to an internal room of the synagogue building. But fortunately, no injuries has been reported. The building is also right next to a school and a children's playground. And of course, the Metropolitan Police took to the scene eventually and started searching a black SUV nearby near the school building, essentially, this morning. So they still continue to search and investigate to see if there is any more imminent threat right now in London. But over the last few hours, we've had a large cordon which is in place by the police. The forensic officers are still at the scene. The fire investigation dogs and several plainclothes officers are also working at the scene. One marked and also 5 unmarked police cars were outside the place of worship. So considering that the British government and the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, reassured Londoners, specifically the Jewish Londoners, that we are going to keep you safe, especially in the middle of war, when we know that the IRGC have branches and they have already said they have threatened to hit, especially the Jews. They claim, the police in London claim that we are, of course, keeping everybody safe. We have the police officers patrolling the areas. We have police cars, marked and unmarked, apparently. But somehow, this continues to happen. Now, we have a statement from the Met Police before we go to the IRGC branch in the UK, who have claimed responsibility, to see what they have to say as well. The Met Police said at around midnight on Sunday, 19th of April, officers on deterrence and reassurance patrols following a series of incidents in northwest London eventually noticed a damage to a window of the Kenton United Synagogue in Shaftesbury Avenue, Harrow. On further inspection, they saw smoke inside the room and evidence that a bottle with some sort of accelerant had been thrown through the window. And then following that, the Met Police decided to finally realize, oh, wait, this might be an attack. Yeah. Now, obviously, they got lucky, the Jewish community, that it didn't completely bring down the whole building. It was just one room. it could have been much worse. Somehow the Met Police in their statements are portraying a different picture, painting a different picture, saying that we basically stopped it. No, not really. Overall, it failed, but not because of you. Now, as we said, an IRGC branch in the United Kingdom in London has claimed responsibility for this attack with the infamous logo called Ashab al-Yamin. Now, they have also claimed responsibility, and as we know, for previous firebomb attacks. We've had yet another firebomb attack last night or this morning on the Kenton United Synagogue in London. The counter-terrorism police have said that they continue to investigate, and they believe that there is enough evidence to provide to the Prime Minister and the British government to take more action. I'm not really sure exactly what more action means, considering that the British government refuses to ban this terror group and refuses to detain and deport the members of this terror organization. And this is a video that the IRGC branch themselves have posted, the one I'm showing you guys right now on the screen. This is what they did. They carried out the preparation for the attack. That's when they threw the bottle into the building. And they filmed it and they posted it. They bragged about it, just like what Hamas did on October 7, 2023, when they literally had GoPro cameras attached to themselves, filming and bragging that they have invaded Israel and they are targeting women, children, dogs, everybody in Israel. And somehow we still had a huge amount of people denying that October 7th event happened. It's absolutely insane. They were still claiming that this was an inside job. So there are also people who would not believe, even though the Islamists have already not just claimed responsibility. I don't really care if they want to claim responsibility. They have provided us the evidence themselves because they are bragging, because they know they can do whatever they want in the UK right now. They are free to do whatever they want, and they get away with it. Multiple attacks have been carried out, and none of them have been caught. It's embarrassing. The chief rabbi in London also said that last night, yet another synagogue, this time in Kenton, was targeted in a cowardly arson attack. It follows the attack in Finchley on Wednesday and the attempted attack on what was the Jewish Futures building in Hendon on Friday night, making 3 Jewish sites attacked in London in less than a week. A sustained campaign of violence and intimidation against the Jewish community of the UK is gathering momentum. This sustained attack on our community's ability to worship and live in safety is an attack on the values that bind us all together. Thank God, no lives have been lost, but we cannot and must not wait for that to change before we understand just how dangerous this moment is for all of our society. The fascinating part about this is that when you had a group of angry locals in England protesting outside a mosque, and there were a couple of people who crossed the line and basically started attacking the building. By the way, they threw a couple of bricks at the wall of the mosque, right? They didn't manage to bring down the mosque. When that happened, and in a couple of other occasions when people were outside the mosque shouting at the building, the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the head of the police, everybody, the head of the counter-terrorism, everybody essentially declared state of emergency. They were saying they brought in extra laws, extra powers for the police to do a crackdown. One person throwing a brick at one mosque basically created a situation where this country is going down and every single person who is Islamic is now being targeted, and this is just chaos. It's 1930s Germany, but against the Muslims, apparently, right? They brought in extra legislations, complete chaos, and also more funding to protect the Islamic buildings. Based on that, multiple attacks have been carried out on synagogues. Multiple attacks have been carried out against random Jews walking around London. We've also had the other one in Manchester. No urgency. Now, I'm not claiming that you have to create a situation where you're separating religions or this or ideologies or groups. Treat the Jews in the UK not because they are Jews. Treat them like the rest of the people in the UK. It's not that difficult. Keep everybody safe. Now, there are countries like the United Arab Emirates that actually take it further. The priority for the authorities in the UAE is not just the citizens of the UAE, it's also the residents, even temporary residents. They treat them like citizens. They keep everybody safe. But that's not the situation in the UK. The Prime Minister eventually released a statement saying that I am appalled by recent attempted anti-Semitic arson attacks in North London. This is abhorrent and it will not be tolerated. Attacks on our Jewish community are attacks on Britain. We are increasing visible policing, and those responsible will be found and brought to justice. We will not rest in the pursuit of perpetrators. Fascinating coming from the Prime Minister. It's the same exact statement we receive every single time there is an attack. Every time. It's the same thing. He's always appalled. He's always increasing the police presence, visible police presence. He's always doing that, but we don't really see anything. And apparently he's always hunting the perpetrators down, but nothing actually happens. It's not really just about the PM. It's also the mayor. Sadiq Khan also responded, saying, I remain in regular contact with the Metropolitan Police, who have stepped up resources following a series of arson attacks in northwest London. There will be a significantly increased police presence in the area, including around Jewish places of worship and businesses. There is no place for anti-Semitism in our city, and the perpetrators of these despicable attacks will face the full force of the law. London will always stand against those seeking to divide us. So the mayor claims that London stands against those who want to divide society. So London is against Sadiq Khan and Keir Starmer. He admits, because these individuals are dividing our city, are dividing our kingdom. Forget about the fact that this is reactionary. Even in his statement, when you listen to what Sadiq Khan said, he says, following a series of attacks, we will be increasing police presence. Following, as in, oh, we had to wait for it to happen for us to be reactionary rather than be proactive. Forget about that problem. It's a little bit too late to be reactionary. There have been warnings since 2023, October 2023, repeated warnings, repeated attacks. But if you ignore the so-called the Palestinian threats against, well, when it comes to anti-Semitism against Jews, there's another thing happening right now as we speak. I think something is happening that could create urgency. Oh yes, war in Iran against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which have multiple branches in the UK and a headquarters in Maidavale in central London. They have an actual headquarters in Maidavale, in Kilburn. Wartime. They were told by MI5 that yes, the Islamic Republic in Iran have already threatened to carry out attacks, not just against Jews, just against Londoners, British people in general. If you were going to be reactionary, we could have done reactionary at least the moment the war started, right? Forget about October 7th for a second. We are in the middle of war. It's been going on for a month and a half. How hard is it? If you're going to do reactionary politics, just do it properly. Meanwhile, it is, if you're watching this live, Sunday, the 19th of April. And tomorrow, we're supposed to be having the final, and I mean final ever, talks between the US and the Islamic Republic. The Americans are on their way to Islamabad. The IRGC have still not sent anybody. They haven't even confirmed whether they will turn up. President Trump said last night he will decide by the end of last night, 18th of April, what he's going to be doing in the next few days. Well, following that deadline, a few hours ago, President Trump posted this video on social media, which should be quite clear about his intentions. And the intentions are the end of the regime in Iran. Watch.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment.
Here we go.
Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
Help is coming.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you,
This was a man who's met his destiny.
and I will win for
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
We're watching history, so buckle up.
We are watching history, so buckle up. Yeah, I think it's quite clear what the president is conveying here. He also said earlier on that the Islamic Republic have seriously violated the ceasefire by attacking international commercial vessels and saying that essentially there will be peace. There will be peace one way or another, the nice way or the hard way. It's going to happen. You can quote me. Watch the president.
Talking about Iran later, we have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders it is regime change. You call that enforced.
So following yesterday's Oval Office situation, we had Ghalibaf from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps saying that I am ready for martyrdom. We are all ready to shed blood and to endure deep hardship. So it seems like Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Islamic Parliament in Iran, has a request. He is hoping for something. He's asking for help to make him a martyr. President Trump, it's time to help our friend Ghalibaf. Give him what he wants. He wants to become a martyr. He said it. I'm not saying. He said it. President Trump also posted this statement earlier on saying Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They are helping us without knowing. That's true. And they are the ones that lose with the close the passage $500 million a day for Iran being lost. The United States loses nothing because the US doesn't need the strait. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the US, Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Complement of the IRC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We are offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope that they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They will come down fast. They will come down easy. And if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done. which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It is time for the Iran killing machine to end. President Donald J. Trump. So, if the Islamic Republic do send their representatives, and they really, really should, they still have a few hours, they need to accept the deal. It's a lose-lose, because if they accept the surrender deal, then that will be the downfall internally. There will be civil war, it will be chaos for them. If they don't accept the deal, well, they're not going to have civil war. They're going to have the United States military to deal with. So they have to choose which side, which way they want to die. Do they want to die via an internal conflict or an external force coming down hard on them? I would still recommend that they should accept the deal, because that will be a slightly more honorable way of dying for the IRGC. The other problem that we have is, based on what the president said, the French and the British have been attacked by the IRGC. Innocent civilians have been attacked over the last day or two in the Strait of Hormuz. If you are watching this from the UK or France or Europe in general, have you seen or heard anything from the political leadership of these two countries to show outrage? Have you seen anything from the political leadership to keep you guys, the citizens of France or the UK, informed about these attacks on their vessels? Have you seen anything from them to ensure that the Prime Minister and the President, of course, in France, will take action to defend the European interests and the European citizens against the Islamists? No, absolutely nothing. Nothing from Starmer and nothing from Macron. Nothing. The insane situation. And we have people who are telling me, with my connections, my background with Iran, and obviously my father is stuck into Iran, and telling other Iranians what they should think and what they should do. Got Irene saying, Maya, you have to understand. I have to understand. The civilians, the Iranian people must stand up against.
Sorry, I was working on some things while I was listening to Tusi, and then I just glanced at the chat, and I noticed someone mentioned, I think President Trump put a new Truth Social post. Yeah, John Bond. So guys, everyone put a J in the chat for John. Because look at this. Look at this. President Trump just posted this like 10 minutes ago. Today, an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Tuska, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. Oh. Guys, get ready for like the woke left and the jihadis and they're gonna be like, oh, war crime, right? Like they're gonna accuse President Trump of like war crimes or like some like idiotic thing, because they obviously don't understand how war happens. Wow, John, thank you so much. I'm so like I literally glanced right when you wrote that. Like if I hadn't glanced, I wouldn't have even known about this. So thank you, John, for that. Guys, honestly, we have the best viewers. I appreciate all of you and all the channels, right? My channels, Armin's channels, all the various platforms. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. That's wow. Yeah, guys, I guess the ceasefire's over. Whoa. I would love to see some footage of this. I want to know what's on that ship. I want to know what's on that ship. Let me post something here. I can't even like put like a huge analysis because we're in the middle of live streaming, right? But wow. Let's see what we can find. Oh, I should have used like this image. This is better. Because I took a screenshot from my computer. Here, let me go back and fix my post. Because that one was a screenshot from my computer. But this image is much better. You know what? It's fine. Whatever. Okay, I'll just keep it. Okay, so there's that. U.S. Navy sees an Iranian-flagged cargo ship, Tuska. There's a strong probability. Who is this person? There's a strong probability that Iran will respond in similar fashion against a ship in the Gulf. With what? With what what exactly will they respond with and how? Like the only thing the Islamic regime has left are like some speedboats with like machine guns on them. So they can like shoot at ships, but like they can't, I mean, like, sure, like they can still shoot at ships, but like I don't think they can go and like seize and capture a ship. Major escalation. See, guys, so they're already trying to like portray the escalation as if it's like the fault of the United States that this happened. No. President Trump made it very clear that if the Islamic regime tries to go around the blockade or ignore the blockade, then they're going to. I don't know if this is accurate footage though. This isn't real footage. This is like I think this is probably like stock footage or something. Like it's going to be very interesting to see what is on board the Tuska. So apparently this is what the Tuska looks like, I'm assuming. I don't know. It's just a bunch of like random accounts that like you can't trust, right? Huh. All right. We're going to have to wait for some like actual like news. So we'll give it a little bit. Yeah, we'll go back to Tutsi. We'll give it a little bit of time to see what comes out in like actual like reliable press, and then we'll go back for updates on that. But there you go. Wow. Thank you, John.
Against them. If they do not stand up against them, what is the purpose? They must rise up. The king said, rise up. No. I tend to be quite nice, as you guys know. I'm never sassy. I'm never sarcastic. I'm very lovely. I'm very diplomatic and very polite. Right? You know that, right? But we are getting to the end game. Things are heated. People's lives are at risk. And that's not just about the Iranian civilians. It's also about the brave military personnel as part of the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces. These are very, very sensitive moments. So I'm not going to be nice. Shut the F up, Irene. You don't know what you're talking about. The king has not said rise up. Nobody has said rise up. Do not rise up if you are in Iran. Not now. I've said this many times. President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, everyone repeatedly told the Iranian people, do not rise up. Now is not the time. We're in the middle of war. Keep yourself and your family safe. The time will come. Do not rise up. There's a lot of people who are also trying to create this trap on social media by creating their fake news that, the message is the Iranian people need to rise up because they want them to do it to get massacred by the IRGC and their Arab proxies on the streets of the cities in Iran. Now is not the time. Now is the time to be wise, to be smart. We also have this from another person who is not necessarily smart, Esmail Baghai, the IRGC spokesperson for the foreign ministry in Iran. He says that the United States' so-called blockade of Iran's ports or coastline is not only a violation of the Pakistani-mediated ceasefire, but also both unlawful and criminal, by deliberately inflicting collective punishment on the Iranian population. It amounts to a war crime and crime against humanity. Now, unfortunately, this man has a low IQ. Fortunately for him, I'm here to help him because apparently he hasn't read the so-called ceasefire deal that Pakistan mediated. There was nothing in the ceasefire agreement to suggest that the blockade could not happen. The ceasefire agreement was to cease fire. It was to stop the attacks from all sides. And there's only been one party so far that have violated that ceasefire, and that's the IRGC by launching missiles and drones, continuing to do it. He also says that the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is criminal and unlawful. Based on what law? Oh, he's talking about international law. International law is a false concept. It's not real. It's a handshake agreement by nation states following the League of Nations and the United Nations and all the stupid global entities that we created. If you want to send us and the president to the court, feel free to do it. What can they do? Absolutely nothing. But of course, they have to say this, the IRGC, because they have to create this situation where they can put pressure on the European leadership, because the Europeans love the concept of international law, so that they can put more pressure on the president. The problem is that the European leadership, especially the Western European nations and the United States, are not really friendly right now with each other, rightly so, because the European leadership have betrayed the world order. They haven't just betrayed the Americans, they haven't just betrayed the Jews in Israel, they haven't just betrayed the Iranian people, they betrayed the world order. Because we know what their intentions are. We know what they say every single year in Davos at their conferences. They want to change the world order. Emmanuel Macron and his friendship with the Chinese Communist Party, Keir Starmer, they want China to lead the way. We also have this from the IRGC commander of the aerospace, General Majid Musavi, saying that during the pause in hostilities, we are upgrading our missile and drone launch platforms at a faster pace than before the war. We assess the enemy cannot match this tempo and is forced to bring in munitions gradually from across the world. And these were the final words before showdown. They really think that they could win this using propaganda. They have nothing else, to be fair. So, fair enough. Good job. This war that you're currently seeing is not really just about the actual conflict in Iran or in the Middle East. There's an ongoing spiritual war, an ideological war against the United States and the Western values. And that is the reality. And it's not really just coming from the Islamists. It's coming from the liberal globalists in Europe. It's coming from the Eastern globalists led by Beijing and all the others. And there's one man who's single-handedly standing up to all this, and that's President Trump. The only worry is, will the successors continue this in the White House? We also have more information for you guys finally received from our sources in Iran about what the IRGC have been doing. Yesterday, we showed you guys on this show that the Islamic Republic continue to pay their own supporters, and now the proxies coming from Iraq, for example, they are paying them money just to turn up to these propaganda rallies for the regime, that they only bring out tens of thousands of people, small crowds. We have more information about how they're doing it and how much this is actually costing the regime in Iran. So, we have these nighttime rallies. You can see on the screen. You can see the children and women and everybody else. You can see small crowds, obviously, but with food, if you attend these rallies with food, you will get about the cost per person is 1 million tomans. And obviously that's the 10 million rial, essentially, the official currency. Without food attendance, these rallies, it's 10.5 million rial per person. Attendance with vehicles, if you come with your cars, and obviously especially the ones with machine guns, between 40 to 60 million rial, which is 4 to 6 million tomans. Now, the total cost per night, per rally, is currently at around 80 to 100 million rial. Now, considering that the currency has already crashed, and the latest that we have is 1,320,935 rial per US dollar. Firstly, at this point, you can buy a mansion in Iran if you bring in dollar. But they don't even have organic supporters anymore. They have to pay their own people to turn up. And there's a lot of people who are desperate right now because everything's collapsing economically. So they're like, yeah, why not? I'll turn up. But will they be there when they are asked to fight the Americans? Oh no, they're all going to go hide in their houses. Of course they're going to go hide. They're not even coming out voluntarily to these rallies. How do you expect them to fight? We also have this from 2 hours ago, a mysterious explosion. They've already started again in Iran. This is a factory linked to the IRGC Navy and the shipbuilding industry in Gombad Kavus in Iran. Let's watch this. Here we go. So, we're trying to get more information about the more mysterious explosions are happening. But PC says, Amaya, the UK is is a country not safe anymore. We want out. That's 1.5 miles from where we live. Oh, North London, yes. What about your team in France? Yeah, so as we already reported last night, following the first live stream yesterday, they have been rescued. Our 2CTV hostages have been released, and they have been busy today, continuing to film our 2CTV Plus documentary exposing the migrant crisis in Europe. And that's going to come out very soon on our 2CTV Plus platform. Of course, if you want to watch that and all our other work and documentaries and everything else, then become a member of 2CTV Plus today by visiting 2c.tv. You can only become a member by going on the website. There is a join button on YouTube underneath this video. Do not press that. That has nothing to do with us. That's controlled by Google on YouTube. You won't get anything out of it. Become a member on the website. And of course, we also have the 2CTV app. You can download that from your app stores. But if you become a member on the website, it's much easier because obviously if you join on the app, which you can, it will go through the app stores and we don't really have any control over that if you have any problems with your accounts. So yes, become a member because this documentary is going to be juicy. Let's just say things happened. I've got some intel already from our team that they managed to find some illegal migrant gangs that have weapons, of course. Hang on, what's going on? Hang on 1 second, sorry guys. Send bang. Okay, so this is just literally our team from France messaging. Ivan says this country is a tinderbox on the edge, just a little bit. Starmer loves the IRGC. Yeah, but no, he told us he's appalled. The Prime Minister said he's appalled. So appalled. Not banning the IRGC is like not banning the National Socialists. Yeah. God bless you, 2C. Keep up the good work. Thank you. The price of fuel. That's all we have from David. There's no sentence. The UK is sunk. And Heather says, move out of there and come to America, 2C. It's not safe there. We love you and you are welcome here anytime. Thank you so much. And Islamists are treated as a protected class here in the US as well. They are not held to the same standards as our actual citizens, depending on what states, obviously, you're talking about. Slightly different in Florida and Texas, for example, despite the rise in Texas. Please, it's air speech, Fox News aired on Saturday. What? Okay. You can watch that on Fox News, of course. I will be on Fox News tomorrow, by the way, Monday, the 20th of April, around, I think it's between 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, but I will confirm that tomorrow. Thank you for the good work, mate. Dash from Haifa. Go Haifa. Love Haifa. And TC, thank you for your perspective. I spent 2 years in Deutschland, the US Army in 1988 and 1990. Europe was still a beautiful place. No desire to ever go back. Thank you, Maya, for your broadcasts. A friend in the UK told me about you a couple of weeks ago. I've been sharing your channel ever since with everyone I know so they can hear the actual news. Good, sir. Okay, and Astrid says, we cannot wait for politicians to save us. Everyone is mixing in every single day. By then, we won't be European anymore. Waiting and voting will condemn us. This is the same comment we had from the same person yesterday. She said the same thing, saying we have to do it ourselves. And I did ask, what does that mean exactly? Because if that means creating anarchy and killing innocent people on the streets, well, that's a little bit of a counterproductive measure. Why UK citizens still play? Oh, it says pay. Should say pay, not play. Pay income and council tax. It's obvious. The Brits are not revolutionary people. So the reason they can get away with it is because they keep sending virgin goats to Parliament. Well, in the UK or? Barley bath instead of garlic bath. That's a good one. I did double check this joke. Barley bath instead of garlic bath actually came from Ivan himself. I thought the first time he stole it from Goldie, but no, Ivan came up with it. Not bad. He needs his wish granting. Yes, he wants to become a martyr. Give him that. Come on, Christmas is coming. Christmas is coming. We've got 9 months to go. Please film your move to America. I haven't even said I'm moving to America, but seems like everybody's already decided for us. So. What a blessing your move would be, and I hope your mother comes with you and your wife. I don't know, I might leave my wife behind. Imagine. I'm moving to Pakistan. Well, wife could go to Afghanistan. What does this country expect when they are walking away from God? No God, no peace. Repent. Repent. Ivan, she's talking to you. Don't know why. They said rise up, but it was a song in Hamilton. My hair is really my hair instead of Maya. That's not bad. It's really sarcastic. So shut the F up. We love you. Yeah, I'm never sarcastic ever. Me sarcastic? How are they to rise up without weapons, strategy, organization, and a leader like maybe Pahlavi doing it with them? Well, the king doesn't have to be on front line because that's not the job of the king, but you need strategy and weapons. It's possible, but not without God and the US backing their play with munitions. I think President Trump has been given many options over the last few days, especially yesterday's security meeting in the Situation Room. You are exactly what the world needs right now, Maya. A man who is willing to tell the truth. Thank you so much. I was wondering where that was going. There was a synagogue, Macedonia, firebombed last week. We've had a lot of synagogues across Europe getting attacked over the last few weeks, by the way. You hit it on the nose. Ooh. With Western countries and the EU, as they are in it for a one world order, China has gotten a rude awakening. God bless Trump and let a freedom ring for who wants it. There was a lot of people who were worried about Kamala Harris becoming president and things would be different. Actually, it wasn't really about 2024. It's about 2028. Because after all the disruptions that President Trump has now created, rightly so, it will be extremely worrying what the world could look like if a US Democrat becomes president in 2028. We no longer live in the 1990s. For a lot of people, nice people from the liberal side in the US to think that, oh, it's just a debate between liberals and conservatives. It's just about parties, Democrats and Republicans. We got slight differences on abortion, on this, on gay rights. We're not talking about that anymore. This is about not just the safety, but the soul of the whole of the Western world and our values. And at this point, I am not confident that any potential candidate for the US Democrats who could go for 2028 will not destroy the whole thing. No, not anymore. The days of JFK are gone. Trump is the greatest president in all of our lifetime. Here's the truth. God bless America, Trump, and the Iranian people. And thank you also, Tusi, for having great hair. Yeah, you should thank my mom and dad, I guess, for that. But I continued my comment in a reply. Oh, yeah, that doesn't come, the rest of it. Tusi TV, welcome to the USA, a parade waiting with open arms. If I do move to the US, of course, I do expect a red carpet treatment. So, and a national day. That'll be nice. National Tusi Day. Tusi TV to run a GoFundMe. No, I don't believe in that sort of nonsense. Give it to Pahlavi. What? Imagine creating a GoFundMe for the king to pay IRGC wages for that. They already have, on side with the Iranian uprising, protection or whatever. They must all do what we can. Who is with me? Encourage Tusi. Mr. Bennett, I'm guessing this is already in place. What you described is.
Okay, so Tusi's just going to the super chats. I'm looking at Fox News. I want to see if there's like any breaking news on this this ship situation. It's still in commercials here. this is weird. It's like frozen here. What's going on? It's not working. Okay. There's nothing there either.
Anything that you might be able to share so we can prevent something like this from occurring again, please give me a call.
Oh.
Please call the Caddo Commission office.
Here we go.
The president says a Navy destroyer intercepted that sanctioned Iranian cargo ship trying to get through the U.S. blockade in the Gulf of Oman, just east of the Strait of Hormuz. He says that vessel is now in Marine custody with a hole blown in its engine room. Meanwhile, Tehran reportedly is... Oh,
man. Come on.
Affairs correspondent Greg Palcott is live from Tel Aviv with the latest. Greg.
John, there are new questions about those planned upcoming talks between the United States and Iran as the U.S. and Iran face off in the Gulf. The U.S. Navy is enforcing a blockade around the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump just recently has said a naval ship intercepted an Iranian vessel that tried to get past the quarantine, refused to stop, forcing the U.S. to target this ship. And for the first time during this operation, U.S. service members went on board. He said in a post, in part, our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. That's very crucial. U.S. service members on an Iranian ship. All this comes as talks are planned for Islamabad starting Tuesday between the U.S. and Iran, just ahead of the current ceasefire running out midweek. Now we're hearing from Iran as well, referencing the U.S. naval blockade and the rhetoric coming from the White House, indicating they might not even take part in the talks, or at least they still haven't decided. One state news agency blaming, I'm quoting here, Washington's excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, constant shifts in stance, repeated contradictions, and the ongoing naval blockade, which it considers a breach of the ceasefire. John, we are waiting on a final move from both sides to see if this is just a last-minute posturing and some skirmishing or a real breakdown in the diplomatic path. We will see in the coming hours and days. Back to you.
The constant shifts in stance, that's unusual. The White House, it seems, at least from the talking points that have been released on the U.S. side of things, they've been pretty consistent about what they want from Iran.
Very consistent, yes. I mean, key points. And I think we still have to keep going back to the central issue that's at the heart of this, and that's the suspect nuclear program of Iran. The U.S. is demanding that the highly enriched uranium that Iran has be shipped out of the country. The enrichment process ends, and any thought of Iran building a nuclear weapon leaves their minds. Iran, a bit more circumspect on various fronts, saying again today it is their right to have a nuclear program. There is a big, big gap between the U.S. and Iran right now. Prospects of a deal, especially with this latest skirmishing on the high seas, looks more and more dim. Back to you.
All right, Greg Palcott, our senior foreign affairs correspondent. Greg, thanks. So there's growing pressure now on Iran on both the diplomatic and military tracks. The White House says its negotiating team, I should say, is preparing to head to Islamabad with the ceasefire deadline fast approaching. President Trump is warning Iran to take the deal or else. Alex Hogan is at the White House with the latest. Alex.
Hi, John. So, yes, we are monitoring these latest developments and what had been a standstill in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, major escalation with President Trump posting on Truth Social that this Iranian cargo ship tried to get past the U.S. naval blockade. And this is, again, part of what he wrote. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tuska, which is that Iranian cargo ship, in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ships stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in their engine room. The president went on to say that the U.S. has the ship in custody, and they're currently examining what is on board. And it comes after days of back and forth in the Strait. The White House has accused Iran of violating the ceasefire by opening fire on vessels yesterday. And Iran argues that the U.S. is violating the deal with its naval blockade. So more talks are expected to take place. Despite some back and forth this morning, the White House tells Fox that Vice President J.D. Vance will lead the U.S. delegation in Pakistan, and they will have about 1 day to negotiate a new deal before the current temporary ceasefire expires. Vice President J.D. Vance will be joined by envoys like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and the U.S. team is expected to leave tomorrow. It comes after earlier today, President Trump posted this to Iran on social media saying, "We are offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope that they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran." That's similar language to some of the comments that we heard from the president last weekend, comments that are already getting criticism from Democrats today, who are arguing that this is escalatory and simply unhelpful.
We've lost our entire moral credibility. We have a president of the United States threatening to wipe out Iranian civilization, and people think it's normal. And then you have a situation where our troops are at risk, where a president who campaigned on peace is spending now $400 billion to spend more money on these wars.
Republicans today arguing that these measures and that the language is necessary to put enough pressure on Iran, especially ahead of potential talks that could take place in the coming days. Because again, John, we know that this very delicate ceasefire is only supposed to last until Wednesday. John.
All right, Alex Hogan. Alex, thanks. For more on this, let's bring in Behnam Bentaleblu, Senior Director of the Iran Program at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and Elon Berman, American Foreign Policy Council Senior Vice President. Thanks, both of you, for being with us today. Elon, Iran is complaining that the blockade was somehow illegal, and yet Iran also shut down the Strait of Hormuz. That's also illegal. Where do we go from here?
Right. Well, I think the thing that we have to say first and foremost is that the commentary about the blockade that you hear from the administration's critics, that it's a desperation play, that it's sort of a 11th hour strategy, is totally false. I have, and I'm sure Behnam has as well, been in a lot of meetings with U.S. military planners, and this has been talked about for a long time. In fact, the blockade was always where we were going to end up, because the idea here is to take the tool that Iran thinks is its most potent weapon against the West and to flip the script, to turn it on the Iranian regime. Now, this is very high stakes because we're entering into the negotiations, the second round, which are going to happen despite what the Iranian regime says. But the clock is ticking in a number of ways. It's ticking on the ceasefire, which ends later this week, but it's also ticking in very real terms in terms of the Iranian economy, because with the blockade enforced, Iran is not able to outship its oil. Its stores of oil inside the country are getting full, and pumping is going to stop. And it's over the next couple of weeks, if the blockade continues, it's going to cause irreparable damage to Iran's oil industry. So the Iranians are very much feeling the heat here.
But the president is also feeling some heat, Behnam. After 60 days, he has to get authorization from Congress, right? And if Congress is not in a mood to spend more money, are the Iranians playing sort of rope-a-dope here, trying to stretch things out and hoping that the Congress will not authorize further military action?
Well, I think that Congress is one thing, but the Iranian waiting game or strategy is fundamentally another. I mean, the Islamic Republic isn't timing this based on Congress per se. I don't think it knows the difference between AUMF and the War Powers Resolution, which, by the way, I'm not a lawyer. Good friend Elon is, but this might irritate some folks. I actually think the War Powers Act is unconstitutional. More on that later. CC the Nixon administration. But to that end, I think the Islamic Republic is trying to run the clock on one thing, and that's President Trump's term in office. And they will do anything, lie, cheat, fib, and steal, to make sure that the president, which imposed maximum pressure against it, which took out its top general in term 1, and was now not once but twice willing to pull the trigger against this regime's nuclear program and missile and military apparatus in term 2, to make sure that that person is not in office. So that is fundamentally the clock that Tehran is racing against. And that's when I think if they think they can, slow roll the president, both, negotiations that collapsed and led to strikes last summer, and negotiations that collapsed and led to strikes just this February, March, will prove the Islamic Republic wrong.
Elon, Democrat Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia was on Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream earlier and was pointing to the Obama administration and saying that the Iranians, when they signed the JCPOA, agreed not to pursue nuclear weapons. And he pointed to that as a reason that this war was unnecessary, essentially. How do you answer that?
So, quite frankly, with all due respect to the senator, I think that's disingenuous framing, because even President Obama himself articulated that the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that his administration birthed and shepherded over the political finish line, was never intended as a permanent solution to Iran's nuclear will to power. It was intended to slow down Iranian processes and create enough time to let the better angels of Iran's nature kick in. But what we saw during the decade that the JCPOA was in force was that exactly the opposite was happening, that Iran may have made incremental slowdown in its nuclear processes, but it was still, in the aggregate, increasing the threat that it posed to the region, the threat that it posed to the United States and to American allies. And it was doing so with a tremendous amount of additional cash, because the JCPOA, let's not forget, created this massive infusion of capital in terms of near-term and medium-term sanctions relief that really allowed the Iranian economy, which was in dire straits on the eve of the JCPOA being signed, really to reassert itself. And it put the regime in a much more stable place where it could fund these programs. It could fund its terror proxies. So I think it's a mistake to equate the illusory stability of the JCPOA period. I think it was anything but.
Let's talk a little bit about the effect of this war on Russia. For the near term, it would seem that Russia is actually doing better because oil prices are up. And we have a graphic that talks about that. But I want to ask both of you, what do you think is on the other side for Russia once this war ends? Becknam, let's start with you first.
Sure. So I would say fundamentally, up until even the blockade came in against the Islamic Republic, just like Russia, benefited from the fact that there was a short-term waiver. I mean, that's fundamentally the way the president got around the oil issue, which hasn't gone that far past $100 a barrel, because there has been significant supply, and that has offset some of the demand. So at most, you had a few brief price spikes. Sure, the Europeans are not happy with that, but I'd love to see the Europeans put their money where their mouth is when it comes to really doubling down against the Russians in Ukraine, so America can do more with less elsewhere, in particular, the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. And fundamentally here, we have to zoom out. If you look at the biggest state threats to America, American interests, and American power in the 21st century, it is Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is the only non-nuclear member of that axis. So if the Trump administration does meaningful damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran, it actually kicks out the legs from underneath that anti-American authoritarian constellation.
Is there, Elon, the possibility that the Iranian government falls? I mean, after 30,000, maybe 50,000 people were killed in protests against their own government, is there the possibility that a new government can rise there?
Well, look, I think this is really the $64,000 question. And I think we're short of the total, complete regime change that the president talks about in his truths, in his public messaging. But it is very clear that he's correct on one score, because the crop of leaders that he's dealing with, and Vice President Vance and the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff are dealing with, are fundamentally different. They have a fundamentally different calculus than the regime did before, even though there is a largely incapacitated supreme leader who's nominally in charge. But the thing that I would point to here, and this is why this is an ongoing conversation, is that the very reason why I did, and Behnam did, and my colleagues and Behnam's colleagues have been so adamant about Iran for a long time being in this state of ferment is because the underlying fundamentals of the Iranian regime, the mass secularization that's happening in the theocratic regime, the economic underperformance, the misallocation of resources, all the things that brought the Iranians out to the streets in the first place, those are not going away. Those grievances are not going away. And they're going to have to be dealt with by the new partially reconstituted regime. So I think this is one to watch. And I think the question we should be asking ourselves is, how do we best help the Iranian people? Because the long game in this conversation isn't about the people that we're going to be talking to tomorrow and Tuesday in Islamabad. It's going to be about the people who inherit the country.
Exactly. Ilan Berman and Behnam Ben Taleblu, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
American scientists dead or disappearing, and now fears of something sinister as the investigation ramps up. What we're learning next. Plus, new concerns over energy prices as Iran insists the Strait of Hormuz is closed. How this crisis could hit your wallet. We'll ask Congressman Buddy Carter just ahead.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back.
Okay. So that's what I'm seeing on Fox. Okay. Oh, wait, was President Trump on live now? Let's see if we can find President Trump on Fox. Ooh. Okay, while I look for President Trump, let's go to Sean Hannity and Mark Levin from last night.
Are we about to actually see peace in the Middle East? What will be the next step? Here with reaction, the host of the hit show, Life, Liberty, and Levin. Of course, we call him the great one, Mark Levin. You know, Mark, the president had to, on his own, there were a lot of rumors running around, headlines I'm seeing, $20 billion that the president was going to pay to the Iranian. Never made sense to me. The president has been very clear what his military objectives are. It's not about nation building. This is not going to be a forever war. We really are at the point, and I've been saying this, that the Iranians, it was their time of choosing. They would either choose to give up the 60% enriched uranium, the dust, and open the Strait of Hormuz, or they wouldn't. The president has the ability, probably within 5 minutes, to wipe out Karg Island and their entire economy. The president has said repeatedly he'd prefer peace, and he's been attempting to accomplish that the whole time. If this, in fact, now is the reality, this would be an amazing accomplishment for the president and the world.
Well, this is how I see it. Only Donald Trump could do this. Only Donald Trump could bring us to this point. And he's the only one who did. The Iranians are on their back. And they're going to cut a deal with Donald Trump. And he's going to cut a very tough deal with them. My concern is when Donald Trump leaves, you hear these Democrats, there's not one of them other than Fetterman. If they become president, who's going to uphold a deal? I'm very worried about that. They're not going to send the military in. They're isolationists. They're anti-American. And their base won't allow them to do it. What about if it's another Republican? We have an isolationist swing among the Republicans. I don't see anybody doing what Donald Trump has done. They didn't do it before, and they're not going to do it after. And I'm worried about that. And I think the Iranians are thinking about that, too. You know, at the end of World War II, Patton, after we defeated Germany and all, and he said, Well, let's finish off the Russians. They said, why? Because our military's here. We're going to have to do it one day anyway. Our military is there. And I'm a commentator, and that's why I'll never be president like Donald Trump. I say we're there. Let's finish them off. Now, people can call me whatever they wish, but that's the most permanent way to ensure that in the future, when there are other presidents and other secretaries of state, that this regime can't do it, because the regime will cease to exist, the people will be liberated, and peace will break out in the Middle East in many wonderful ways that we can't even think about. So that's my view, but I think Donald Trump has done something that is absolutely spectacular that no other president can do, and he's brought us to this point. And I have faith that he'll do an excellent, excellent deal or no deal. My preference is finish them off. But I want to talk about Lebanon very quickly, too. Lebanon is a surrogate of Iran. That is Hezbollah, I should say. Hezbollah in 1982 was basically sent to Lebanon to populate it, to secrete itself into its culture, into its government, into its politics, to destroy it. Lebanon was a majority Christian country. Now it's a majority Muslim country. Hezbollah controls Lebanon. If there's a ceasefire between Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel and the Lebanese governor and their president, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with the problem, which is Hezbollah, in my opinion. Now, why is Israel in Lebanon? Because they like to bomb buildings? No, they don't want to bomb buildings. There was a ceasefire in 2024. Hezbollah violated. They have shot 6,700 rockets and missiles into Israel. They've had to relocate over 100,000 of their citizens. And that's what Hezbollah is doing. They are a terrorist organization. Iran has desperately lobbied to protect Hezbollah from the Israelis, who are trying to wipe it out and are close to wiping it out. So if we tell Israel, you're not bombing any more buildings, I'm Hezbollah, where do I go, Sean? Into the buildings. If we say, no more, then somebody's going to have to disarm Hezbollah. Who's going to do it? The Lebanese government. They had their chance. They don't have the ability or the will to do it. The Lebanese army, it's like the Boy Scouts compared to Hezbollah. They haven't done it. Hezbollah has violated UN rules. It has violated ceasefires. It is a terrorist organization. And Israel's done a tremendous amount to degrade them. But if they're not going to disarm them and defeat them, and the Lebanese army isn't going to disarm them and defeat them, then it's on us. And I'm just curious, is that really what we want to do? And how are we going to accomplish that? And furthermore, if I'm another country like Israel and they keep firing missiles into my country, I don't care what anybody says. Would we? You know, if missiles were flowing into our country from Canada, what would we do? We go in and we take care of business once and for all. Wipe them the hell out. That's right.
You know, there are these phony historians, and it's somewhat gotten viral and maybe even fashionable among like the isolationist crowd. I view Winston Churchill as the hero in World War II. He saw Hitler for who he was. We could have neutralized that threat before that Holocaust ever occurred. Had you had a Donald Trump or Winston Churchill-like figure in charge at the right moment, not somebody like Neville Chamberlain declaring peace in our time when it was never going to be possible. You know, that's become fashionable. Reagan famously said, freedom is but one generation away from extinction. What I'm seeing this president do is learning the lessons of the last century, the last 100 years. You love history. And what do we learn? Mao, China, Stalin, Russia, Hitler, Germany, Mussolini, fascism, Tojo, Japan, Pol Pot, the killing fields, is that we didn't neutralize emerging threats. This president is doing it now, learning the lessons of the last century.
It's
However, that doesn't mean future generations, again, freedom is one generation away from extinction. Every future generation better learn the lesson of Donald Trump, because evil will always exist. Am I right or wrong?
Well, you're right, because for 47 years, what did we see? Appeasement. All kinds of appeasement. We gave them money. We lifted sanctions. We did this, that, and the other. They violated it. Donald Trump comes along and puts his foot down. But he's the first president in half a century What's going to happen when he's gone and they violate the agreement? Because they will. You know why? What did terrorists do? Why are they called terrorists? Why do they slaughter people? Why do they have all these machinations that go on? Why do they attack their neighbors and so forth and so on? They have a mindset that Westerners can't seem to get their heads around. So they're going to stop under Donald Trump. I think they're scared to death of him. I really do.
I think they are too.
But after Donald Trump, I am very worried.
You have every reason to be. And he's a once in 100, 150-year figure in that sense. And it took enormous courage. You're right. It would be a lot easier. You wipe out Carg Island, you wipe out their ability to make any money. Their entire economy is based on oil, energy. That's 90% of their revenue. They've got 180% inflation. The value of their currency is now zero. Half their workforce is out of work. I think the president is looking at 90+ million people that have suffered for 47 years, and he's factoring that into his decision, not the regime, the people. And because they would be the ones that would be impacted the most. Hopefully they will rise up and seize this moment, as the president said to them early on. Great one. We'll be watching Life, Liberty, and Levin all weekend. Thank you, my friend.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Okay. Always good. And guys, what's really interesting about what Mark and Sean Hannity are speaking about is that this is very similar to when right before the United States striked, okay? Right before the United States striked, there was a lot of this sort of news in the media. And in fact, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin were making the case for why they need to go in and attack the Islamic regime. And now they're kind of speaking about how they need to make the case for why they need to like just destroy it. Oh my gosh, they're actually, look, they're showing the Gurkhas on Fox News. Oh, let's watch this.
How this is going kind of depends on what time of day you turn on the news, because we're oscillating, we're yo-yoing. Yesterday, markets really reacting so positively to the news. The Strait is open. We got the ceasefire, Lebanon and Israel. And now today, things fall apart again. I'm not sure if we should be as optimistic as President Trump is, but he still seems optimistic, saying, I'd even go to Pakistan if we're this close to a deal.
Yeah, I feel like this yo-yo is something that we're in for a little bit anyway. For one, I think it'd be difficult for Iran to accept, I guess, what would be defeat in any way that quickly. I think that, President Trump keeps saying we may have to drop some bombs again. And it may be that casual of a headline when it happens. Hey, they bombed this little area. They did this just to remind Iran, hey, we still have this capability. The fact is, President Trump says they don't have a Navy, and that may be absolutely true, but you don't need a Navy in this littoral warfare. That's the problem is when it comes to blue water Navy, go offshore 2 or 3 miles. Yeah, we could just about take on anybody. But when it's in this Strait of Hormuz, those big battleships we have aren't really effective. And when they have, some people claim 3,000 of these small, fast boats, it's going to take some time to either find them and take them out or to negotiate something to where they don't feel the need to use them. I think that to a little bit, we've kicked a hornet's nest. I mean, when you kick a hornet's nest, those hornets don't kill you. You eventually get rid of them, but you get stung, and that's where we are.
And that sting, that pain is obviously coming with the oil markets and Anita, the Strait of Hormuz, which seems to be Iran holding on to that. That's their maybe one point of leverage here, but it's open and then it's closed and it's open, it's closed. They don't like the blockade, but we can't remove the blockade because we don't trust them. And probably at this point for good reason, given how they're behaving. But I think perhaps their plan is they squeeze our economy, but their economy is being squeezed far worse than ours. So you kind of have to wonder what their strategy is at this point.
Well, yeah, you do. And you mentioned the blockade. The blockade is very important for us. It is hurting Iran to the tune of $435 million a day. No ships in, no ships out. Their economy is definitely being squeezed. The question is, how long can they last in that mode? And the longer they can last in that mode, the more the American public is going to get antsy, right?
So guys, this is the issue with this analysis. Remember, we were watching Morad Vaisi yesterday, and Morad Vaisi was explaining how the Islamic regime is now, they've run out of storage facilities for their oil, so they're loading up their tankers, right? Because the oil has nowhere else to go, and they can't stop the flow of oil because the infrastructure is incredibly old. It's from before the Islamic regime took over. Like these were all of this oil infrastructure was built during the time of the Shah. And so he was saying, first of all, it's very difficult to stop the flow. However, even if it was going to be stopped, it would be even more difficult to restart it because the infrastructure is incredibly old. So like these people are completely missing that side of the analysis, right? So remember, we were watching Morad Vaisi yesterday, but we never actually finished because we went on to some other things. So why don't we go back to this, and we'll just continue watching Morad Vaisi's analysis from yesterday. Of course, I really want to know what he says today, but he hasn't live streamed today yet.
هیچ کدومش هم برای مقامات جمهوری اسلامی انتخاب خوب و بد نیست. بین این بمباران‌های شدید و تسلیم شدن و تحقیر شدن.
Right? So he's saying that there really is no good choice for the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime is pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place. Let me just fix my banner here. Top. Okay.
منتها بعضیاشون میگن اگه بریم تسلیم بشیم هم نظام تحقیر شده میمونه هم خودمون تحقیر شده میمونیم، ولی اگر بریم به جنگیم معلوم نیست نظام بمونه، معلوم هم نیست ما بمونیم.
Right? So he's saying the Islamic regime is struggling right now because they don't know, like basically they're struggling because if they surrender, that's humiliation. If they don't surrender, they could be destroyed. Like either way, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how they collapse.
تا اینجا که میدونیم قالیباف و پزشکیان و عراقچی و روحانی به رغم اختلافات شخصی در طرفداران تسلیم شدنن.
So he's saying Ghalibaf, Araqchi. Remember, Ghalibaf and Araqchi are the two main people that were negotiating with the Americans. So Ghalibaf, Araqchi, Rouhani is like some mullah, and then Pezeshkian, that's like the irrelevant prime minister, president. They're all in favor of like surrendering. So they want unconditional surrender, but the Islamic regime, like the hardcore factions in the IRGC, don't want that.
اسمشون خودشون البته میذارن توافق و هر ستا با هم رقابت دارن، پزشکیان روحانی و غالیباف.
So guys, he's saying that even though there's an internal power struggle between these four people, Pezeshkian, Rouhani, Ghalibaf, and Araqchi, they're still like they all want to come to some sort of agreement with the Islamic regime.
غالیباف چرا دنبالشه؟ غالیباف در فکر به قدرت.
Here, let me pull up the Durka bingo sheet. Okay. So this is the Durka bingo sheet, okay? How do I do this? Make this big. All right. So where's Ghalibaf? Here we go. So How do I zoom in? There we go. So this is Ghalibaf, okay? So Ghalibaf is the Speaker of the Parliament, former IRGC commander. So right now, he's basically saying this guy, Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, who's the president, but he's completely useless. Arakchi, he's the foreign affairs minister, okay? And then Rouhani is down here. Where is he? This is Rouhani, okay? Rouhani is a former president from 2013 to 2021. So he's saying these four people are in favor and want to come to some sort of deal or surrender or whatever with the United States, right? So there's Rouhani, this jihadi mullah, Ghalibaf, this guy, and then he's talking about Pezeshkian and Arakchi. So he's saying even though these four, right? These four, let me just zoom in a little bit so you can have all four of them on screen, right? So this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy, right? Even though they're all opposed to one another, and they're all struggling internally for power, they all want to surrender or come to some sort of deal, right? Like they basically don't want to go to war because they're more interested in surviving. Okay, yeah, I'll send the link here. I'll put the link in the chat. I posted this on my X account, but here, let me just add the link to all the chats so you guys can go download the image yourself. And there is Rumble. All right, there, I put it in all of the chats now. Okay. So those are the four people Murad Vaisi is talking about here.
رسیدن در باقی مانده جمهوری اسلامیه. برای قالیباف تا حد زیادی مسئله شخصی.
Oh my gosh, Armin laughed so hard when he saw Carpet Weaver, but you guys, we all know what Carpet Weaver is. Carpet Weaver is Ghalibaf. It's just the AI translation.
رسیدن به یک آرزوی شخصیه که دلش می‌خواست همکاری جمهوری اسلامی باشه و یه عقده‌ای داره که 3 بار در انتخابات شکست خورده.
Oh, interesting. So Murad Vaisi here, guys. So Murad Vaisi is saying for Ghalibaf, okay? Remember, this is Ghalibaf here. Let me pull this up. So he's saying for Ghalibaf, okay? It's actually like a personal matter for Ghalibaf because Ghalibaf apparently always wanted to be sort of the leader and he wanted to be in control. And, he ran for elections 3 times and he lost. So he was never able to become the president or I don't know, whatever. So that's why he is it's like a personal thing for him. He's so it's like he has a score to settle, which is why what's motivating him to basically try to consolidate power and become the top key figure now that everyone else is dead.
می‌خواست همکاری جمهوری اسلامی باشه و یه عقده‌ای داره که 3 بار در انتخابات شکست خورده.
So he's like a complex that he lost three times.
و البته حفظ جونش هم هست دیگه، عرض کردم.
And oh no, he's like, it's of course about saving his life as well.
میترسه که اگر مذاکرات شکست بخوره کشته میشه. چون اینو دیده به چشما. دیده مذاکرات شمخانی شکست خورد، کشته شد.
Yeah, he's also afraid that if the negotiations don't go well, he'll be killed because he's seen that happen. He's like, Shamkhani was negotiating, those negotiations failed, and then Shamkhani was basically boomed, right? So Shamkhani is this person here. Let me bring up Shamkhani. Where's Shamkhani? Where's Shamkhani? Shamkhani ku. Oh, here. This is Shamkhani. So basically, Murad Vaisi is saying, Ghalibaf is also very motivated to, come to some sort of successful end result because he's seen what happens to people who are not successful in negotiating with the Islamic regime. They're boomed. They're boomed by the United States and Israel. And remember, Shamkhani, this is the guy that was buried without a head, right? So Ghalibaf is freaking out probably because he's like, oh my gosh, like, am I going to be buried like without a head? Yes, I have covered the tanker. Sorry, not the tanker. I've already covered the cargo ship that has been seized. We are waiting for more news. So when Armin comes back, we'll continue that. But I've covered it. But we're just waiting for more news because there's like a lot of things and rumors and whatever going around. So, but yeah, I've covered it, played a little bit, breaking news on Fox. So we're just waiting for more details.
مذاکرات لاریجانی شکست خورد، کشته شد. خامنه‌ای هم مذاکره نکرد، کشته شد. خب میگه بعدیش هم منم دیگه. این دلش میخواد یک جمهوری.
All right. So basically he's saying, you know, Shamkhani's negotiations failed and he was killed.
مذاکرات لاریجانی شکست خورد، کشته.
Larijani's negotiations failed. So this is Larijani. Where's Larijani? Where's Larijani? Here we go. So he's saying Shamkhani, he tried to negotiate. He was boom-boomed. He was basically buried without a head. Larijani, when he was responsible for negotiations and they didn't work, he was boom-boomed. Well, Khamenei didn't want to negotiate in the first place. He's just dead and gone. Like Khamenei was boom-boomed before he even knew the war began. Remember, guys, the conflict began with the United States and Israel exterminating Khamenei. That's literally how they declared war against the Islamic regime, by exterminating the supreme leader. So the supreme dictator, Khamenei, who had been, saying that, we're preparing for war, blah, 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 blah. He didn't even last 10 seconds. And he still hasn't been buried.
کشته شد. خامنه‌ای هم مذاکره نکرد، کشته شد.
You guys should know کشته شد. Do you recognize that where he says کشته شد? So کشته means killed, and then شد means was. So he's saying Larijani کشته شد, Khamenei کشته شد, Shamkhani کشته شد. You guys know that from the Khamenei Par song. Remember? See, you guys are learning Persian.
کردم. میترسه که اگر مذاکرات شکست بخوره کشته میشه. چون اینو دیده به چشما. دیده
So کشته میشه کشته میشه means will be killed. Okay, so okay, it's not working. So کشته میشه means will be killed. کشته شد means was killed. So you can hear him say Ghalibaf is afraid that if the negotiations don't go well, he will be killed.
مذاکرات شکست بخوره کشته میشه. چون اینو دیده به چشما. دیده مذاکرات شمخانی شکست خورد، کشته شد. مذاکرات لاریجانی شکست خورد، کشته شد. خامنه‌ای هم مذاکره نکرد، کشته شد. خب میگه بعدیش هم منم دیگه. این دلش میخواد یک جمهوری اسلامی بمونه، همه کارش بشه. دلش نمیخواد.
So he's like, Ghalibaf wants the Islamic regime to remain, obviously. So he wants the Islamic regime to remain. And he basically wants to be in control of the Islamic regime. He doesn't want to die, which is why he's trying to come to some sort of negotiation or terms or something.
بمیره. معلوم شده که غالیباف همه سپاه رو پشت سر خودش نداره.
So he's saying it's become clear Ghalibaf does not have the entire IRGC behind him. Okay, I'm just going to kind of let this play a little bit. Then if there's some part of the translation where it's completely incorrect or something, I'll let you guys know. But now he's basically talking about the internal divisions here.
و مقاومت‌های جدی در مقابل غالیباف در سپاه وجود داره. با وجودی که غالیباف خودش الان ارشد فرمانده‌های زنده سپاه است. در بین تمام فرماندهایی که زندند و مسئولیت دارند و در جمهوری اسلامی سمتی دارن، به عنوان رئیس مجلس ارشد همه فرماندههای سپاه است دیگه در ساختار سیاسی. هیچ کدوم از فرماندههای سپاه در جایگاه سیاسی غالیباف نیستن. ولی با وجود این همه سپاه پشت قالیباف نیست. باندهای مختلف قدرت در سپاه نمیخوان روند توافق و تسلیم به تثبیت قدرت قالیباف منجر بشه. چون فقط
Oh, so Morad Besi is saying that, you know, there are certain factions, when he says Banta, there are certain factions within the IRGC that are concerned because they believe that, you know, Ghalibaf leading like the terms of agreement and surrender will lead to consolidation of power behind Ghalibaf, and they don't want that because there's an internal power struggle.
تسلیم و پایان جنگ اینا نیست. بعد از جنگ هم اثر میگذاره دیگه. اگر قالیباف بره اینو امضا کنه و جمهوری اسلامی بمونه، معنیش این میشه که قالیباف میشه همه کاره دیگه.
It's not versatile. He doesn't mean versatile. When he says همه کاره, it's in the context of Ghalibaf will basically become the one in control. He'll become the leader. He'll be the one in charge, basically.
بقیه باندهای قدرت اینو نمیخوان.
And the others don't want this.
ما شاهد نوعی از توزیع قدرت در ساختار جمهوری اسلامی هستیم بین باندهای مختلف سپاه. در زمان خامنه‌ای توزیع قدرت نداشتیم. تا 50 روز قبل تمرکز قدرت داشتیم.
Right, so he's saying up until 50 days ago, there was consolidation of power under Khamenei, but now that Khamenei is dead, now we're seeing all these fractures.
قدرت در دست خامنه‌ای متمرکز بود. الان در 50 روز گذشته شاهد توزیع قدرت هستیم.
Guys, it was actually a very, very smart strategic move to get rid of Khamenei, because that is like, with Khamenei gone, like he was like the jihadi terrorist glue that kept all the other jihadi terrorists together. And now that Khamenei's gone, like we're seeing that collapse here. And, you know, the best example of this internal collapse and power struggle is exactly what's happening with the Strait of Hormuz, right? Where Ghalibaf and Araghchi agreed to, you know, not attack and you know, let ships go through. And obviously now that's not happening. That's not happening.
قدرت در یک جا جمع نشده. در جاهای مختلفی توزیع شده ناخواسته. و رهبر جدید امکان اینی که این قدرت رو متمرکز کنه در دست خودش نداره.
So what he's saying, this didn't translate properly. So he's saying that there's no like concentration of power. It's, you know, all over the place. And he's saying the new leader does not have the ability to consolidate power under him.
جدید حتی صدا نداره.
He's like the new leader does not even have a voice, right? So he's saying there's, you know, the power has been distributed in different places, right? It's not concentrated in one place, and the new leader, rahbar means leader. So the new leader, Khamenei, because Mushtaba or whatever, because no one's seen him, right? He's basically like, he does not have the ability to consolidate power, and then he's like, he doesn't have the ability to speak. So he makes a little like joke there, like a little jab at the Islamic regime.
و رهبر جدید امکان اینی که این قدرت رو متمرکز کنه در دست خودش نداره. رهبر جدید حتی صدا نداره.
He's like, رهبر جدید اصلا صدا نداره. Like he doesn't even have, like the new leader doesn't even have a voice, which is true because we haven't heard Khamenei Jr. We haven't heard him, seen him, anything, nothing like that.
چه برسه به که حالا بخواد تمرکز قدرت بکنه.
So he's like the new leader doesn't even have a voice, let alone try to consolidate power.
به نظر میرسه این نکتهش مهمه. به نظر میرسه اختلافات بین فرمانده‌های سپاه و قالیباف بیشتر از اختلافات بین قالیباف و ترامپه.
Yep.
قالیباف و ترامپ الان به هم نزدیکتر شدن. ولی فرمانده‌های سپاه و قالیباف.
So when he says Ghalibaf and Trump are getting closer, he doesn't mean that they're getting closer like on a personal or like friendship or relationship level. He's referring to differences, right? So he's saying like Ghalibaf and Trump are, you know, closer in terms of coming to some sort of agreement than Ghalibaf is to IRGC commanders. So he's saying like the rift and the issues between Ghalibaf and the IRGC are much bigger than the rift and issues between President Trump and Ghalibaf. Because again, Ghalibaf wants to surrender. It's the IRGC that doesn't.
از هم فاصله بیشتری دارن. این هم نکته مهمیه که اختلافات قالیباف با فرمانده سپاه بیشتره تا ترامپ. در درون دولت هم یه آشفتگی وجود داره. وزارت خارجه یه چیز میگه، وزارت دفاع یه چیز دیگه میگه. حکایت این روزهای دولت که وزارت خارجه میگه تنگه بازه، وزارت دفاع میگه تنگه بسته است، اون ضرب المثل فارسی میگه که گربه میزنه سگ میرقصه در دولت، اگر درست گفته باشم. وزارت دفاع اصلا زیر نظر پزشکیان نیست، وزارت خارجه هم نیست، وزارت خارجه زیر نظر قالیبافه. پزشکیان اسمش رئیس جمهوره، اسمش رئیس هیئت دولته، اصلا دولت ازش تبعیت نمیکنه. حالا اون وزارت خونه‌هایی که مثلا آب و برق و گازن، اونا ممکنه تبعیت.
Oh my God. Okay, let me just go back with the medical carpet weaver thing. Oh my gosh. Because it's not medical carpet weaver.
پزشکیان نیست. وزارت
So Pizishkian, again, guys, so Pizishkian, let's go back to the boom boom bingo chart. Okay. So Pizishkian is the useless president of the Islamic regime. His last name, Pizishk, means doctor. So when you see Murad Vaisi in the AI, like in the AI translation, if it says like medical or doctor or something, that's just the incorrect translation from AI. So he's referring to Pizishkian. And then of course, Ghalibaf. Ghalibaf means carpet weaver. So there you go. Like that's carpet. That's what they mean by carpet weaver here. So let me close this. Okay.
دیده مذاکرات شمخانی شکست خورد، کشته شد.
Gotta go forward.
بمونه که قالیب قامت‌های ارشد زندرن سیاسی. با وجود این همه قدرتیم جنگینان مثلا بمون باندها در ساختار جمهوری اسلامی هستیم، بین باندهای مختلف روزقی متمرکزی جدید امکانی بنرسه اختلافات بین قالیباف و ترامپ.
Okay.
قالیباف و ترامپ الان نکته مهمیه که اختلافات قالیباف با فرمانده سپاه بیشتره تا ترامپ. در درون دولت هم یه آشفتگی وجود داره. وزارت
The title of the song, No Internet, that's Barbod.
خارجه یه چیز میگه، وزارت دفاع یه چیز دیگه میگه. حکایت این روزهای دولت که وزارت خارجه میگه تنگه بازه، وزارت دفاع میگه تنگه بسته است.
So he's saying this is there's also like this issue within the government, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open. The Ministry of Defense is saying that the strait is closed.
اون ضرب المثل فارسی میگه که گربه میزنه سگ میرقصه در دولت، اگر درست گفته باشه.
گربه میزنه سگ میرقصه. It's not barks. It's basically, apparently there's like a saying that says like the cat plays music and the dog dances.
وزارت دفاع اصلا زیر نظر پزشکیان نیست، وزارت خارجه هم نیست، وزارت خارجه.
Ministry of Defense, so he's saying Ministry of Defense is not under the supervision of Pizishkian, not the doctor. So Pizishkian is, of course, the president. So he's saying neither the Ministry of Defense nor the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are being controlled by the president, which is insane, right? Because you would think that the president would be responsible for all the different ministries, but he's not responsible for anything. Like he literally has no control. He's just basically like the useless token like fool. So he's saying Ministry of Foreign Affairs is under the supervision of Ghalibaf. Interesting. Right? So basically, Arakchi, right, Foreign Affairs Minister, basically what Morad Vaisi is saying is that the Foreign Affairs Ministry is under supervision and control of Ghalibaf, not the president, right? So guys, this is why like we tell you that the Islamic regime is pretty much, it's a dictatorship, right? All of these like various, you know, government elements, it's all just like, it's for show. It's for show. Nothing is legitimate. There's no accountability. There's no checks and balances, right? Like it's all just a sham. It's basically a dictatorship, and they just like created these random names and offices for themselves, but there's no accountability. They're all basically a bunch of thugs and bullies and terrorists. So yeah, like I know that like this sounds strange, you know, even for me, like as a former parliamentarian, like the fact that like you're just seeing various people from like, you know, various areas like taking control of things that are technically not under them. Well, it's because we're dealing with a dictatorship, right? And these ministries and whatever, it's all fake. Like it's all just, it's all for show. It's all for show. Ultimately, it's all the same.
پزشکیان اسمش رئیس جمهوره.
Right? So he's saying Pezeshkian is president in name only. He's president in name only, but he has like no power or control over anything. Yeah, this is actually, yeah, this is correct. So they basically have like, you know, president and like legislature, like all this like nonsense stuff, basically to make themselves sound legitimate to the rest of the world. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Like there's no like accountability or anything or legitimacy.
اسمش رئیس هیئت دولته. اصلا دولت ازش تبعیت نمیکنه. حالا اون وزارتخونه‌هایی که مثلا آب و برق.
Right, so he's saying Pezeshkian is president in name only. He's only like you know, the head of the government in name only. No one actually like listens to him. No one from a cabinet listens to him or like pays attention to him.
هیئت دولته. اصلا دولت ازش تبعیت نمیکنه. حالا اون وزارتخونه‌هایی که مثلا آب و برق و گازن، اونا ممکنه تبعیت کنن. ولی وزارت خارجه و وزارت دفاع اینا اصلا در اختیار پزشکیان نیست.
So not under the control of the medical profession, it's Pezeshkian. Again, Pezeshkian's last name means doctor, right? So he's saying Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defense are not under control of the president, Pezeshkian. They've gone rogue.
نکته دیگه، حرف دیشب سعید جلیلی که میگه اگر این عقب نشینی مورد تایید مجتباست، یه صدا از مجتبی پخش کنید ما بفهمیم این مورد تایید مجتباست، این نشون میده هنوز به طور جدی حال مجتبی خوب نیست. اگه حالش خوب بود یه صدای تصویری ازش منتشر میشد. امروز پیام داده به مناسبت روز ارتش 29 فروردین، یه پیام مکتوب طولانی هم هست. اگر کسی پیام مکتوب طولانی میده، منطقاً باید فکر کنه که پیام طولانی بده و فکر کردن به این اندازه هم هست که یه زبونی داشته باشه دیگه حرف بزنه.
So what Morad Vaisi is saying is that, you know, for Army Day, the supreme dictator, Mushtaba, he sent supposedly, right? Supposedly he wrote this long message and put it out there. And what Morad Vaisi is saying, well, if Mushtaba has the ability to write this long message, then that means he should have the ability to think, which means he should have the ability to at least send out a voice message or something to give some sort of proof of life. How do we know? Well, that's exactly it. Well, we don't know. We don't know. So that's what Morad Vaisi is getting at here. That's what he's hinting at. What he's saying is that, like, basically he's pointing out, like, isn't it strange that we received this long, well thought out written message by Mushtaba, but we haven't even heard his voice or anything, right?
مگر اینکه بمب دقیق خورده باشه به زبونش و زبونش بریده باشه.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so funny. He's saying he should be able to speak, and then he makes a joke here. He says he should be able to speak unless, you know, the Americans and the Israelis sent a precision bomb into his mouth and you know, bombed his mouth and cut his tongue off, and maybe that's why he can't speak. Oh my gosh.
به طولانی میده منطقاً باید فکر کنه که پیام طولانی بده و فکر کردن به این اندازه هم هست که یه زبونی داشته باشه دیگه حرف بزنه، مگر اینکه بمب دقیق خورده باشه به زبونش و زبونش بریده باشه. وگرنه اینی که یک کسی یه متن طولانی بخواد بده، پیام بده به مناسبت روز ارتش، منطقاً اینقدر بهوش هست که بتونه یه حرفی هم بزنه. پس چرا حرف نمیزنه؟ به احتمال زیاد اصلا بهوش نیست. اینا دارن
Okay, it's not behush. So this isn't translated properly. He's saying most likely he's not even conscious. So what Murad Baisi is hinting at is that he thinks that Mushtaba, maybe he's alive, but he doesn't even think Mushtaba is conscious at this point. And he says they're speaking on his behalf, right? So he's saying Mushtaba probably isn't conscious. So he's not Behush is alive? Is that what it is? Behush means alive? I thought it was conscious. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, conscious. That's what that's what he meant. Okay, so I was right about that. So Murad Baisi here is saying that he thinks most likely Mujtaba is unconscious and that other people are speaking on his behalf. That's the wrong translation here.
یا بهوش نیست یا اینی که اصلا این بمب زده زبونش هم قطع کرده.
Oh my god. Okay. So Murad Baisi is saying there's two possibilities here. Either Mushtaba is unconscious, or there was a, you know, precision bomb that boomed his mouth and cut out his tongue.
به احتمال زیاد اصلا بهوش نیست. اینا دارن از طرفش حرف میزنن. یا بهوش نیست یا اینی که اصلا این بمب زده زبونش هم قطع کرده. وگرنه دلیل دیگه.
Yeah, this is not like, it's not translating properly. So he's saying either Mushtaba is unconscious or the Americans and Israelis sent a bomb, boomed his mouth and cut off his tongue. And then Murad Baisi is saying otherwise. I can't think of any other reason for why. Yeah, I know, he's great. He's fantastic, guys. He's so good. But he's saying, like, other than, he's like, I can't think of any other reason why Mushtaba isn't speaking.
یه به ذهن نمیرسه که این پیام بده و نخواد، مگر اینکه اصلا اون حرف اصلی درست باشه که همه بگن این بازی هستن، اصلا مشتبایی وجود نداره، اونم مرده مثل باباش.
So this is so now he's coming to the third possibility. So he's saying like I can't think of any other reason why Mushtaba wouldn't give a message, right? I mean, aside from the fact that maybe he's either unconscious or, you know, someone sent a bomb and like boom to his mouth and his tongue is cut out. And then he's like, or then he gets to the third possibility. He's like, or this could all be a game. Mushtaba could just be dead. Like he could have just been boomed right at the same time that his demon dad, Khamenei, was boomed. And this is all just a game. And the IRGC is just, you know, just pretending like he's alive so that they have, you know, like this fake supreme dictator that they can operate through, right? That's what he says.
این پیام بده و نخواد، مگر اینکه اصلا اون حرف اصلی درست باشه که همه بگن این بازی هستن، اصلا مشتبهی وجود نداره، اونم مرده مثل باباش. سپاه داره میاد به اسم
So it should be
مشتبهی وجود
basically there's no such thing as mushtaba. Like he's basically saying mushtaba doesn't exist, right? That means he's just been exterminated and then he's dead like his dad.
نداره، اونم مرده مثل باباش. سپاه داره میاد به اسم مشتبه پیام صادر میکنه.
And he's saying, so basically the other possibility is he's been dead from the beginning, and the IRGC is just, sending messages in Mushtaba's name in order to remain in power and control somehow. So he's like, that's the third possibility. He could just be dead.
مسئله فراتر از آسیب دیدن صورت، دست یا پاس به نظرم در مورد مشتبه. حتی پیام صوتی هم نمیتونه بده.
Yeah, he's like, so this issue, it goes well beyond Mushtaba's like alleged injuries, because apparently he's been injured so bad that he can't even give a voice message, right? You would think, okay, so let's say the guy has lost a leg or a hand, or maybe his face is disfigured. That doesn't prevent you from speaking or sending a voice message, right? So there you go. Wait, someone is saying new video from CENTCOM. I mean, we already checked CENTCOM recently, so unless it's like... I don't see a new video. Oh, no, I do. Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, who was it? Who was it that said new video? Who was it? It was Cal. All right, guys, everyone put a C in the chat for Cal. Thank you, Cal Norso. Appreciate that. Oh, you guys are the best. Oh, wait, today's day 113. I got to fix this. Okay. Yay, thank you. All right, guys, let's go to the new post from CENTCOM here. Okay, so U.S. forces disable vessel attempting to enter Iranian port, violate blockade. Amazing. Okay, so now we know. So this was a vessel that was attempting to enter the port. U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail towards an Iranian port, April 19. Guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted MV Tuska as it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After Tuska's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period, wow, so they gave them 6 hours to comply, Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tuska's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer's 5-inch Mk-45 gun into Tuska's engine room. U.S. Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance. Since the blockade's announcement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around or return to an Iranian port. Amazing. Let's watch this. It's a video of the boom boom.
Motor Vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Wow. You know, guys, all I can say is this is how insane the Islamic regime is, right? This is literally how insane the Islamic regime is. They're playing chicken, thinking that the United States is going to back down. Yeah, like this is why, you know, Iranians like myself and others, you know, we've been constantly saying, you know, you can't negotiate with terrorists because these people are not reasonable or logical, right? Like these people are insane. So sorry. Uh, all right, guys. I know, guys. I know. It's always awkward for me to like post or like think of like something to post when like I'm on a live stream and everyone's watching. So wait, what's going on here? Like so much pressure, so much pressure. There we go. All right, I just posted something. Thank you for that. That's crazy. Okay, let's watch this again, and then we'll go back to Morad Besi.
Motor Vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire. Motor Vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Crazy. Wow. Right. I wonder what's happening on Durka TV.
چه تبعاتی دارد که احتمالش تقریبا نزدیک به صفره. برای اینکه در جنگ چیزی محال نیست. حالا یه وقتی مفصلی میخوام راجع به این تو دنیا ما یه تجربه داریم دیگه از استفاده از سلاح اتمی. دو عامل باعث شد اونجا استفاده از سلاح اتمی نتیجه بده. اول اینکه آقای خسروی ژاپن توی اصطلاح عربی ما بهش میگیم مرکزی لامرکزی. ژاپن خیلی تمرکزگرا بود.
ظاهرا وقتی خاطره پیدا کرد
آره.
شما بفرمایید مطلب.
ژاپن خیلی تمرکزگرا بود، در بیرون و همسایگانش هم پیمانی نداشت، تنها می جنگید. این دو عامل تو ایران نیست، یعنی زدن اصطلاح و بعدش به اون وعده دادن به امپراتور اون دستگاه سیاسی تا 200 سال بعدش تو ژاپن موند، همون آدم بعد حمله اتمی موند. اینا همه توی ایران برعکسه، اصلا یعنی خیلی معادله داره. برای همین همه آماده باشیم. نمیدانم لوکیشن گوشی ها، آقا دقت کنید، من خواهش میکنم احتیاط. کسی که عضو خانوادهش عضو هر جای نیروهای مسلح، از پلیس تا هوافضا تا نیروی دریایی تا کجا تا ارتش، الان وقت نگرانی و پرسیدن و جزئیات پرسیدن و فلانی از تونل اومده بیا بگو ببینم چیه جلوی تلفن. آقا تو رو خدا خواهش میکنم، دشمن از همه اینها استفاده میکنه. هیته و حذر همه عزیزانی که لازم احتیاط بکنن، چه از مردم چه از غیر مردم، از همین الان منتظر باشیم. این دشمن غداره، این منافقه، این یه هر لحظه ممکنه بزنه و ما آماده ایم. پیروزی ما در صورت شروع دوباره جنگ پیروزی
ما محکم در میدان ایستادیم، الانم ایستادیم. باز من اینجا تاکید میکنم همین امروز هم ما محکمتر از اون روزی که در
This is a replay of like his yesterday stuff.
آتش بس نبودیم، امروز هم اتفاقی بیفته محکمتر در اینجا هستیم، هیچ تردیدی در این نیست. دشمن شروع کرد به پیغام و پسخام دادن. من وقت نگیرم، مصطلح درستم هست بیرون از این گفته میشه دشمن یک مجموعه های 15 بندی رو از طریق
Wait, I need to get these people. Oh, why is it not working? This is the show where they play like posts, share posts and tweets from like Americans and use it to attack President Trump. Let's see if I can find another version of it. Why is it not working? Oh man. No, it's not working. Wait. Okay.
داشتن تنگه هرمز دست برتر رو داره. این ویدیو رو با هم ببینید.
So and now let me also explain my interpretation as to why Iran made this announcement now. It's not a concession. It's a very calculated strategic move on at least 3 levels. Firstly, we can see that this statement isolates the United States.
It's not working well. There's something going on with their feed.
Continues its naval blockade or insists on further preconditions, Washington and not Tehran will be now the obstacle to peace. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also has already called reopening the straits a unanimous.
No, it's not the tabs because everything else is working fine. I don't have too many tabs open right now.
Iran is acting in good faith on its own terms, right? Iran has consistently said it would allow passage for non-hostile vessels, and that is precisely.
It's not that. Hey, Armin, I'm trying to play this live stream, but it's very laggy. Can I send you the link and can you see if it works for you?
Sure. I think it's laggy from their side though.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. I wasn't able to get too much Durka.
مطالب که رژیم صهیونیستی بردارن و فقط گردن شخص نتانیاهو بندازن، اما میگه که اقدامات نتانیاهو نه فقط درباره ایران بلکه پیش از اون هر آنچه که در فلسطین علیه مردم غزه انجام داد، علیه مردم لبنان انجام داد، سبب شد که در نگاه افکار عمومی دنیا به ویژه در نگاه آمریکا که
like the audio is not lining up with the video feed.
It's not even playing for me at all.
Yeah, and I've tried some other live streams and it's not working.
بودن اسرائیل و رژیم صهیونیستی میگه. این ویدیو رو با هم ببینیم.
Look at this.
Yep, not working.
The of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points.
I don't know. It's not working. Oh, wait. Maybe this one's working.
خبرگزاری رویترز هم در مطلبی اشاره کرده به اینکه 50 روز جنگ با ایران در واقع 50 میلیارد دلار نفت رو در واقع باعث شده که از دست بره. خیلی نکته جالبی رو داره خبرگزاری رویترز اشاره.
رقمی که رویترز اشاره میکنه این رو در کنار در واقع اون خبر روز گذشته بذاریم که چقدر به خزانه‌های کشورهای خلیج فارس آسیب زده و چه مقدار از پول اونها رو در واقع از بین برده و در واقع به این نکته اشاره میکنه این 50 میلیارد دلاری که از بین رفته فقط هم موضوع مربوط به مدیریت سنگی هرمز نیست، بلکه آسیبی که در این 50 روز مجموعه تأسیسات مرتبط با انرژی در منطقه غرب آسیا دیدن رو هم شامل میشه که در واقع سبب شده که این رقم بسیار بالا از دست بره.
روزنامه انگلیسی گاردین هم به موضوع در واقع منفور بودن رژیم صهیونیستی و ابراز نفرت رأی دهندگان آمریکایی نسبت به اسرائیل به خصوص بعد از جنگ با ایران میگه. خیلی جالبه که گاردین داره به این موضوع اشاره میکنه.
چند روز قبل ما شاهد این بودیم که در کنگره آمریکا، در سنای آمریکا رأیگیری انجام شد درباره اینکه متوقف بشه کمک‌های نظامی و تسلیحاتی آمریکا به رژیم صهیونیستی و در اون رأیگیری در واقع 40 نفر از نمایندگان کنگره رأی مثبت دادن اما تعدادی رد کردن و اون 7 دموکراتی که رأی منفی داده بودن هنوز هم داره علیهشون به شدت انتقاد میشه که شما در جنایت‌هایی که رژیم داره انجام میده دخیل هستید و بسیار محتمل هست افرادی که رأی منفی دادن نسبت به این قطعنامه کارشون برای دور بعدی انتخابات که آبان ماه هست بسیار سخت خواهد شد.
اما اکونومیست هم در یک مطلبی به این موضوع اشاره کرده که در واقع ایران در حوزه تبلیغاتی و رسانه‌ای دست برتر رو داره. روزهای قبل هم راجع به این موضوع صحبت کرد.
بله، این یادداشت اکونومیست مشخصا در واقع تصویر این ویدیوهای لگویی حمایت از ایران رو منتشر کرده، اما مکرر ما دیده بودیم که گاردین یا رسانه‌های دیگه درباره فعالیت سفارتخانه هامون یا مقاماتمون در فضای مجازی هم صحبت کرده بودن و میگه که به نظر میرسه که ایران نه فقط در میدان و به صورت نظامی بلکه در افکار عمومی هم جنگ رو برده.
اما فارن پالیسی هم یک مطلبی رو منتشر کرده، اشاره کرده به اینکه جنگ ایران در واقع به پادشاهی مواد شیمیایی پایان داده. اشاره های خیلی جالبی و تعبیر جالبی از سوی فارن پالیسی مطرح شده.
در واقع این به یادداشت فارن پالیسی اشاره به اختلال جدی هست که در چرخه تامین و توزیع همه کالاها شامل در واقع کالاهای پتروشیمی، کالاهای شیمیایی اتفاق افتاده اشاره میکنه و میگه که این بحران تا مدت‌ها ادامه خواهد داشت.
بسیار خوب، خیلی ممنونم خانم دکتر عابدینی، کارشناس و پژوهشگر حوزه بین‌الملل. بدین ترتیب به پایان این قسمت از برنامه روایت اقتدار رسیدیم. ضمن خداحافظی دعوت میکنم همچنان بیننده شبکه خبر باشید.
ما مردم در کنار ملت ایران ملت مشهیده.
هر کجا هستن باشن، آسمان مال من است، پنجره فکر، هوا، عشق، زمین مال من است. همیت دارد گاه اگر میرویم قاج های زندگی ترشی نگرده زندگی آتم کردن در پرسچه اکنون است.
از کاشان تا تهران فقط یک مسیر نبود. راهی بود که با شجاعت فریاد می‌زد. هر کجا هستن باشه. آسمان مال من است. مردم رفتند. نه برای
Why you muted it?
جنگ بی صدا حماسه ساختند. آنان از ایران برخاستند نه برای سفر که برای فتح ویرانی، فتح خستگی، فتح شهری که جنگ خاکستریش کرده بود. اما جوانه سبز امید از آن میروید. تهران در آتش مرد میخواست، با دستانی که از کار نمی‌هراسید و دلهایی که از میدان گریزی ندارد. آنان آمده بودند تا بر خرابه ها پرچم آبادی برافرازند. جنگ هنوز تمام نشده. دود هنوز در آسمان است. بغض هنوز در گلوی شهر مانده. اما مردم آمدند تا بر زخم دیوارها مرهم باشند، تا از دل خاک و سنگ نشانی از عزیزان پیدا کنند. آمدند برای صدای سکوت کوچه ها، برای انتظار چشم پنجره ها، برای دلهایی که تاب این همه داغ را ندارند. مردانی که امروز در دل آوار ایستادند، بی ادعا، بی هیاهو، شانه به شانه مردم، برای کمک، برای همدلی، برای اینکه کسی در این درد تنها نماند. اینجا فرصت دیدن است، فرصت دیدن دستهایی که خاکی شدند تا غرور هیچ مردی به خاک نیفتد، فرصت دیدن چشمهایی که خسته‌اند اما هنوز برق و امید درونشان پیداست، فرصت دیدن مردانی که در میان بوی خاک و خون از غیرت در می‌زنند، برای مادری که چشم انتظار است، برای پدری که بغضش را پنهان کرده، برای کودکی که از خانه‌اش فقط خاطره مانده است، برای شهری که زخمی است اما خم نشده، برای مردمی که داغ دیدند اما ایستادند. اینجا دیگر گذشته مهم نیست، مهم این است وقتی شهر زخمی شد، وقتی خانه ها فرو ریخت، معجزه غرور و غیرت مردان آریایی نمایان می شود. اینجا میدان ادعا نیست، اینجا میدان عمل است، میدان دلهایی است که برای مردم می تپند، میدان مردانی است که خیلی ها نمی شناختند اما امروز زیر همین آسمان غبار گرفته بار غم مردم را سبک می کنند. جنگ هنوز تمام نشده، درد هنوز هست، آوار هنوز هست، اما امید هم هست، غیرت هم هست، مردم هم هستند. و تا وقتی این دستها کنار هم بالا می روند، تا وقتی این دلها برای هم می تپند، هیچ ویرانی آخر این قصه نخواهد بود. از کاشان تا تهران یک حرف بیشتر نیست. مردم هنوز کنار مردمند.
رو در روی کف ایستاده بمان، مانند حسین آزاده بمان، نام آب و خود به عشق مردمه، بگو یادار فضا بشه انشاءالله، شهادت تقدیرم حسین، حسینی میمانم، حسینی میمی حسین، ای پرچم من تابنده بمان، با نام حسین پاینده بمان، رو در روی کف ایستاده بمان، مانند حسین.
ساعت 1 بامداد رئیس جمهور در گفتگوی تلفنی با نخست وزیر پاکستان بر عزم ایران برای دفاع همه جانبه از کیان کشورمان در برابر هر گونه ماجراجویی مجدد آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی تاکید کرد و نسبت به عواقب و پیامدهای چنان وضعیتی برای امنیت منطقه و جهان هشدار داد. آقای پزشکیان با اشاره به ادامه بدعهدی‌ها و رفتارهای قلدرمآبانه و نامعقول آمریکا در حین مذاکرات و در دوره آتش‌بس گفت ادامه اقدامات تحریک‌آمیز و غیرقانونی آمریکا در به اصطلاح محاصره دریایی ایران نقض آشکار تفاهم آتش‌بس و مغایر با منشور ملل متحد است. آقای پزشکیان تصریح کرد این اقدامات به همراه لفاظی‌های تهدیدآمیز مقامات آمریکایی علیه ایران فقط منجر به تشدید بدگمانی نسبت به جدیت آمریکا شده و این واقعیت را بیش از پیش آشکار می‌کند که آمریکا به دنبال تکرار الگوهای قبلی و خیانت به دیپلماسی است. رئیس جمهور همچنین با بیان اینکه ایران مصمم به حفظ و ارتقای روابط با همه همسایگان از جمله کشورهای حاشیه جنوبی خلیج فارس بر اساس حسن همجواری و احترام متقابل است گفت امیدوارم این کشورها نیز با در نظر گرفتن تجارب اخیر برای تقویت صلح و امنیت منطقه بر مبنای همکاری جمعی و بدور از مداخله مخرب بازیگران فرامنطقه‌ای خصوصا آمریکا اقدام کنند. آقای شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان نیز در این گفتگو با اشاره به تلاش‌های کشورش برای برقراری صلح در منطقه رئیس جمهور کشورمان را در جریان رایزنی‌های اخیر خود با کشورهای منطقه در این خصوص قرار داد. یک عضو هیئت مذاکره کننده کشورمان گفت دورنمای روشنی برای مذاکرات نتیجه بخش ایران و آمریکا متصور نیست. به گزارش خبرنگار خبرگزاری صدا و سیما منابع ایرانی فعلا هر گونه برنامه برای شرکت در دور بعدی مذاکرات ایران و آمریکا را رد می‌کنند. بنابراین گزارش زیاده‌خواهی آمریکا، مطالبات غیر معقول و غیر واقع بینانه، تغییر مکرر مواضع، تناقض‌گویی‌های مستمر و ادامه به اصطلاح محاصره دریایی که نقض تفاهم آتش‌بس محسوب می‌شود به همراه لفاظی‌های تهدیدآمیز تاکنون مانع پیشرفت مذاکرات شده است و در این شرایط دورنمای روشنی برای مذاکرات نتیجه بخش تصور نمی‌شود. صهیونیست‌ها باز هم آتش‌بس را نقض کردند. گزارش‌ها حاکی از آن است که نظامیان صهیونیست با انجام 2 انفجار در شهرک شمع در منطقه سور واقع در جنوب لبنان آتش‌بس را نقض کردند. نظامیان رژیم اشغالگر صهیونیستی پیش از این نیز 2 انفجار در شهرک البیاضه در جنوب شهر سور انجام داده بودند. این انفجارها نقض آتش‌بس در لبنان محسوب می‌شود. آتش‌بس 10 روزه بین رژیم صهیونیستی و لبنان رسما از روز پنجشنبه گذشته آغاز شد، اما از آن زمان تا کنون این آتش‌بس به طور مکرر از سوی رژیم صهیونیستی نقض می‌شود. رئیس جمهور با تبریک میلاد حضرت معصومه سلام الله علیها بر روز دختر تاکید کرد خون دختران شهیدمان پایمال نخواهد شد. آقای پزشکیان در پیامی در فضای مجازی با بیان اینکه همه ما داغدار عزیزانمان خصوصا دختران مظلوم میناب هستیم که در روز اول جنگ تحمیلی رمضان توسط دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی به شهادت رسیدند نوشت ملت شریف ایران بدانند خون دختران شهیدمان پایمال نخواهد شد. معاون اول رئیس جمهور در نشست ستاد تنظیم بازار با اشاره به هزینه‌های تحمیل شده به کشور طی تجاوز وحشیانه دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی تصریح کرد با وجود فشارها ظرفیت ایران برای مقاومت و سازندگی همچنان بسیار بالاست. آقای عارف ضمن قدردانی از تیم مذاکره کننده کشور بر ضرورت حمایت همه بخش‌ها از آن تاکید کرد. آقای عارف با اشاره به رفتارهای متناقض طرف‌های مقابل در مذاکرات هم گفت ایران دستاوردهای خود به ویژه در حوزه تنگه هرمز را حفظ خواهد کرد و مدیریت و نظارت بر این تنگه باید در اختیار جمهوری اسلامی ایران باشد. اما تصویب بسته حمایتی از صنایع آسیب دیده در جنگ تحمیلی، تعیین تکلیف و پرداخت بدهی ارزی دولت به وارد کنندگان بخش خصوصی با محوریت وزارت اقتصاد و همچنین اعمال نظارت دقیق‌تر بر قیمت‌ها، خدمات و روند تولید و تامین کالا با محوریت سازمان تنظیرات حکومتی و سایر دستگاه‌های نظارتی از مهمترین مصوبات این نشست بود. حدود 50 شب از حضور بی‌نظیر مردم در محله‌ها، خیابان و میادین شهر می‌گذرد. حضوری مقتدر که دسیسه دشمنان را با شکست مواجه کرده است.
یک سوال از مردم در تجمعات شبان: به نظر شما پیروز جنگ تا الان کیست؟
معلومه ایران. حتما ایران هست. شک داری؟ قطعا ایران.
پیروز جنگ مردم ایرانه.
پیروز جنگ همیشه ایرانه. مشخصه پیروز کیه. هر شب 50 شب مردم تو خیابون هست.
پیروز میدان تا اینجا مملکت ما بود، میهن ما بود، ایران ما بود. هواپیماهاشون رو زدیم، پهپادهاشون رو یکی یکی زدیم، F-35 که میگفتن رادار گریزه اونم زدیم دیگه، هیچی از این بالا.
تهران باز مثل همیشه یه توییت میزنه که ما بردیم و هیچ کاری هم نمیتونه بکنه. دیگه باطلاقی واقعا گیر کرده. البته مردم میگفتن که حالا برای تثبیت این پیروزی 3 نکته خیلی مهمه: میدان نبرد، خیابان‌ها و اقتدار دیپلماسی.
تو میدونا حضور باشیم. تنها کاری که ما بعد انجام بدیم تو میدونا حاضر باشیم.
همه اینجاییم که فرمانده میدان دست به ماشه باشه.
نظامیان ما هیچ موقع دست از ماشه ور نمیدارن، ما هم دست از ماشه‌ای که در خیابان هست ور نمیداریم.
در میدون مذاکرات هم بدونن که این مذاکره کنندگان ما همواره حامی و پشتیبانی دارن مثل مردم.
از اون شروطشون کوتاه نیان.
ببینید تهران برای همین داره لحظه‌ای تغییر نظر میده، چون با واقعیت‌های میدون نمیخواد کنار بیاد.
دشمن با این توییتایی که داره میزنه میخواد این پیروزی ما رو برعکس به ملتمون بگه.
اخبار جعلی که اصلا کلا فیک نیوز، کلا کار اصلی رسانه اسرائیلی و ایالات متحده است.
میخواد یه جنگ روانی بین ما مردم ایجاد بکنه که چون ما مردم تو میدونیم خسته بشیم و از میدون جا خالی کنیم، ولی ما هستیم.
دقیقاً بر پای همین ساعت هست که با گذشت حدود 50 شب حضور گسترده مردم در خیابان‌ها و میادین همچنان پرشور ادامه دارد.
اینجا میدان صادقیه
و میدانی که هر شب میشود.
اینجا میدان هروی،
اینجا میدان شهدا،
اینجا میدان خراسان،
میدان نبوت
و اینجا میدان امامت تهران.
اینجا تهران پاس، میدان رازی تهران، اینجا میدان منیریه، اینجا محله جنت آباد،
اینجا فلکه دوم تهران پاس.
و شما شاهد بخشی از جمعیت میلیونی جانفدای ایرانی. و اینجا هم میدان انقلاب، جایی که هر شب جمعیت اون بیشتر و بیشتر می شود. صاحب زمان آماده باش، آماده باش، بهر نبردی بی امان آماده باش، آماده باش.
هر کاری بکنن ما کف خیابونیم، هیچ جوره تسلیمشون نمیشیم.
گوش به فرمان رهبری باشیم و سعی کنیم اتحادمون رو حفظ بکنیم و در میدان باشیم.
میدان، خیابان و تیم دیپلماسی ما همه یه خانواده. ان شاءالله همه اسلام پیروزه، ایران پیروزه. بهر نبردی بی امان آماده باش، آماده باش.
در پی مواضع قاطع رهبر معظم انقلاب درباره پرداخت غرامت از سوی متجاوزان، مسئولان هم پیگیر این مطالبه هستند.
حوالی صبح شنبه 9 اسفند 1404 اینجا میناب و این دبستانی که هدف مستقیم موشک‌های آمریکایی شده.
Oh my gosh, now they're like sharing Minab propaganda.
Show. I want to see what they say.
Okay.
موج انفجار سنگین، حجم خرابی‌ها به طور چشمگیری بالا و شمار کودکان شهید در این جنایت آشکار هم 168 نفر. تجاوزی که محدود به میناب و کودکان این مدرسه نبود. این تصاویری از بیمارستان امام علی در اندیمشک بعد از تجاوز آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی. این هم بخش اطفال بیمارستان که بر اثر موج انفجار تخریب و نابود شده. مرزهای این جنایت آمریکایی صهیونیستی از مدارس و بیمارستان‌ها فراتر رفت. مناطق مسکونی، ورزشگاه‌ها و اماکن تاریخی هم از اهداف اصلی موشک‌های آمریکایی در جنگ علیه ایران بودند. مصادیقی از اهداف غیر نظامی
روی تمام قوانین بین‌المللی گذاشت
که مطابق با ماده 48 از پروتکل الحاقی کنوانسیون ژنو نباید مورد هدف قرار بگیرند. در تجاوز آمریکا علیه ایران اما این قانون همواره نقض و نادیده گرفته شده.
این اقدام تجاوز محسوب میشه و بر اساس قوانین بین الملل حتی در جنگ نیز مساجد، کلیسا، کنیسه، معابد، مدارس، بیمارستان ها همه مسئول از تعرض و نباید در واقع مورد تجاوز قرار بگیرن.
هر طرفی که قانون را نقض کند بر اساس اصول پذیرفته شده بین المللی مسئول جبران خسارت و پرداخت غرامت شناخته می شود. مطابق با ماده 91 از پروتکل الحاقی کنوانسیون ژنو.
حتما ما تا آخر اینو دنبال میکنیم. اینا باید جواب این کارهایی که کردن، انتقامی که باید ازشو گرفته بشه، این باید بشه.
با استناد به همین قوانین و اصول ایران بر حق پیگیری حقوقی و مطالبه غرامت تاکید دارد.
باید پیگیر بشیم که در واقع درسی باشه برای متجاوزین که به این سادگی نتونن بیان جنایت کنن و بعد برن. گرفتن خسارت و پرداخت غرامت از اینها در واقع بازدارنده است.
در بحث کارشناسی و مستندسازی هم پیگیری‌های حقوقی میبایست ما حداکثر توانمون رو به کار بگیریم.
مستندسازی جنایات آمریکا و پرداخت غرامت از مطالبات جدی مردم هم به شمار می رود.
انتقام شهدامون و رهبرمون رو 100% ازشون میگیریم.
تا انتقام خون تمام شهرداران رهبرمون رو نگیریم ولکن قضیه نیستیم.
رهبر معظم انقلاب نیز در این باره چندین بار به صراحت تاکید کردند از دشمن غرامت میگیریم. در صورت امتناع اموالش را ضبط یا نابود خواهیم کرد. در پی همین مواضع قاطع، معاون اول رئیس جمهور از پیگیری غرامت بر سر حق مردم نوشت. رئیس کمیسیون حقوقی مجلس بر لزوم مطالبه غرامت از آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی تاکید کرد و خواستار بررسی فوری لایحه مقابله با جنایات بین‌المللی در صحن علنی مجلس شد. رئیس دستگاه قضا نیز اعلام کرد اقدامات اولیه برای استیفای حقوق مردم ایران آغاز شده.
اینا باید غرامت جنگی بپردازند. اینا نباید رها بشن. گریبانشون به شدت باید گرفته بشه، باید تعقیب بشن، باید مجازات بشن. دادستان محترم کل کشور، معاون محترم امور بین‌الملل و دبیر حقوق بشر و همچنین رئیس مرکز وکلا و کارشناسان نهایت تلاش رو داشته باشه.
فرزانه ظرفام، خبرگزاری صدا و سیما.
همچنان از قاب شبکه خبر همراه شما هستیم.
That was AJ, wasn't that?
That was AJ, yes.
Hike to status, murderer. Okay, whatever. Oh my gosh.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know. Do you want me to play it? More like burqa propaganda. So you know what's insane? You know what's insane, Armin? So this is like live news, live breaking news on Durka TV right now. What they failed to mention is this. Let me bring up President Trump's Truth Social.
Oh yeah, the Tuska post?
Yeah.
By President Trump, yes.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, we were discussing it in the discussion group.
Okay. Did you see that CENTCOM posted the video?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, so you saw the video as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, if that's the case, then all right, let's go to translate.
Yeah. By the way, Goldie, these are like really good data that you're collecting here. like this is like it was such a good idea for you to like add this to Iran Revolution Live, because it's like you're spying on the enemy.
Yeah.
And I just think that the level of information that we have access to and we're basically analyzing is on a completely different level because of this thing that you're doing at the end of our streams. I watch like the more Durka, like mullah, like the crazy Durka side. I don't watch Sada Sima that much, so I'm actually seeing the people who are supporting the negotiations from the Islamic Republic. That's what the extra information that you're giving us, because I usually follow the people from the Islamic Republic who are against the negotiations, who are against compromise, who are against the ceasefire. But Sada Sima, which is like the state TV, the ones that you're showing is the other side of the Islamic Republic. And it's really interesting to see how they're trying to sell the ceasefire and the negotiations and defending it. It's really interesting.
Well, I also thank you so much. I also watch because I want to see like which posts from which Americans they're using. Like, remember the other day, they were quoting Chuck Schumer and like Nancy Pelosi and like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember?
Yes.
So like we've caught them quoting like Tucker Carlson and like all these people, and now it's like Chuck Schumer, right?
Right.
So
Right.
it's definitely a good way to see how like American propaganda or like American anti-Trump people are being used by the Islamic regime as anti-America propaganda. Like, it's crazy.
Right. It's exactly. And it's also Goldie, I think it has the opposite effect. Do you know why I think so? They're saying their goal by showing that those propaganda from Americans, when they're showing it on TV, their goal is to be like, look, even the Americans are against President Trump's military operation. But you know what the actual effect is? The effect is like, look how Americans get to be against their government. And they're even showing it on TV. Why don't we have any criticism on TV of our regime? Like, how is it that in America, there's so many people on TV criticizing the regime, but we don't get any of that? Everything on TV that we're saying is 100% supporting the regime. We don't get like 5 minutes of criticism. And the United States is just back-to-back criticism. Why don't we have that? So instead of making Iranian people anti-American, what the Iranian people get impressed by is how free the media is for them to be able to just constantly attack the president all the time. And it's broadcasted on their TV everywhere. That's actually it impresses many Iranians.
Yeah. Armin, it's also really interesting how so that was like the live news. And it's also for me very interesting to see what issues are they focusing on.
Right.
You would assume that the fact that the United States has, captured one of the Islamic regime's cargo ships, you would think that in like a normal country, in a normal situation, this would be breaking news, right? This would be breaking news on Islamic regime state TV, but it's not there, right? Like, it's just completely being ignored. And they're not even speaking about it at all on Islamic regime state TV. And instead, they're just showing propaganda videos about how, like, we're winning and the United States has been defeated, right?
So I know what their strategy is. They will talk about this, but always with delay. The reason why they're always talking about these things in delay is because they have to be told from the higher ups what the correct narrative regarding this is.
Yeah.
So they can't immediately cover it because they don't know what the angle is. So they wait until the angle is told to them, and then they will know how they're supposed to cover it. That's why they always report these things with delay.
That's a very, very good point. And, again, so guys, this just goes to show, here is another example of how Islamic regime state TV and all their media outlets, it's all 100% propaganda, right? This is why you can never rely on Islamic regime state TV. And this is why, to this day, it's still incredibly, whenever you have like Western media or, you know, Western journalists, they're quoting Islamic regime state TV as if it's a reliable source. And it's not. It's 100% pure propaganda.
I have a question regarding this video. By the way, I think we should play it again for people who might be new here. But I want to know what makes a commercial ship just ignore a warship and just be like, come at me, bro, shoot at me. Like, this is usually commercial ships are very risk averse and they comply. So I don't know what these people are thinking. But I'm glad. I'm glad that they didn't comply, because we needed an example to show that the Americans are actually serious, that there is no bluffing going on here. So thank you to whoever is in managing that ship, that you gave us an example to show to all the other commercial ships that nobody's bluffing here. So thank you.
Yeah, Armin, I think what happened here is the IRGC probably said to the cargo ship that, you know, like, go through, like, they're not going to attack you. They're just playing chicken. You have the right of entry, blah, blah, blah. And then probably, you know, like, we'll protect you if they hit, right? So they probably
protect them with what? They only have speedboats now. They don't have any ships. Protect them with what?
But okay. I'm assuming that's what happened here, right? I'm assuming that's what happened. The IRGC probably convinced this ship that, you know, nothing's going to happen. And then, I mean, the other thing is, like, this is an IRGC ship, right? Like, it was going to ban.
But it's a commercial, but it's not a war. Like, it's a commercial ship. Like, it doesn't have any weapons.
I know, but I'm saying, like, the IRGC probably said to them, "You're fine. The Americans are just bluffing. Like, they're not going to do anything." That's probably what happened here.
Right.
Motor Vessel Tosca. Motor Vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
There we go.
You know, they're so nice. Like, they're saying, like, they're gonna hit the engine room, so they're like telling them, like, we're gonna shoot you in the engine room, so leave the engine room. Right? Is that why they're telling them to vacate the engine room, because they're gonna hit the engine room? Is that what's happening?
I guess.
Oh my god, they're just the best, aren't they? The best. So, like, given that we're gonna hit you, we might as well tell you to which part we're gonna hit. So vacate the engine room. That's where we're gonna hit. Aren't they the sweetest? Like this, like when I say the Americans and the Israelis are the most moral armies in the world, they first tell you that comply or else we're gonna hit you. But now that they have confirmed they're gonna hit you, they give you another warning on where we're gonna hit you. So don't die. Right.
So apparently, Armin, this is the initial response. So Iran International English is saying Iran's military command accuses the United States of violating the ceasefire and committing maritime piracy after firing at an Iranian commercial vessel in the Sea of Oman. President Trump already said that the IRGC violated the ceasefire this morning when they shot at ships. Did they not remember that they shot at ships yesterday? That poor Indian guy on that Indian ship?
Yeah, after getting clearance. After. Yeah. Oh, Goldie, you're so right. We should put these back to back. One group like, you're clear. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shoot at you without warning. Like, but you gave me clearance. And the other one, the Americans are like, not only they warn you, they tell you exactly where they're gonna hit you to avoid being in that area. Oh my god, that poor Indian guy. But you gave me clearance. Why are you shooting at me?
Guys, like, look, this is the insanity of the Islamic regime. And guys, like, the woke left and the Democrats and all the anti, America and TDS people, they're going to run with this narrative. They're going to say, oh, United States has violated the ceasefire. No, that was the Islamic regime when they violated the ceasefire yesterday. They're literally like they're professional gaslighters. That's what the Islamic regime is. So there you go. That's probably going to be the official narrative.
Well, I want to bring the Indian guy.
Oh, the poor guy, yeah.
Yeah, because I think like, oh, okay, yeah, I think I found it. Just a little bit lower. Come on. Oh yeah, found it. And like, Sepah Navy, you gave me clearance. I was the second on your list. I was on your list. Check your list. Guys, Sepah is IRGC. Okay, so when you hear Sepah Navy, that means IRGC Navy. Here, I feel so. Oh, poor guy. So this is the ship, the Sanmar Herald. It's an Indian ship. Wait, here. So he was going this way. He was trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Then he went back, and then he got clearance. And then like, oh, we could go. And then they started shooting at him, and then he went away. He ran away. You're like, but you gave me clearance. Watch this.
Sepah Navy. This is Motor Sanmar Herald. You gave me clearance to go. My name second on your list. You gave me clearance to go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back.
I'm gonna go. Let me turn back. Don't shoot at me. I'm moving. Check your list. You gave me clearance. I'm on your list. Why are you shooting? Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, stop shooting. I'm gonna go back. Let me go. Okay. Poor guy. Oh, I feel bad.
Yeah, no, obviously I feel bad. Well, because it's dangerous. It's like the guy's terrified for his life right now, right?
Yeah, like this was not part of the job description. Like I didn't sign up for this. I'm just transferring oil. I don't get paid enough for this.
And you know, President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning. You know, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. So the ceasefire was already violated by the Islamic regime yesterday. So how the heck is the Islamic regime now saying that the U.S. has violated the ceasefire and committed maritime piracy when they're the ones who were doing it yesterday? It's insane. But guys, this is a professional gaslighting that we have to deal with the Islamic regime. And just wait for all the garbage articles to come out by like the woke left and the, you know, whatever people. So
and then for them to be displayed on Islamic Republic State TV.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then for Goldie to find them and show it to you guys. Yeah, this is the show.
I'm the Durka hunter. Armin's the Durka whisperer. By the way,
Goldie,
Armin,
yeah.
I was gonna say, did you come up with a poll to figure out my four names?
Yes, I have some great names for you. Are you ready?
Well, yeah. Why don't you make a poll? Okay. Well, what names do you have?
Okay, I don't know if you're gonna like. You're not gonna, because you're so allergic to Durka stuff. I think you might hate them.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna hate it regardless.
Where is it? Oh, here. Sorry, I forgot where I put them. I think I found them. Okay. I want to see your reaction to the names I have.
Oh my god.
All right, guys, here are the names I have for Goldie, and I think the last one is the best one. Okay, so number one is Faize, which means the winner, the successful one. And then we have Sakine. Sakine. Okay, which means tranquility, peace, and divine presence. Then we have Rokaye.
Rokaye. Whoa, Rokaye. Oh my gosh.
Rokaye. Okay, which means ascent. And then my personal favorite is Kulsum.
What is Kulsum? Oh my god!
Kulsum.
What is that?
Kulsum is a daughter, one of the daughters of Muhammad, right?
Look.
And Which means the mother of the one with the chubby face. Mother of the one with the chubby face.
Oh my gosh. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay, Armin.
Right.
I guess you should make a poll.
Okay.
Make a poll.
Yeah,
I know. I've never heard of that one before either. Like that one's just savage. That's savage. Savage.
All right. Let me see. How do I? Okay, new poll. All right. What should Goldie's Durka name be?
Armin's making the poll right now. He's gonna put it up soon. Guys, you can't vote yet. Wait until the poll shows up on the screen, and then you put in the number. He's making the poll. It's gonna show up on the screen, and then while that's happening, we'll play a song.
Okay,
My gosh.
I'm gonna vote for number 4. Kulsum.
Jeez. I'm voting for number 2. I'm going with Sakine.
Sakine. Okay. All right, here's the poll.
Wait, let's change the position.
Okay.
Jeez. There you go. Oh my gosh.
All right. So Faize number 1, Sakine number 2, Ruqayya number 3, and Kulsum number 4.
All right, okay, let's go to a quick song while we have the vote.
Okay.
Talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry.
Vote for. Hey, you're changing. Goldie, you can't change the results. That's not fair. 4.
Dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low down below. The fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day.
You're cheating. Okay, guys, vote two.
Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan, Obama, pressure deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History.
Armin, it's fine. Whatever the chat goes with, I'm just teasing. Oh my gosh. We'll let the chat decide.
He writes down the choice and the name. stand with strength. Don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need. Take a stand, don't trade their future for a sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear that call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away, while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan. No deals with the devil.
No! No!
That dude. Oh no! Oh no! I thought it flipped.
Oh no, it flipped at the last second.
Oh no!
Oh no, my Durka jihadi name is ul Kulthum. Chat, you guys did me so dirty. That was so close. Oh my gosh, that was so close.
Oh, Goldie, it's actually 47-47.
Oh my gosh.
So, but by the end of, are we still allowing it to continue?
No, I thought it was at the end of the song.
At the end of the song? Okay.
My gosh. Okay, you know what? You know what we'll do? You know what we'll have to do? We'll have to do like a runner up. Like we'll have to do a tiebreaker. So we can do another poll at our next commercial break, and it'll be between Sakina and ul Kulthum. Also, you can't, like, this won't show up. You have to put just one number. So you just have to put 2 one time. Also, someone voted for 5. I don't know who voted for 5, but that was really funny. That was really funny. Someone voted 5. I'm like, what's 5? So, oh my gosh.
By the way, guys, Goldie prefers Sakina, okay? So
Yeah, but Armin prefers ul Kulthum. Listen, whatever I prefer.
No. I want Goldie to be comfortable with her Durka name.
No, I'm totally, listen, no. I'm comfortable with all the names. I'm just teasing you. I think ul Kulthum is super funny. Oh yeah, no. I'm good with anything. Whatever the chat decides. Wait, someone also voted 7? Yeah. I saw someone vote 5, and that was really funny. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh no, people are now putting 6-7 in the chat. Oh,
jeez.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna have to do a tiebreaker further, maybe later in the show between Sakina and ul Kulthum.
Ul Kulthum.
Kulthum. Ul Kulthum. So there you go. All right, Armin, are we ready to translate?
Yes, translate. Let's translate.
Okay. Now, Armin, the only thing is that 2C is scheduled to go live in about like 5-6 minutes, but I just want to know how much time you have, because if your time is limited, then I'd rather go to the Durka translation and then I can play 2C after, or we could take like a half-hour break and then come back at 6:45, but it's up to you.
I have 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, so then I think I'd rather have Armin translate what we saw on Durka TV, and then I'll play 2C when
you could have the poll on for the tiebreaker while you have 2C on.
Yeah, I could do that. Absolutely. But yeah, so I mean, guys, if you guys want to go watch 2C TV, you're more than welcome to. Obviously, like we support 2C 100%, but Armin's time is limited, and I do want to get to some of the Durka translation here. Oh, number 5 was a typo. Oh, you outed yourself. All right. Okay. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's do this.
Conditions.
Ooh.
So this is where it still wasn't working. So you have to go
I'll
forward. Yeah, but we know that they were, but go back. They were showing something from Axios though. So let's just see what it was from Axios.
Somebody torched
BB.
No, BB torched U.S. support for Israel for a generation.
Okay.
They're saying that because of what Netanyahu did, the United States support for Israel has been destroyed for an entire generation. Axios is saying.
Okay.
And okay, maybe they lost some. By the way, they still have U.S. support. Okay, the demographics are low, but one thing they did gain is Iranian support. Okay, so they lost not all U.S. support; they lost some U.S. support because wokeism is spreading in the United States. But they gain an entire country, the entirety, a huge, close to the entirety of the nation of Iran. So lose parts of United States, gain the majority of Iranians. I would say that is, I mean, given that we're local, we're neighbors, we're in the area, we're in the neighborhood, that's a huge win. That's a huge win to win the Iranians. Yeah. Anyways.
Already called reopening the straits.
We need to go forward here. So was it here?
بودن اسرائیل و رژیم صهیونیستی میگه این ویدیو رو با هم ببینیم.
Okay.
It was here, from here.
Oh, okay.
کشورهای خلیج فارس آسیب زده و چه مقدار از پول اونها رو در واقع
Let's go back a little bit, see what they're talking about.
50 روز جنگ با ایران در واقع 50 میلیارد دلار نفت رو در واقع باعث شده که از دست بره. خیلی نکته جالبی رو داره خبرگزاری رو.
Okay, so they're talking about Reuters, and obviously you can see the title there. They're talking about this Reuters article saying that how 50 days of the Iran war led to loss of $50 billion worth of oil. So the reason why they're highlighting this is they're trying to show that this is their this is the way for them to show that the world is hurting because President Trump decided to do a war against the Islamic Republic. So this is their way of saying FAFO, right? This is their FAFO. You're like, look what you did. Like you started this war and now $50 billion worth of oil has been lost, according to Reuters.
اشاره میکنه این رو در کنار در واقع اون خبر روز گذشته بذاریم که چقدر به خزانه های کشورهای خلیج فارس آسیب زده و چه
And also look at this. They're proud of how much this has hurt the budget, the reserves of the countries, the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf.
مقدار از پول اونها رو در واقع از بین برده و در واقع به این نکته.
So he's saying basically financially it has had a massive damage on the countries, the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf as well. They're happy to see that everyone is hurting because of this war.
اشاره می‌کنه این 50 میلیارد دلاری که از بین رفته فقط هم موضوع مربوط به مدیریت سنگه هرمز نیست بلکه آسیبی که در این 50 روز مجموعه تأسیسات مرتبط با انرژی در منطقه غرب آسیا دیدن رو هم شامل میشه که در واقع سبب شده که
So you're saying this $50 billion is not just because of the Strait of Hormuz, it's also because of all of the damage of the oil infrastructure in the Middle East that this war has caused. You know what she's not going to remind you of, guys? She's not going to remind you that it was them who destroyed the infrastructure of many Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. They're like, guys, look what this war has caused. It has caused a lot of destruction to the oil infrastructure in the region. Well, who did it, lady? Who sent drones and missiles to the oil infrastructure of the countries around the region? It was you. You did it. They're like, oh no, look what you did. You should be saying, look what we did. You know what this sounds like? this sounds like the abusive boyfriend. You know, when he's hitting you and he's like, "Look what you're making me do." Like, like I don't want to do this to you. Look what you make me doing. Look what you're forcing me to hit you. Like the abusive boyfriend. That's what they sound like. They're like, "Oh, you started this war, and there's a lot of destruction in the region." And they forget to tell you, like, you did the destruction. You started attacking all the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. And like, oh, well, our hands were forced. Okay.
این رقم بسیار بالا از دست بره.
روزنامه انگلیسی گاردین هم به موضوع در واقع منفور بودن رژیم صهیونیستی و
Oh, it's saying the Guardian, now the Guardian is talking about how hated Israel is. But they don't say Israel. They say regime menhus Sahyunisti, which is the cursed Zionist regime. So they don't like to use the word Israel. They don't want to recognize Israel by uttering its name.
رقم بسیار بالا از دست بره.
روزنامه انگلیسی گاردین هم به موضوع در واقع منفور بودن رژیم صهیونیستی و ابراز نفرت رأی دهندگان آمریکایی نسبت به اسرائیل به خصوص بعد
So you're saying American voters are demonstrating hatred towards Israel.
از جنگ با ایران میگه. خیلی جالبه که گاردین داره اسرائیل به خصوص بعد از جنگ با ایران میگه. خیلی
especially after war with Iran, he says.
جالبه که گاردین
So let's look at the Guardian article they have on screen. It's saying slump in voter support for Israel shakes U.S. court consensus over military aid. It's interesting because the title doesn't talk about hatred. He said, the Guardian said that Americans now hate Israel, but the Guardian title doesn't have anything.
داره به این موضوع اشاره میکنه.
چند روز قبل ما شاهد این بودیم که در کنگره آمریکا، در سنای آمریکا رأیگیری انجام شد درباره اینکه متوقف بشه کمک‌های نظامی و
So she's saying that a couple of days ago we saw that in the US Congress there was a vote to stop the aid to Israel.
رأیگیری انجام شد درباره اینکه مشاهده این بودیم که در کنگره آمریکا، در سنای آمریکا رأیگیری
First she said Congress and then she said the Senate. I don't know which one then, lady. Was it in the Congress or was it in the Senate? She says both.
انجام شد درباره اینکه متوقف بشه کمک‌های نظامی و تسلیحاتی آمریکا به رژیم صهیونیستی و در اون رأیگیری در واقع 40 نفر از نمایندگان کنگره رأی مثبت دادن اما تعدادی رد کردن و اون 7
So she's saying in that vote 40 people in Congress voted to stop aid to Israel.
نفر از نمایندگان کنگره رأی مثبت دادن اما تعدادی رد کردن و اون 7 دموکراتی که رأی منفی دادن هنوز هم داره علیهشون به شدت انتقاد میشه که
And she's saying that the 7 Democrats who voted against stopping the aid to Israel, many people are up till now, they're criticizing them and attacking them. So she's saying, like, if you're a Democrat and you vote to continue giving aid to Israel in the United States, like people who vote Democrat, they hate that, and the Democrats who voted in that way are being attacked right now in the United States.
شما در جنایت‌هایی که رژیم
So it's interesting because this is the Red Green Alliance. You can see it here, right? So they're basically indirectly celebrating the Americans who vote Democrat. She's suggesting that the Americans who vote Democrat have the correct viewpoint of wanting to stop aid to Israel. So she's saying, like, and look, and even the Democratic politicians who don't get in line, they get attacked by American voters, Democratic American voters, for why are you doing this? So this is basically a kind of celebration of American leftists.
دادن هنوز هم داره علیهشون به شدت انتقاد میشه که شما در جنایت‌هایی که رژیم داره انجام میده دخیل هستید و بسیار
Oh, they're saying these American voters, they are attacking these politicians, these Democratic politicians, by saying that you are basically you're involved, you're complicit, is that the right word, in the war crimes of Israel, by saying, like, so the Democratic voters in America are criticizing their politicians by saying that by voting to continue the aid to Israel, you're also responsible for the crimes of Israel.
عمل هست افرادی که رأی منفی دادن نسبت به این قطعنامه کارشون برای دور بعدی انتخابات آبان.
So guys, you can see the relationship goes both ways. It's not just that the American leftists are supporting the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic is also supporting the American leftists. Isn't that interesting?
ما هست بسیار سخت خواهد شد.
اما اکونومیست هم در یک که در
So now they're going to the Economist.
در واقع ایران در حوزه تبلیغاتی و رسانه‌ای دست برتر رو داره.
Oh, saying, oh, look, guys, the Legos. I told you the Legos. I was saying, guys, the Lego AI videos are everywhere. Remember, guys, I shared with you guys, and you guys like, Armin, why is this Lego? I told you guys, like, guys, I don't know. They're all coming in Lego format right now. And like, Armin, why are you sharing AI Lego videos with us? What kind of a Durka is this? Is this a new kind of Durka? I'm like, yes, this is a new kind of Durka. And it's everywhere. It's going everywhere. So now even the Economist is talking, like showing you Lego AI videos. That's how serious these Legos are. These Durka Lego videos are.
Isn't it crazy though, Armin? Like the Islamic regime has lost. They've lost the physical war, but on Islamic regime state TV, they're showing Lego videos as if this is like newsworthy and, you know, in the AI propaganda war. Like, how does this make the Islamic regime look good in any way, shape, or form, that the only thing they have going for them is AI Lego videos? Like, this is the level of insanity that we're dealing with. It's wild.
But Goldie, it's not just them, it's the Economist as well. That's an Economist article right there, one of the most prestigious publications in the United States. And look at the title. They're showing the Lego video on the Economist, and the Economist is saying in the AI propaganda war, Iran is winning.
Is that President Trump on fire?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And the Economist is showing that.
Do you see, guys? Do you see how like these garbage articles by these like garbage media outlets are being used by the Islamic regime?
Can I do the 4-minute Lego video, the one that has gotten the most views, just for
Which
4
one is
minutes?
it? Which one is it?
It's this one.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So for people to know what we're talking about, okay. Wait, why is it not playing?
Look.
Goldie, did you ever thought you would see a Lego Rostam with Hussein's hat holding the Islamic Republic flag with his foot upon the Dajjal's head?
No.
Okay.
And this image right here is why the Islamic regime needs to be eradicated off the face of the planet for culturally appropriating Rostam like this. Like that in and of itself is just like a huge insult to Iranian identity and culture. So yeah, this is why no mercy. We are going to eradicate them. Yeah. It's vile.
And the Economist is celebrating it. Yeah, look at this. Yay!
Yeah,
AI
let me fix this. Wait, first of all, guys, look at Armin's face here. Wait, look at Armin's face. Look at my face. We're just like, what?
What? No, actually, it gets worse. Like at first we don't realize what we were seeing, and then all of a sudden they start saying Lego. Look at this here.
ایران در حوزه تبلیغاتی و رسانه‌ای دست برتر رو داره. روزهای قبل هم راجع به این موضوع صحبت کردیم.
بله، این یادداشت اکونومیست مشخصا در واقع تصویر این ویدیوهای لگویی حمایت از ایران رو منتشر کرده، اما مکرر ما دیده بودیم که گاردین یا رسانه‌های دیگه درباره فعالیت سفارتخانه هامون یا مقاماتمون در فضای مجازی هم صحبت کرده بودن و میگه که به نظر میرسه که ایران نه فقط در میدان و به صورت نظامی بلکه در افکار عمومی هم جنگ رو برده.
She says Lego. When she said Lego videos, I started paying attention to the screen. I was like, what? They're actually talking about the Lego AI videos.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to translate what she said about the Lego AI videos?
Yeah, okay. Guys, by the way, there's so many of them. The one that I showed you is just one here.
هم در یک
So he's saying, and also the Economist publication also.
مطلبی به این موضوع اشاره کرده.
They also address this issue that
که در واقع ایران در حوزه تبلیغاتی و رسانه‌ای دست برتر رو داره.
That Iran, meaning the Islamic Republic, has the upper hand when it comes to advertising and media. Like they're winning the media war, according to the Economist.
روزهای قبل هم راجع به این موضوع صحبت کردیم.
So you can see the title on the Economist saying, in the AI propaganda war, Iran is winning. So look at this. The subtitle says, a joyless theocracy produces wittier videos than Trump administration. Guys, they look at this. They didn't pay attention to the subtitle. Goldie, we should execute the guys. Look at this. They weren't paying attention. They should have read this. They should have censored the subtitle. Goldie, we should go like this to them because it says a joyless theocracy. You see, they didn't. So they
someone go tell Mushtaba.
Yeah, report these people.
Report. They're traitors, guys. They're traitors.
Yeah. So the subtitle says a joyless theocracy produces wittier videos than the Trump administration.
Oh, they forgot to. Yeah, you're right. They forgot to censor that.
Yeah. Oh no.
Wait, you know what? We should do that, Armin, with our hijab.
Oh yeah.
Wait, let me go put it on. I'll be right back. Where's my Masai?
Oh my God. Well, it's actually interesting that they say that because the Trump administration doesn't need AI video. They have real videos.
All right, Armin, do you want to explain what's going on here?
این کثافت‌های احمق ما تو حوزه رسانه فارسی بگم انگلیسی.
No, don't swear.
Well, I didn't swear. Like saying disgusting is not a swear word.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah. This is why we lose. This is why we lose. Our amazing selfless soldiers are fighting in the battlefield, but we keep losing the media battles because you wouldn't do even just a little bit of research. It's always with the media. It's always our politicians. It's always the media personalities that keep screwing us. Our soldiers are fighting in the battlefield. Abzar mentioned that you're the tools of the enemy. Look what you're doing. You should just pay this much attention. Is it that hard? Is it that hard to pay this much attention? People are dying in the battlefield to save our country. We finally had some wins in the media with these Lego videos. And no go, look what you're doing. You're exposing. You guys are spies. These are traitors. Look at them up. Look at their background. See who their mother is. Their mother is a Jew. Check who their mother is. Their mothers are Jews. They're Jews. Get a blood test. They're Jews. Get rid of them.
The fact, Armin, that they didn't censor the part where it says a joyless theocracy, what does that mean?
All right, yeah.
There you go.
By the way, I'm not kidding. So this is what people sometimes do. They're like, these people are so harmful to us. And they say, go check who their mother is. Go check their family. Do a DNA test. They must be Jews. Like, I kid you not. That's what some people, when people criticize each other, they say that sometimes. They're like, go check their bloodline. See if there's any Jews in there. ابزار دشمن شدین خاک سرتون.
یادداشت اکونومیست مشخصا در واقع تصویر این ویدیوهای لگویی حمایت از ایران رو منتشر کرده، اما مکرر.
So she's saying that The Economist is posting these AI Lego videos.
اصلا در واقع تصویر این ویدیوهای لگویی حمایت از ایران.
See, she says Legoی. Legoی means Lego. Legoی.
این یادداشت اکونومیست مشخصا در واقع تصویر این ویدیوهای لگویی حمایت از ایران رو منتشر کرده، اما مکرر ما دیده بودیم که گاردین یا رسانه‌های دیگه درباره فعالیت
But she's saying, but we have already seen in Guardian and other publications, they also been talking about this.
سفارتخانه هامون یا مقاماتمون در فضای مجازی هم صحبت کرده بودن.
About how strong we are with our like media stuff.
و میگه که به نظر میرسه که ایران نه فقط در میدان و به صورت نظامی بلکه در افکار عمومی هم جنگ رو برده.
So she's lying, by the way, because that article does not say that. She's saying that what they're saying is that Iran has not only won in the battlefield, but they have also won in the battle of hearts and minds. So Iran, they're saying that these articles, these publications, like Economist, Guardians, they're admitting that Iran is winning the war in the battlefield, but also in the hearts and minds of people. In both fronts, they're winning.
اما فارن پالیسی هم یک مطلبی رو منتشر کرده، اشاره کرده به این.
So now they're looking at the foreign policy article to see
جنگ ایران در واقع به پادشاهی مواد شیمیایی پایان داده. اشاره های خیلی جالبی.
So let's see what foreign policy is publishing. Foreign policy has an article saying the Iran war comes for the king of chemicals. So what is this article about?
و تعبیر جالبی از سوی فارن پالیسی مطرح شد.
در واقع این به یادداشت فارن پالیسی اشاره به اختلال جدی هست که در چرخه تامین و
But let me see if he translate that.
پادشاهی مواد شیمیایی کرده به اینکه جنگ ایران در واقع به پادشاهی مواد شیمیایی پایان داده. اشاره های
So he's mistranslating it. The translation that he gave is that the Iran war has ended the king of chemicals. So he's not even translating what he's putting on the screen.
و تعبیر جالبی از سوی فارن پالیسی مطرح.
So he's saying this is very interesting from foreign policy.
در واقع این به یادداشت فارن پالیسی اشاره به اختلال جدی هست که در چرخه تامین و توزیع همه کالاها شامل در واقع کالاهای پتروشیمی، کالاهای.
So he's saying this foreign policy article shows that there's disruption in the chain in the supply chain for all chemical materials like petrochemical products and everything like that.
شیمیایی اتفاق افتاده اشاره میکنه.
By the way, guys, I wouldn't trust these people to accurately represent what's actually in those articles, because they don't even accurately translate even the titles. So given that they suck at even translating the titles, I would not actually use them as a source for what's actually in the article as well.
و میگه که این بحران تا مدت‌ها ادامه خواهد داشت.
بسیار خوب، خیلی ممنونم خانم.
So she's saying the article is saying that this disruption is going to continue for a long time.
کارشناس و پژوهشگر حوزه بین‌الملل.
Oh, so oh my God. So I thought she's just a TV host. She's the expert. I thought she's one of the hosts. The man is the host. She is the foreign policy expert.
اتفاق افتاده اشاره میکنه و میگه که این بحران تا مدت.
So he's interviewing her for her expert opinion.
تا ادامه خواهد داشت.
بسیار خوب، خیلی ممنونم.
Yeah, Texas is saying shut up. Yeah, no, that's okay.
خانم دکتر آبدینی کارشناس.
Like, thank you very much, Dr. Lady خانم دکتر. خانم دکتر means Lady Dr. Abedi.
و پژوهشگر حوزه.
So guys, if you're a male, if you're if you have a doctorate and you're a man, they just call you like Dr. Abedi. But if you're a female with a doctorate degree, they call you Lady Doctor. Lady Doctor.
بسیار خوب، خیلی ممنونم خانم دکتر.
Thank you.
دکتر آبدینی کارشناس.
Lady Doctor.
و پژوهشگر حوزه.
Lady Doctor and researcher.
بین‌الملل.
I mean, sometimes they say Sir Doctor. آقا دکتر.
این ترتیب به پایان این قسمت از برنامه روایت اقتدار رسیدیم.
Yeah, guys, like, see, guys, everybody here, you have the Durka bias, okay? You should all check your biases, because when you see this frame, we're all sexist and Durka. I don't know what we are, but when you see this frame, you think that she is the host, and he is the expert invited to be to come to give his opinions, right? But it's actually the other way around. He's the host and she's the doctor, expert doctor, foreign policy expert. See, guys, the Islamic Republic is so progressive. The man is the host and the woman is the doctor, expert. So progressive.
اتفاق افتاده اشاره میکنه و میگه که این بحران تا مدت‌ها ادامه خواهد داشت.
بسیار خوب، خیلی ممنونم خانم دکتر آبدینی، کارشناس و پژوهشگر.
So I'm kidding, saying Armin is trying to blame us for what he thought. Yeah, exactly. And there's what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? I'm trying to blame you, and there's nothing you could do. Okay. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold up. Got a super chat saying thanks for your time and all you do for us translating. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. It was good.
پژوهشگر حوزه بین‌الملل. بدین ترتیب به پایان این قسمت از برنامه روایت اقتدار رسیدیم. ضمن خداحافظی دعوت میکنم همچنان بیننده شبکه خبر.
Right. So let's look at some of this propaganda. There's just going through. So this is the transition. So this is the transition video they have for different programs. And you can see, oh no, it's just a video they have for the ending of this section, right? So they're showing different people from the regime in the streets. You might think this is not an important detail, but I got a lot of information out of this, right? So what they're doing is, obviously, this part is obvious, is they're just showing different regime officials being present among the people during the war in the streets as a way to show how brave they are, right? Because it's dangerous for the regime officials to be outside. The interesting thing is that the important people are not outside, right? So, for example, Vahidi, which is actually the real guy in charge, this guy, like one of the main guys in charge, he's hiding in a bunker, right? This Vahidi guy. But Pezeshkian, they sent him out there because they don't care if he dies, right? But they're like, look at our regime officials. They're so brave. They're among the people, right? So they're showing, let's see who they show. They show Pezeshkian. They're showing Arakchi. They're showing Ejei. That's Ejei. They're showing, oh my God. They're showing تسلیت داغمون تازه است اذیتمون نکن. They're showing Larijani.
Larijani?
Yeah, they're showing Larijani. Yeah. So but guys, the fact that they show Pezeshkian to me shows that the Sedo Sima is advertising for Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf and Arakchi. That means that Sedo Sima, meaning the state TV, is trying to promote the negotiations as a good idea, as a way to humiliate the Americans and Israelis. So we have, if you look, let's go to our bingo card. We can see where everybody. So we have the state media, which is Sedo Sima, okay, by showing Pezeshkian and supporting Ghalibaf and showing Arakchi. That means they're endorsing the negotiations as a good idea, right? So we have the media that I consume from the regime supporters. It's usually from the more anti-negotiation, anti-ceasefire people, right? That's where I get it. Like that's where I am in those environments to see what they have to say. Oh, look at this, guys. Casey's saying great discussion group today, Armin. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
هر کجا هستن باشه آسمان مال منست پنجره
So saying wherever they are, they could be, but the sky belongs to me.
باشه آسمان مال منست پنجره فکر هوا عشق زمین مال من است.
Like love, the windows, the ground is mine. Okay, so I'm not going to translate this like they're trying to be poetic, But with this video is trying to suggest that if the enemies they come and if they're in our skies, if they blow up our basically buildings, these are still mine, and we will take care of it. That's what they're saying. They're basically suggesting
10-minute break. I'll be right back because I haven't taken a break at all today.
Yeah, there. Go ahead. No worries.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah. Yep. So the audio quality is not very good here, but they just basically are trying to show resilience and strength in the in the face of all of this destruction from war. The audio is very bad. هر جا هستم باشم آسمان مال من است. Like wherever I am, I will be there, but the sky belongs to me.
از کاشان تا تهران فقط یک مسیر نبود. راهی بود که با شجاعت فریاد می‌زد.
Okay, so this is some poetic stuff. Do you want me to translate the poetry, guys? They came up with some poetry to suggest. I could just give you the gist of what I'm just going to listen to the poetry, and I'm going to give you the gist of what it's trying to say instead of translating it line by line. But you could also, guys, let's see like the news that they're showing over here. The written news on the screen. طرح دولت اسپانیا برای قطع روابط اتحادیه اروپا با رژیم. Guys, they're celebrating. Look at this. If you read this here, they're celebrating Spain trying to cut complete ties with Israel, from trying to get the EU cut ties with Israel. Right? Nukhost Vazir España. So saying the Prime Minister of Spain has said that Netanyahu needs to be stopped, and they have a plan to cut ties with Israel. So you see that they're celebrating Spain's anti-Israeli position.
فقط یک مسیر نبود. راهی بود که با شجاعت فریاد می‌زد. هر کجا هستم باشم. آسمان مال من است. مردم رفتند. نه برای
No, so Goldie muted it. That was too much dirt for why you muted it?
جنگ بی صدا حماسه
So now we're back.
ساختند. آنان از ایران برخاستند نه برای سفر که برای فتح ویرانی، فتح خستگی، فتح شهری که جنگ خاکستریش کرده بود، اما جوانه سبز امید از آن می‌روید. تهران در آتش.
So it's basically saying people here are trying to capture recapture the city, rebuild it, bring back hope to the city, rebuild things.
فتح ویرانی، فتح خستگی، فتح شهری که جنگ خاکستری
to overcome destruction, to overcome being tiredness.
دریاش کرده بود. اما جوانه سبز امید از آن می‌روید. تهران در آتش مرد می‌خواست. با دستانی که از کار نمی‌هراسید.
You know, what the regime does really well with its propaganda is it tries, if you are in a vacuum and you're not talking to the Iranian people and watch the state media, they're very good at creating this image that the people are united with the regime. That's the whole point of these types of programs, right? It's like I grew up with this, by the way, guys. I lived more than 20 years of my life in Iran, and the difference between the lived reality of Iranians inside Iran in the streets and what you see shown on TV, it's really hard to explain that for people who live in the United States or in Europe, in Canada, because no matter how good or bad things are, when you will see signs of it on TV, on the news, right? But I grew up in an Iran where you would go to school, you would go to the store, you would go home, and there's one reality that you experience with your own eyes there. And then when you turn on the TV, it feels like you have opened a window to a different planet. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like when I'm in Iran and I watch, this is why so many Iranians don't watch Sada Sima anymore. Like they don't watch it because it does not reflect what's happening in Iran. And they make this rosy, beautiful butterfly, kumbaya, lovey-dovey display of a hell. Like imagine if you were literally in hell and they had TV in hell and you turn it on and the news was like, today in hell, a family went to enjoy the scenery at the lake of fire, and it brought them, and they have this message for the other residents of hell regarding how strong we are and how the residents of hell are united and how some things are difficult, but everything is improving and we're lucky to be here. Like you turn on the TV in hell and that's what the TV was saying, right? This is like the experience that I have, like if you could. Again, it's like, this is the best example is like when you turn on the TV, it's like a portal to a different planet, which is different from the one that you're actually living in. Does that make sense?
و دلهایی که از میدان گریزی ندارد. آنان آمده بودند تا بر خرابه ها پرچم آبادی برافرازند. جنگ هنوز تمام نشده. دود هنوز در آسمان است. بغض هنوز در گلوی شهر ماند.
Oh, look, he's actually saying exactly what I said about hell. Look at
This
is actually a match. He's like, yes, we're still tired. We still have some sadness in our heart.
دلهایی که از میدان گریزی ندارد. آنان آمده بودند تا بر خرابه ها پرچم آبادی برافرازند. جنگ هنوز تمام نشده.
Yeah, the war has not yet ended.
دود هنوز در آسمان است.
There's still smoke in the sky.
بغض هنوز در گلوی شهر.
We still feel like sadness in our throats, like a trembling in our throats, as like a sign of sadness.
اما مردم آمدند تا بر زخم دیوار.
But the people came
تا مرهم باشند.
To come fix the wounds on the city walls. Okay, so guys, it's interesting because that was exactly what I was telling you about the TV in hell. Like, yes, things in hell might be a little bit difficult, but we're united. We're working on it. We're lucky to be here. Things are overall better, good. We're strong together in hell. Oh, wait. Hold on. We got a super chat saying, I understand you. That was how America lost the Vietnam War because the mainstream media chose to post what made U.S. Army look bad, like they hurt innocent. Oh, okay. Interesting. I have to study that.
از دل خاک و سنگ نشانی از عزیزان پیدا کنند. آمدند برای صدای سکوت کوچه ها، برای انتظار چشم پنجره ها، برای دلهایی که تاب این همه داغ را ندارند.
Oh my God. Do you guys want me to translate line by line? It's just poetry stuff regarding the people in the face of hardship. People are still fighting back and they're strong. He's not saying exactly those words that I'm saying. What he's saying is like he's being a lot more poetic with the language, but that's the message. Guys, this is, I think, it's on purpose, okay? So this is on purpose, okay? So right now in Iran, we have a huge level of hatred for the mullah class. And I know that they know this, okay? Like, this is not something... This picture right here shows the gap, the divide between what the Iranian people think and what the regime is trying to put out as propaganda there, right? There is no group of people, I promise you, there's no group of people more hated in Iran than mullahs. Okay? And I talk to mullahs. Often on my Persian channel. And they know that. Like, this is not me saying this. They tell me this. The mullahs tell me this. Right? So, what, like, the fact that they put this here is, like, what are you doing? Like, are you trying to save the mullahs? Like, is this propaganda? Because the clerical class is ruined, is like completely ruined. After 500 years of having deep roots within Iran's mosque network and politics, in the past 47 years, they have managed to completely destroy this 500-year institution, the Rouhani class or the Mullah class or the clerical class, whatever you want to call it, right? And everybody knows it. Everybody knows that this ship has sunken and there's no saving it. So my question is, like, is this propaganda trying to like save them somewhat? Well, I mean, this is just for their own regime supporters, right? This content is for regime supporters. But here's an interesting thing, guys. You know who doesn't watch this? There's two groups of people who don't watch this. The first group is obvious. The anti-regime Iranians, they don't watch this. This is not the content that they watch, unless they're trying to find something to make fun of, okay? But you know who also doesn't watch this in Iran? The pro-regime Iranians don't watch this. The pro-regime Iranians don't watch this garbage. I think Goldie and I are basically 20% of their audience. I think if Goldie and I stop watching Sada Sima, they would lose like 20% of their viewership. Okay, because the reason why pro-regime people don't watch this is because the pro-regime people watch more, the more extreme positions. Like, they watch the stuff that I watch that is pro-regime, that is more, that doesn't support Pezeshkian, that doesn't support Ghalibaf, that is like more Durka than this stuff, right? So I don't know who they make these programs for. I think the main people who watch them are people who are trying to see what the position of the Islamic Republic is, and are basically clipping different sections to go out and show other people. That is the main people who watch it. But other people don't take this at all seriously. Not even the pro-regime Iranians.
وار ایستادند، بی ادعا، بی هیاهو، شانه به شانه مردم، برای کمک، برای همدلی، برای اینکه کسی در این درد تنها نماند. اینجا فرصت دیدن است، فرصت دیدن دست‌هایی که خاکی شد.
It's just trying to show people are getting united and working with each other and helping each other to rebuild the city.
تا غرور هیچ مردی به خاک نیفتد. فرصت دیدن چشم‌هایی که خسته‌اند. اما هنوز برق امید.
Oh, by the way, guys, do you want evidence for why pro-regime people don't watch this? Because you could see the propaganda here is that Ghalibaf is good, Pezeshkian is good, Arakchi is good. The negotiations were a good idea. But if you go and listen to the people in the streets who are protesting for the regime,
درونشان پیداست.
Okay, I'm tired of this poetry. It's making me sleepy. I'm gonna move. Do you guys mind if I move forward with the move a little bit forward when it comes to this poetry? Wait, do you guys have me? You guys, am I okay? Everything okay? No lag, right? No, I'm here. The stream is fine. Yeah. Is my hands are my hands moving? Is everything okay? Yeah, it's good now. Okay. But I'm gonna skip this poetry part because it's making me fall asleep. Yeah, I want the hater stuff. It has energy. This poetic stuff is like making me fall asleep. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Some serious hater shit. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Let's go. Let's get ready for some hater hoedown. Okay, this is the stuff I actually like to translate, not that slow, sleepy poetry. Okay, so like, oh, my flag. Keep reflecting, keep being a reflection, or basically keep emitting. With the name of Hussein, Ya Hussein! With the name of Hussein. So, oh, my flag, keep emitting with the name of Hussein. Hussein is the third Imam of Shia Muslims. Keep lasting, be everlasting, oh, my flag. This was, guys, just when you thought that, is this wholesome? Maybe these people are just a little bit wholesome. They keep exposing themselves. For first, so guys, if you didn't know anything, it felt like these people are like, oh, my flag, keep emitting, last forever. Head to head against unbelief, against the unbelievers, against the infidels. That's you. That's me. That's Goldie. That's us. See, guys, like everyone here watching, this song is calling you out as the enemy. Kufr means the unbelief in Islam. So the enemy, this song is making it clear that the enemy is all of us here. It's not the Zionists. It's not the Americans. It's not even the Jews. It's everyone. Everyone that is not what is a what? You thought I'm going to say what? The enemy is everyone that is not a
Shia Muslim.
Oh, Goldie, you got it right, because people might have said Muslim, but it's not Muslim. Because if you're Muslim, you could still be part of the house of unbelief. It's Shia Muslim, and even more specifically, 12er Shia Muslim, and even more specifically, guardianship of the Jewish 12er Shia Muslim, and even more specifically, loyal to Mujtaba Khamenei guardianship of the Jewish 12er Shia Muslim. So, وفادار مجتبی ولایت فقیهی اثناعشری شیعه Islam. So, Muslim doesn't make you a believer. Shia Muslim doesn't make you a believer. 12er Shia Muslim does not enough to make you a believer. Guardianship of the Jewish 12er Shia Muslim is not enough to make you a believer. You have to be loyal to the supreme leader, to the current supreme leader, which is Mujtaba, loyal to Mujtaba, guardianship of the Jewish 12er Shia Islam would be the house of belief. Everyone else is the house of kufr or unbelief. So this song is like, we will basically, this flag that this girl is holding is confronting unbelief. Basically, everybody that is not them. So, face to face against kufr, against unbelief, stand strong. Just like Hussein did. Remain free. Be free. So, azade beman, because they think azade means like liberated. Remain, be free, which is the sickest joke in history, right? So in Shia Islam, being free, Hussein was basically fighting for our freedom. Nowhere have I seen this irony that these to be in such a bondage, to sell this ideology that is the best representation of having people in chains and calling it freedom. So Hussein's ideology from the perspective of Shia Islam is the ideology of freedom. Is this not the sickest joke that you have ever heard, guys? The most restrictive ideology that I know of calls itself an ideology of liberty and freedom. It's the sickest joke I've ever experienced in my life. So the reason why they think that they're advocating for freedom, because they consider this world to be the bondage, right? So they think that this world, the dunya, is the chain, and Islam liberates you from this world. You know what that means? You know what that means? That's why it's a death cult. Because life and this world that we live in is bondage. The earth is bondage. Your desires are bondage. And if you dedicate your life in this world to Allah, your death will set you free. And this is why they're a cult of death. So the path to freedom, so they are slaves of Allah and they call it freedom. The reason why they consider being the slave of Allah freedom is because everybody is a slave in their mind. You just have to choose your master. So if you're not a slave of Allah, then you're a slave of something else. You're a slave of wealth. You're a slave of power. You're a slave towards your temptations to lust. You're a slave to the love of other people, to fame. So you're a slave regardless. So the only path to freedom and from all of these from all of these chains, from all of these earthly chains, is to be the slave of the thing that is worthy of being a slave of, which is Allah. And they say, like, we're slave of Allah, we are the slaves of Allah, and they call that ultimate freedom. So I said, with the love of your people, say, oh Murtaza, she's not a Durka person. Bisha, like God willing, hopefully it will happen, God willing. Wait. Wow, they didn't put it on screen. This part was so morbid. This part was so dark that they didn't dare put it on screen. Iranians, are there Iranians in the chat? Did you guys notice that? He said, Beshe inshallah. Oh no, maybe it's under the red thing. Maybe it's under here. Shahadat. Shahadat taqdeemam. So they're saying, God willing, I will become a martyr. Right? Iranians in the chat. Did I get that wrong? Because the text was behind that red thing. They're saying that God willing, I'll die. Omid, I get that right? Beshe inshallah shahadat. Yep. So I think it's saying that God willing, I will become a martyr. Like I will be lucky enough to die. I will be Hussein. I will be like Hussein. I will be like Hussein. So guys, when they say I will be like Hussein, means that I will be a martyr. Yeah. So Omid is confirming. I got that right. Hussein. So guys, Hussein is the king of martyrs in Shia Islam. The king of martyrs. So when they say I will be like Hussein, meaning I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. So now this repeats. Fighting into them. All right, let's go to this part. Yeah, somebody in the chat saying, I hope they get their wish. Yeah, I'm like, guys, hey, guys, Islamic Republic supporters, okay? We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. We actually have we are more mutually aligned than you think. We have shared interests. We don't have to fight with the Islamic Republic, guys. We could be friends. We could be friends with the Islamic Republic. Okay? We have mutual, like, we and the Islamic Republic share the same interests. We could support each other. The supporters of the Islamic Republic and us have a mutual goal, and we have been fighting all of this time for no reason. We should support them. The Islamic Republic supporters, they want to die. And we want them to die. So why don't we just arrange something together, okay? Why don't we just make this all easier? We could avoid a lot of destruction, okay? So let's just arrange something and just get it over with.
ساعت 1 بامداد رئیس جمهور در گفتگوی تلفنی با نخست وزیر پاکستان بر عزم ایران برای دفاع همه جانبه از کیان کشور
okay, wait, so
نخست وزیر پاکستان بر عزم ایران برای دفاع همه جانبه از کیان
So they're talking about President Pezeshkian meeting with Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Did they call each other? Yeah, they called each other, right? Or they met.
ساعت 1 بامداد رئیس جمهور در گفتگوی تلفنی با نخست وزیر پاکستان بر عزم ایران برای دفاع همه جانبه از کیان کشورمان در برابر هر گونه ماجراجویی مجدد آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی تاکید کرد و نسبت
Pezeshkian has the most boring conversations, I promise you. Like, he's like, Pezeshkian called Prime Minister Sharif from Pakistan to tell him it's important that we resist anybody trying to attack us. Okay.
به عواقب و پیامدهای چنان وضعیتی برای امنیت منطقه و جهان هشدار داد.
And he warned about the consequences of anything if they attack us for the whole region. It's going to be consequential to the whole region.
پزشکیان با اشاره به ادامه بدعهدی‌ها و رفتارهای قلدرمآبانه و نامعقول آمریکا در حین مذاکرات و در دوره آتش‌بس گفت ادامه اقدامات تحریک آمیز و غیر قانونی آمریکا در
Okay, so Pezeshkian is calling Sharif, is like, Sharif, these Americans are so mean. This is the translation. That's what she's saying. Pezeshkian was like, Sharif, why are the Americans so mean to us? They're bullies. They're bullying me. Sharif was like, it's okay. Tell me. Share with me. And Pezeshkian was like, they're just so mad. They're just so mean. They're bullying us. That's actually the translation of what Pezeshkian told Sharif.
اصطلاح محاصره دریایی ایران نقض آشکار تفاهم آتش‌بس و اصطلاح محاصره دریایی ایران نقض
and Pezeshkian told Sharif that the naval blockade by the Americans is a violation of the ceasefire agreement.
آشکار تفاهم آتش‌بس و مغایر با منشور ملل متحد است.
Why are you telling him? Why are you telling Sharif? You called Sharif to tell him this stuff?
آقای پزشکیان
Oh yeah, because the next round of negotiation they're going to be the mediators as well, so he's trying to tell them like, look, these Americans they're not being fair.
تصریح کرد این اقدامات به همراه لفاظی‌های تهدیدآمیز مقامات آمریکایی علیه ایران فقط منجر به تشدید بدگمانی نسبت به جدیت آمریکا شده و این واقعیت رو بیش
So he's saying all of these mean threats by the American officials. You know what he's talking about? He's talking about the truth post by President Trump, right? He's saying all of these mean posts by President Trump is making us doubt how serious the Americans are about a ceasefire. That's what he's telling Sharif.
از پیش آشکار می‌کند که آمریکا به دنبال تکرار الگوهای قبلی و خیانت به دیپلماسی است.
He's saying, Pezeshkian is telling Sharif on the phone call that these behavior by Americans is pretty much like what they did to us before. Like his position is like, I'm starting to see a pattern here. I'm starting to think that they're not serious about negotiations. That they're going to betray, that they're just planning to attack us again, like they did the last 2 times in the middle of negotiations. Like I have a suspicion that President Trump is just going to attack us, and this diplomacy stuff is just for show. Call me crazy, but I don't know. Something seems to be happening.
رئیس جمهور همچنین با بیان اینکه ایران مصمم به حفظ و ارتقای روابط با همه همسایگان از جمله کشورهای حاشیه جنوبی خلیج فارس بر اساس حسن همجواری و احترام متقابل است گفت امیدوارم این کشورها نیز با در نظر گرفتن تجارب اخیر برای تقویت صلح و امنیت منطقه بر مبنای همکاری جمعی و به دور از مداخله مخرب بازیگران فرامنطقه‌ای خصوصا آمریکا اقدام کنند.
Wow. He's saying that we have so much respect for the countries in the region. We have in so many flowery ways. He's like, we love them so much. We have so much respect for them. We love them so much. We want to work with them. And I hope that we could come together and we have mutual respect. And we all now see, based on what recent events have brought about, that we should be standing together against these Americans, these bully Americans. The audacity. Pezeshkian is telling the countries in the region that they just bombed. They bombed 13 countries in the region. America didn't bomb them. The Islamic Republic bombed them. And you're like, we love you so much. We have so much respect for you. We believe in cooperation and mutual respect. And I hope, based on what you see have happened, you guys have came to an understanding that these Americans are bullies and we need to be working with each other against them. Mother, you bombed us. The Americans were helping us defend against you. What are you talking about? You turned us into your enemies. What? Oh my God. Guys, when I tell you that these people live in parallel universe, in a different universe, this is what I'm talking about.
آقای شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان نیز در این گفتگو با اشاره به تلاش‌های کشورش برای برقراری صلح در منطقه رئیس جمهور کشورمان را در جریان رایزنی‌های اخیر خود با کشورهای منطقه در این خصوص.
So Sharif updated Pezeshkian regarding his trip to the countries in the region, especially his visit to Saudi Arabia. I don't know. His pillow party with Mohammed bin Salman.
یک عضو هیئت مذاکره کننده کشورمان گفت دورنمای روشنی برای مذاکرات نتیجه بخش ایران و آمریکا متصور نیست. به گزارش خبر یک عضو هیئت مذاکره کننده کشورمان گفت دورنمای روشنی برای مذاکرات نتیجه بخش ایران و آمریکا متصور نیست.
So one of the regime officials is just basically saying he's not optimistic about the negotiations.
به گزارش خبرنگار خبرگزاری صدا و سیما منابع ایرانی فعلا هر گونه برنامه برای شرکت در دور بعدی مذاکرات ایران و آمریکا را رد می‌کنند.
So they're saying that they have no plans for meeting with the Americans.
بنابراین گزارش زیاد
So like they're basically saying negotiations are off between the Islamic Republic and the US.
بعدی مذاکرات ایران و آمریکا را رد می‌کنند. بنابراین گزارش زیاده خواهی آمریکا، مطالبات غیر معقول و غیر واقع بینانه، تغییر مکرر موازی.
So they're saying the Americans want too much. Their terms are unreasonable.
مطالبات غیر معقول و غیر واقع بینانه، تغییر مکرر موازه.
And also the Americans keep changing their position all the time. It's almost as if they don't want to do a deal with you and they're just buying time to come and attack you.
ناگزگویی‌های مستمر و ادامه به اصطلاح محاصره دریایی که نه.
Oh, they're talking about the naval blockade. They're like, oh, we can't talk to you as long as we still have the naval blockade.
تفاهم آتش بس محسوب می‌شود به همراه لفاظی‌های تهدیدآمیز تاکنون مانع پیشرفت.
Oh, they're also talking about the threatening, the threatening narratives that are coming from the United States. Guys, every time they say threatening narratives coming from the United States, what they mean is Trump's posts. They just don't want to mention it, but that's what they mean. They're talking about Trump's true social posts.
شده است و در این شرایط دورنمای روشنی برای مذاکرات نتیجه بخش تصور.
Like given all of this, given how much the Americans maximum, like they want to sell so much and they change the position and they keep threatening us, we are not going to meet with them for negotiation.
نمی شود. صهیونیست ها باز هم آتش بس را نقض کردند.
Oh, I think the Zionists violated the ceasefire one more time. We're going to Lebanon now. We're going to Lebanon.
گزارش ها حاکی از آن است که نظامیان صهیونیست با انجام
So it's saying the Zionist armed forces attacked.
انفجار در شهرک شم در منطقه
They attacked Sham city in Lebanon.
سور واقع در جنوب لبنان آتش بس را نقض کرد.
So they violated the ceasefire.
نظامیان رژیم اشغالگر صهیونی.
Oh my God! They don't tell you that Hezbollah attacks first and Israel always responds.
پیش از این نیز 2 انفجار در شهرک البیاضه در جنوب شهر سور انجام داده بودند. این
So they're talking about some explosions that happen in Lebanon.
انفجارها نقض آتش بس در لبنان محسوب می شود.
So these are This is actually good that they're reporting this because I want the regime supporters to see that to think that there is no ceasefire with Hezbollah. So if you went and talked to the Americans, they would think that you're betraying Hezbollah.
آتش‌بس 10 روزه بین رژیم صهیونیستی و لبنان رسما از روز پنجشنبه گذشته آغاز شد، اما از آن زمان
You'll see what I'm saying, guys. I'm predicting this. If the Americans and the Islamic Republic meet again, some regime supporters are going to be, what the hell, man? Like they're still attacking Hezbollah, and you went and met with them again. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Wait, any opinion or news on the Farsi number station? But isn't this? Yeah, this is what that's what you're watching. And thank you for the super chat.
تاکنون این آتش‌بس به طور مکرر از سوی رژیم صهیونیستی نقض می شود.
Okay.
رئیس جمهور با تبریک میلاد حضرت معصومه سلام الله علیها بر روز دختر تاکید کرد.
Oh, so the president. Look, guys, the Sedo Sima keeps highlighting the president. I think they're trying to increase his importance, right? So let's see what the president posts. What does Pezeshkian have a gray check mark on X? Or did they add the check mark? Let me check. Pezeshkian. Okay, let me see. Pezeshkian. Okay, he does have a gray check mark. Somebody remove his gray check mark. But here's an interesting thing, guys. You like on state TV, they're showing this tweet, which you're not supposed to have. Like you're not supposed to have Twitter. So why does he? Okay, this is a violation of the rules. Anyways.
خون دختران
So yeah, let's see what Pezeshkian said. Pezeshkian said that the birthday of Masume Varuz Dokhtarar. So this is the day of girls in Iran because of the birthday of this religious woman in Shia Islam. So he's trying to use this day, the day of girls in Iran, to talk about the girls who died in the war and the victims of the Minab school. So guys, remember, the Islamic Republic constantly goes to Minab. And, the girls dying in Minab school as a way to attack the Americans, right? But the way that they describe it, they describe it, their propaganda internally is that the Americans on purpose killed these girls in the school. That's what they go with. So he's basically talking about the Americans being evil. And look at this term. They call it Amrikai Sahyuni. Look at this.
شهیدمان پایمال نخواهد شد. آقای پزشکیان در پیامی در فضای مجازی با بیان اینکه همه ما داغدار عزیزانمان خصوصا دختران مظلوم میناب هستیم که در روز اول جنگ تحمیلی رمضان توسط دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی به شهادت
آمریکایی صهیونی means American Zionists. Like like our Zio-American enemy. So they're basically grouping it together. This is a term that they have come up with to group the Israel and United States as one enemy together, right? So they're talking about the Minab schoolgirls dying, and the way that they talk about this is as if the Americans were like, oh, here are some schoolgirls, let's kill them. They're actually that retarded. They're actually that retarded to try to sell the idea that the Americans on purpose targeted and killed 180 schoolgirls. And they never come up with the reason, like what would the Americans gain from doing that? This is projection because they do that. They target civilians. Americans and Israelis always try to do everything, do more than any other army to try to avoid civilians. And the Islamic Republic targets civilians. And they think that just saying that the Americans killed these schoolgirls is enough to, like, they don't need a justification because this is so natural to them. Targeting civilians is so natural to the Islamic Republic that they don't understand if they want to accuse the Americans of killing these schoolgirls, they actually have to come up with a reason. Like, what would America gain from killing schoolgirls? They don't even think about the fact that they need to explain that. And the fact that they don't have that part complete shows how full of crap this is. Like how this is like not even good propaganda. The Islamic Republic always targets civilians. United States and Israel always do more than any army in the world to try to avoid civilians. And still, there will always be civilians who die. Always. No matter how much you try to avoid it.
رسیدن نوشت ملت شریف ایران بدانند خون دختران شهیدمان پایمال نخواهد
So he's saying their blood will not be go in vain.
شد. معاون اول رئیس جمهور در نشست ستاد تنظیم بازار با اشاره به هزینه‌های تحمیل شده به کشور طی تجاوز وحشی.
So now this is the vice president of the Islamic Republic, and he's talking about the damages from war and the costs associated, to the infrastructure and stuff like that. Wait, we got super chat. Let me see the super chat. So I'm saying when bombs started, mystery shortwave radio did too. Okay, I don't know what that means, but thank you for the support.
صهیونی تصریح کرد با وجود فشارها ظرفیت ایران برای مقاومت و سازندگی همچنان بسیار بالاست.
Okay, this is full of crap. This man is full of crap. He's saying like, yes, the cost of war has been so high, but we have the capacity to fix everything. Really?
عارف ضمن قدردانی از تیم مذاکره کننده کشور بر ضرورت حمایت همه بخش‌ها از آن تاکید کرد. آقای عارف با اشاره به رفتارهای متناقض طرف‌های مقابل در مذاکرات هم گفت ایران دستاوردهای خود به ویژه در حوزه
Guys, like the president is so irrelevant in the Islamic Republic, so the vice president is even more irrelevant.
تنگه هرمز را حفظ خواهد کرد و مدیریت و نظارت بر این تنگه باید در اختیار جمهوری اسلامی ایران باشد.
مادر عروسم اومد حرف.
اما تصویب بستگی حمایتی از صنایع آسیب دیده در جنگ تحمیلی، تعیین تکلیف و پرداخت
Okay, I don't care about you, Arif. You're like we finally found somebody more irrelevant than the president. Let's move on from Arif.
حدود 50 شب از حضور بی‌نظیر مردم در محله‌ها.
Now, okay, she's saying for 50 days, for 50 days, the people have been in the streets, so they're celebrating the street protests by the pro-regime people.
خیابان و میادین شهر می‌گذرد. حضوری مقتدر که دسیسه دشمنان
strong showing like
را با شکست مواجه کرده.
So she's saying that the 50-day presence of the Iranian people in the streets. Look at her smile. Huh?
Armin, sorry, before you start this translation part, look at this post from Arokchi. What do you make of this? I just don't want to
Sure.
interrupt you.
This is Qalibov.
Sorry, Qalibov. He says, vibe trading digital oil is like vibe hedging in treasuries during Hormuz risk off. Both share one house of cards that works on paper. Difference: oil at least has dated Brent. Treasuries vibes all the way down. EUCR BRDT index GP-go. Vibe trading? The guy barely speaks English. Obviously, someone in the United States or someone who's familiar with English language and idioms is posting on behalf of Qalibov, because there's no way Qalibov would post this himself.
But let me try. I'm gonna decode this, okay? Okay, I'm gonna hold on. I'm going to
Apparently, so there are rumors that the guy who's running his account is in California, is in LA.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we went through that.
Yeah.
Oh, need to go.
So weird. Anyways, I just want to share that because that's just very bizarre.
So it's comparing the volatility of crypto. Bring it back. That's interesting. It's comparing the volatility of crypto, like digital oil, to U.S. Treasury market. Okay, so digital oil. Let me see. Digital oil, a common nickname for Ethereum. Really? The fuel for the network. Vibe trading is buying or selling based on social sentiment rather than technical utility. Hormuz risk off refers to geopolitical tension in the Strait of Hormuz. So usually when people are vibe hedging by fleeing to a safe haven, treasuries, they usually do vibe hedge by fleeing to a safe haven like treasuries, because they feel safe even if the underlying economics are shaky. So the House of Cards is referring to the fact that both markets rely on collective belief rather than real value. If everyone stops believing, the price collapses. So vibes all the way down. The author is making a cynical joke that at the expense of the traditional finance system. So when it says oil has dated Brent, the EUCRBRDT index, which represents physical barrels of light sweet crude, there's a floor to the price because physical oil actually exists. Treasuries, according to the author, have no physical backing anymore. They are just government promises fueled by market sentiment. So the Bloomberg short card, so the EUCRBRDT index, GB, this is a command for a Bloomberg terminal. That's a command for a Bloomberg terminal. So the EUCRBRDT is the ticker for dated Brent, the benchmark for physical North Sea oil. GB stands for graph price, and and that's the enter. So basically, the author is saying that while crypto is speculative, the U.S. Treasury market is actually more fake because it lacks physical anchor like a barrel of oil. So basically, maybe he's suggesting that the foundations of the economy in Iran is based on real oil, physical oil that has a floor that you can't go lower from because there's something physical. But the US's economy maybe is based on treasuries that is all based on hopes and make-believe and dreams. And if that all goes away, everything will come tumbling down like a house of cards.
Weird. Wow. And then before we go back, I just wanted to share one more thing. Look at this, Armin. So the Islamic regime earlier was playing an interview with, and it's dubbed, like it's in Persian.
از خودش نشون میده.
So it's like a totally dubbed interview with this American Harvard professor called Stephen Walt. So this right now, like this interview was being played earlier, and apparently this is like some guy at who teaches at Harvard, and he has like a book called The Israel Lobby and US Foreign Policy. So apparently he's like a huge like anti-Israel like conspiracy theorist, and he teaches at Harvard. And the Islamic regime right now, or like, you know, an hour or so ago, was playing this interview where I'm assuming he's like, you know, spreading anti-Israel conspiracy theory propaganda. So there you go, guys. Harvard professors. Now the Islamic regime is literally playing Harvard professors spewing anti-Israel propaganda on Islamic regime state TV. So great job, Harvard. I don't know, man. If I was the US government, I would defund Harvard. But there you go.
They love showing white people being anti-American. Like that's their fetish. Yeah.
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 So there you go. We're not going to
Can I show you?
We're not going to play the whole thing.
Okay.
I just wanted to like put this up on the screen so that you guys can see like this is exactly what's happening on Islamic regime state TV. Yeah. Yeah. So Harvard University professor Stephen Walt. This guy being broadcast on Islamic regime state TV. Good job, Stephen Walt. Good job. Good job. Great job being a useful idiot for the Islamic regime. Okay, back to you, Armin.
Okay, I'm gonna show you before I go. I wanted to show you because I have to go now, but there was something I wanted to show you guys, which is Goldie, get ready to go. Okay, get ready to go. Okay, so here, let me bring this. So I know you don't like this guy, but he showed something. Yes, but he was sharing a clip that I wanted to share with you guys.
48 شبه توی این کف خیابونم. یعنی من از 5 صبح
So she's saying I've been in the streets for 48 days.
که آقا شهید شد.
From the very first day where they killed Ali Khamenei, our Lord Khamenei,
کف خیابون.
I came into the streets and now she's crying.
ما دوست نداریم تنگه هرمز باشه.
We don't like it when you open the Strait of Hormuz.
هنوز رهبرمون دست نشده.
We haven't even buried our leader yet.
بچه‌ها این ویدیو رو سطل انطلبا میان مسخره میکنن.
So he's saying like guys, so he calls monarchists سطل انطلبا. That's how they refer to monarchists, like in an insulting way. So a monarchist would make fun of this clip, but this is a very beautiful clip. He likes this.
No, براندازا میان مسخره میکنن. ولی این حرف زدن این خانم خیلی ارزشمنده.
However, what this woman is saying is very valuable.
ببین واقعا از صمیم قلبش از ته
She's saying this from her heart.
اعماق وجودش داره حرف میزنه. من درکش میکنم. من
I understand this woman.
حسش رو درک میکنم. چون همین حس و حال هممون داشتیم اینجا.
Because we all have this feeling. We became martyrs.
خاطر هیچی به خاطر اینکه خیلی راحت به آمریکا
Did they die for nothing?
شهید شدن به خاطر هیچی به خاطر اینکه خیلی راحت به آمریکا بگیم بفرمایید.
So did they die so that you could just come and tell the Americans, here you go, you could have the Strait of Hormuz?
این تنگه هرمز برای شما نه ما هرگز نمیگذاریم.
Like no, we will never allow that. We will never allow you to open the Strait of Hormuz.
به خود من اسلحه بدید من میرم جلوی آمریکا تنهایی وای میزم.
She says, give me a weapon, I will single-handedly go and stand in front of America. I will go to the Strait of Hormuz and I will like close the Strait of Hormuz.
ولی نمیگذارم از خونه رهبرم نمیگذارم.
I'm not going to allow the blood of my leader be basically be wasted.
از خونه آقام نمیگذارم.
ای زنده باشی ایشالله خواهرم.
So he's loving it. He's loving it. Oh my god. Goldie, this guy was so yes, so gross. There was another part of it, which I'm not going to show, but he was so angry with Ghalibaf. Do you want to see that part or no?
He was angry with Ghalibaf?
He was angry with Ghalibaf, like really angry with Ghalibaf.
Sure.
Okay.
رسیدن کردن با امریکا مخفیانه به این نتایجی رسیدن، نتیجه گرفتن که باید خلیج فارس تنگ هرمز رو باز بکنن.
So like they talked to the Americans and they came to the conclusion that they need to open the Strait of Hormuz.
شما مشغول بودی به مذاکره و صحبت با قاتلای رفیقات.
Look at this, saying like you, Ghalibaf, you were busy negotiating with the murderer of your friends because he used to be IRGC, so his friends are the leaders of IRGC. You're like those Americans killed your friends and you're busy negotiating with them.
حالا نمیخوام بگم خونش به رفیقات مثلا خونشون رو پایمال کردی اینا
Like I'm not going to say that you basically step in their blood. I'm not going to go that far.
ولی به رفیقات پشت کردی.
How but you turn your back against your friends.
آقای غالیباف شما ببین مذاکرات اصلا چیز خوبی بود. من اصلا میگم مذاکرات خیلی
like okay, the negotiations were good. Okay, I'm not going to argue against the negotiations. Okay.
تو شخص تو رو کار دارم. شما نباید میرفتی.
But you shouldn't have gone. Ghalibaf shouldn't have been in the delegation, he's saying. You shouldn't, like, even if the negotiations were a good idea, Ghalibaf shouldn't have gone there to the negotiation.
مذاکرات خیلی چیزا خوبی بودا. شما رفتی به رهبرت رفیقات همه خیانت کردی.
Like because you went with the negotiations, you betrayed your friends and you betrayed the supreme leader.
یکی دیگه میرفت خیانتی نبود آقای غالیب.
Like if somebody else went, it wouldn't have been a betrayal.
با حرفو میفهمی چی میگم؟
Do you understand, Mr. Ghalibaf? Do you understand what I'm telling you?
منظورو میفهمی؟ شما رفتی بد شد.
Because you went that and made it all bad. You made the negotiations bad.
شما نباید این کارو میکردی.
You shouldn't have.
ولی شما که مشغول بودی ظاهرا اون پشت یک سری دیگه هم مشغول بودن داشتن خیانت انجام میدادن آقای غالیباف. خیانت، حماقت. من
like you were busy and other people were busy with treason.
نمیتونم سرش بزنم حماقت.
Oh, okay. So then we go to that. But I just wanted to show that he's not happy. Okay. Oh yeah, this is good. Yes, we need this. Okay, let's go. This is the best.
بسم الله القاسم الجبارین. دشمن بداند اگر شروط 10 ماده ایران را از جمله خروج کامل ردمیان آمریکا از منطقه و حق کامل غنیسازی و اقانومی شخصیت را نپذیرد با ضربات محکم و کوبنده سازمان سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در تمام مناطق دنیا روبرو خواهد شد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Wait, is this not a joke? This is real? I think this is not making fun of them.
I don't know. I don't know.
Can we double check? Because she really looks like she's making fun of them. I can't. Okay.
I don't know.
Right. Like, okay. Wow. If she's being serious, then what the hell is this?
I would hope. I mean, I would hope that this is like fake or a joke or parody.
Because her facial features makes it seem to me like he's trying not to laugh. I can't tell. Is this serious? This is either very poorly produced regime propaganda or really good troll.
I think this is a troll because Israel Persian posted this video as well, and they're like, "Is this real?" And then everyone's laughing.
It's
I think this is parody. This has to be parody.
Parody, because she looked at her face. She's like, she's almost laughing.
That's true. That's true. So I'm pretty sure this is parody.
Yes.
Because what does it say there? قرارگاه مردمی خاتم الانبیا.
Yeah, I mean everything. It's just her face looks like she's joking.
Yeah. So I think this is parody. I'm pretty sure this is parody.
I hope so.
Guys, I don't know if it's AI, but it could be like an actor or something, right? But I think this is parody for sure. But you know what's not parody, Armin?
Rickroll? Oh my god, pink! Pink drones! We had pink armored vehicles, pink rockets, and now pink drones.
امروز روز دختر نیروهای هوافضای ایران پهپاد 136 رو برای ما صورتی کردن به یاد دختران.
That's insane. So they're like in honor of like Girls' Day, they've given us a pink drone.
روز دختر نیروهای هوافضای ایران پهپاد 136 رو برای ما صورتی کردن به یاد دختران شهید میناب. روز دختر مبارک. ما اینجا هستیم که انتقام خون پدر را بگیریم. گر پدر نیست تفنگ پدری هست هنوز.
ای در شه سوار ماشاءالله، ای در شه سوار ماشاءالله، ای غیرت ذوالفقار ماشاءالله، ای در شه هر لحظه هزار بار ماشاءالله، ای در ای امت پای کار ماشاءالله. رو می شود آفتاب انشاءالله، اولاد ابو تراب انشاءالله، ای در شب سوار ماشاءالله.
اینا هم برای گشایشه؟
حتما. They've lost their minds, Armin. They've lost their minds. Like, this is insane.
Yeah. Pink guns now.
Jeez.
We have pink guns. And look at this. So many, everything pink. Pink girls everywhere. It's like here. It's like girls here.
Allahu Akbar. دیگه بس مذاکره رو کرکس. الله اکبر. دیگه جون بچه هامون دستور حمله است. الله اکبر. دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است. الله اکبر. دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است. چیزی نمیمونه حرفی نیست. فتا خیبره میکنه رود کلید. دیگه ولت نمیکنه تا دور دورا. گریه نکن اینجا قبری نیست. میزدی همه جا در میرفتی. گیرت انداخت دست تقدیر تو قصه ای که خورد سمتش به ما با ناو بیای با جنازت برمیگردی. شبا قبل خواب خور نکن. میدونن همه نداری جربوزشو. لهله نزم واسه نفت ارزون. تو مریضی پوستیتم کنترل نشد. یواش تنگ ما مین داره. زیر دریایی و دندوناش نیش داره. تو بیا رضا پهلوی همرات میاد الان رفته دست داره. خانواده همه شومن. در و دیوارا پوست رایی رو من. شلوار پارچه رکابی آبی به سگ استخون میرسه به تو نه. خوک زرد لنگ فسفر. جفت پا بکشی بالا دست ترمز. یا توف مالی کنی همه پرونده ها تو باز غرق میشی تو تنگ هرمز. الله اکبر. دیگه بس مذاکره با کفتار و کرکس. الله اکبر. دیگه جون بچه‌هامون دستور حمله است. الله اکبر. دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است.
Guys, you have to remember, keep in mind, these people, like when they're going out in the streets, this isn't meant for the United States or Israel. These are the people, these are the Muslim Nazis who are murdering innocent unarmed Iranians, right? So the 40,000 innocent unarmed Iranians who were slaughtered in 2 days. Do you see all of the weapons and equipment that they're showing off? That's your answer. That's how Iranians were brutally massacred. on January 8 and 9. So what you're seeing here, right? This isn't like, they're not saying this is how we're going to like defeat Israel, United States. They're basically saying this is how we're going to protect the Islamic regime from Iranians trying to overthrow us. These are the Muslim Nazis. This is meant to intimidate Iranians and to keep Iranians, from coming out, because the Islamic regime has said anyone who comes out, we will murder them.
Right. Goldie, what do you think about the pink version of the IRGC logo? سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی now in
I'll be right
pink.
back. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll be right back. I just have a quick delivery.
Oh wow, guys, they made the IRGC cute. Oh, cute! It's so cute. It's so girly. I want to have a tea party with the IRGC. Guys, I will bring some IRGC soldiers, and then I will have some stuffed animals, and then I'm going to put some Barbie dolls, and then we're going to bring our teacups, and we're going to have some tea with Mr. Puffy and their Mr. What is it? The bunny and General Musavi and Mrs. Meow Meow and General Vahedi, and we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a pillow fight, right? Amazing. What is this? Weird timeline we are on. Weird timeline. That's all I can say. Yes. Make sure your AK-47 doesn't hit the teacups. Look at this. And making everything pink. Let's look at here. While Goldie comes, let's look at more of these videos. How about that? I have so many of these videos, by the way.
Woman life freedom.
Oh, look at this. This saying this is the real woman life freedom. That's what she's saying. Look, woman life freedom. Look at this.
Woman life freedom. This is the real woman life freedom.
I think that song is copyrighted. I'm going to mute the song.
Yeah, guys, this is why we don't use woman life freedom anymore. So remember earlier on when we first started Iran Revolution Live, a lot of people were like, why don't you say woman life freedom? Well, that's because the Islamic regime co-opted woman life freedom 4 years ago. So this is why we now stick with Javid Shah and, in akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde, because these are chants and slogans that the Islamic regime can't take from us. They can't co-opt it, right? Like, as you have seen, there have been so many examples of the Islamic regime taking chants or slogans or phrases that we have used in our fight to liberate ourselves and overthrow the Islamic regime. And they have taken that from us. And so that's why we don't use woman life freedom anymore. The MEK was also using it at some point. Yeah. The Islamic regime as well. Armin, someone is saying, daughter of Persia is saying, they stole pink color from Musavi. Please ask Armin to explain it. Do you know what she's talking about?
Mir Hossein Musavi? Mir Hossein Musavi's color was green. Sorry, I don't know
what that's from. I don't know where the pink is from, but it's very bizarre.
Pink is the yeah. Pink, they're doing it just because of girls. There's more.
Jihad gone pink.
Yeah.
No, Khatami. Apparently it's from Khatami. Does that mean anything?
I know Rouhani's color is purple. So what happens in Iran, the Islamic Republic, when it has presidential elections, each side picks a color. So I don't know. I don't remember every time who picked one color, but I know Musavi was green. I know Rouhani was purple. So I don't remember Khatami. I thought Khatami was green as well, but I don't remember. I don't remember everyone's colors. I just remember Musavi was green and Rouhani was purple. Those are the ones that I remember.
I don't think this is, but guys, I don't think this is stolen from any presidential candidate. This has nothing to do with that. This is just, I think this is unrelated to that. This is, I think they're, they just want to keep on promoting this like weird propaganda about like the MENAP school, right? And that's all it is. It's just very, very stupid.
So all of these girls that we're showing to you guys, they're hijabi, but let me give you a look at all the hijabless women that they're using as well in the middle of the protest. Watch this. These are all hijabless and they're being used for the propaganda as well.
ما بچه‌های سید علی هستیم. ما خیلی وضعمون خوبه. ما الان آزادیم. ما الان هم آزادیم. مگه الان آزادی نداریم؟ آزادیم. ما آزادیم.
نمی‌ترسید؟
نه.
چرا؟
شما هستید.
بسیج با خواستگاریتون بله میگه؟
آره 100%.
شما خواستگاریتون قبول می‌کنی؟
بله.
قبول می‌کنی؟ آره بسیجی حاضر ازدواج کنی؟
100%.
خب شما با این ظاهر برای چی
Guys, they keep asking them if they're willing to go out with the Basiji boy. They keep saying yes, yes.
شما هستید.
بسیج با خواستگاریتون بله میگه؟
Shema هستید. Like this is meant to tempt Basiji boys for coming out.
چرا؟
شما هستید.
بسیج با خواستگاریتون بله میگه؟
آره 100%.
شما خواستگاریتون قبول می‌کنی؟
بله.
قبول می‌کنی؟ آره بسیجی حاضر ازدواج کنی؟
100%.
خب شما با این ظاهر برای چی اومدی اینجا؟
به خاطر آقا. دیگه اومدم کار جهادی انجام بدم. خانم‌هایی هم توی ایست بازرسی هستن.
اجازه نه شما بیاین. هر وقت اونجا سوال می‌کنن تو بند.
حالا قربونت برم ماشاءالله. بابا هانسی نگرفتن. کاری هم با هم نداشتن. شکلات طولم نمی‌داختن. انقدر با هم مهربون برخورد می‌کنن.
Armin, can you send this video to me?
Yes. Yes.
Please, like send it on WhatsApp so I have the link there.
You're gonna tweet about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
At some point.
There we go.
Like absolutely insane.
I actually saw some comments from regime supporters. Some of them who are more religious, they hate this. They're like, they're saying that what are you doing? You're using prostitutes to support the regime. This is not the regime that we did the revolution for. Oh my God, this girl is saying I'm just waiting for them to give me a weapon so I could fight for the regime.
اینقدر مهربونن. من الان منتظرم فقط به من اسلحه بدن. دیگه اسلامی زیر سایه این الله دوست دارن. بله ما به خاطر حکومت الان اینجاییم. به خاطر رهبرمون اینجاییم.
So I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys, guess who's live right now?
Ooh, Murad. Amu Murad. Okay, Goldie,
دوباره
you gonna do
تاکید
that?
کرد روی اینی که
Yeah, I can't play it now because there's no guys, so there's no auto translate. There's no auto translate on the captions when Murad Baisi is live. So we're going to have to wait until his live stream is finished, and then when his live stream is finished, then I can replay it, and cuz I've been dying to hear his analysis for what's been going on today and what President Trump is saying. So no, we can't do Armin GPT because Armin has to go. But yeah, Armin, thanks so much for being here.
Yes, and I'll and let me know if there's anything, if I'm not sleeping, if there's anything happens that you need me, let me know, and I will come back right here if you need.
I mean, I'll let you know, but if your phone is on silent or something, or if you're sleeping, you won't get the message. But if something crazy,
No, only when I'm sleeping. Only if I'm sleeping, I'm not gonna get the message. But if in any time else, like my sleeping schedule is so weird. Like I have to sleep. I have to wake up like really early, so that's why sometimes I miss it. Yeah.
All good. Listen, all good. You do your thing. If something crazy happens, we'll let you know for sure.
Okay, sounds good. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Payande Iran.
All right.
See you
guys tomorrow, Armin.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. Now, while we're waiting for... Oop, my browser lost audio connection. Okay, so while we are waiting for Murad Vaisi to finish his live stream so that we can watch his analysis, let's go to Tusi. And that'll give me an opportunity to take a quick break as well. So, all right, guys, we're going to go to Tusi TV. And then afterwards, we'll go to Murad Vaisi as well. Don't worry. We will go to Murad Vaisi. All right, here's Tusi. And I'll be back. I'll be in the background listening. Sorry, yes, this is the latest one. This is the one that he played about an hour ago. And then because Armin was translating Durka News Network, we weren't able to play it live, but that's why we're playing it live now.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and we have some breaking news coming from the Middle East as the United States Navy have now taken full control of one of the IRGC vessels. Following that, we have just received some breaking news. Retaliation from the Islamic regime in Iran is now imminent. There is a lot to cover. Also, it is now, technically speaking, but in the Middle East, it's Monday, the 20th of April, but Eastern time, and of course in Europe, it's still technically the 19th, which is Sunday. Monday, which is obviously 20th, is supposed to be the day of negotiations, the final round of talks. But the Islamic regime representatives are still refusing to show up in Pakistan. All right, so first things first, we're going to talk about what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. Navy who opened fire towards the Iranian ship. We also have the issue of the ceasefire talks, which we will cover on this show as well. Hezbollah have also violated the ceasefire with Israel, and the Israeli Defense Forces have responded swiftly. And of course, the IDF are also preparing to resume the fighting again with the Islamists. All this is going to be covered now. We also have a video that has been released by the U.S. Central Command from the moment of obviously when the Iranian ship was refusing to follow the order and the blockade, and of course the U.S. Navy opened fire. First, let's talk about the details of what we know so far. According to CENTCOM, the U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian cargo vessel attempting to sail towards an Iranian port. Now, on board of this vessel, and of course, all the major cargoes and other type of ships that we have, you now have the IRGC military personnel and representatives on board to ensure that the people in charge are under their monitor. But the problem with this is that obviously that's going to create some escalation, and it has. So let's go to the video that we have from the moment of the interception. A guided missile destroyer, USS Spruance DDG-111, intercepted Tuska. For the record, this is the name of the vessel, Tuska, Touska. No relations to Tusi TV before you start. As it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian flagged vessel it was in violation of the US blockade. After Tuska's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period. This was not an accident for a 30-second sort of situation, 6-hour period. We then directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. The vessel disabled Tuska's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer into the engine room of Tuska. U.S. Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. Let's go to the moment of the interception.
Motor vessel Toska. Motor vessel Toska. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room.
Vacate
We're
your
prepared
engine
to
room.
subject you to disabling fire.
And they're going to open fire. There we go. They effed around, and then they found out. They thought they could just bluff. They thought the Americans were bluffing. Hours before the Monday final round of talks. Are these people absolutely insane at this point? The IRGC. CENTCOM also said that the American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance. Since the blockade's commencement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around or return to Iranian ports. 6-hour period, no compliance from that side, the Iranian side. Of course, they had to take some measures. We now have breaking news from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya's central headquarters have released a statement. The aggressive America violated the ceasefire and committed maritime piracy by firing at one of Iran's commercial ships in the waters of the Sea of Oman and disabling its navigation system by deploying a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the mentioned vessel, thereby assaulting it. Okay. We warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond to and retaliate against this maritime piracy and armed act by the US military. So we are now expecting an imminent retaliation from the IRGC militaries. That's going to be absolutely beautiful. We are hours away, supposed to be hours away. Okay, so we're now getting an update. The IRGC launched a drone. Let's get some updates on this quickly. And oil is, there's also a reaction when it comes to oil. I think there is the ongoing development as well. Israeli fighter jets are now flying over Syria. Okay, so we'll wait for that. Everything's happening at the same time. But the IRGC forces launched a drone strike at the US naval vessels following the interception of one of their ships. And also, the latest we now have, again, if you're watching this live, this is obviously as it is. In the next few hours, in the next couple of days, in the next few minutes, everything could change, obviously. That's the nature of live breaking news, that when you're dealing with a bunch of nutters in Iran. So as of now, which is 6:22 p.m. Eastern time, and obviously 1:52 a.m. Monday in Iran, according to the Islamic regime in Tehran, the claims of a second round of talks in Islamabad are inaccurate, and the Islamic regime will not send any representative to Pakistan to talk to the Americans. For the record, the US representatives, led by Steve Witkoff, are supposed to be on their way to Pakistan, or should be there. That's the interesting thing, because we heard this afternoon that the Americans are going. Now, last week, when the talks were confirmed, I think it was a Tuesday, both the Americans and the Iranian side, they arrived the night before, and with pomp and everything else, ceremony. We had, cameras everywhere. The night before, we saw J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and everybody else. So the Americans say that they have sent these guys, but we haven't actually seen or heard anything from the American side either. Nothing from the Iranian side. Again, they might be there, and they might just be bluffing or lying. They might turn up in the morning and say, yeah, let's have a chat. But as of now, the information that we have is that the Americans are supposed to be on their way. Not sure why they're not there yet, the night before. And the Iranian side are not there. they're refusing to turn up. But obviously, the distance between Iran and Pakistan is easier. They can just change their mind in the morning at 6 a.m. and just quickly get on one of their government planes. We also have this statement from the president. Today, an Iranian flag cargo ship named Tuska, again, no relations to CCTV, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The US Navy destroyer, well, guided missile destroyer, intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in their engine room. Right now, the US Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under US Treasury sanctions because of the prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship, and we are seeing what's on board. President Donald J. Trump. The fascinating thing about this is that, as I said, the intel that we have is that on board of these big vessels and cargo ships, we have IRGC representatives, IRGC officials, because they don't trust anybody. They don't trust their own people. So they are there to keep an eye on everything, and including, obviously, any sort of tensions with the Americans during this blockade situation. The problem here is the US Navy are now in charge of the vessel. So that means they have IRGC members in US custody for the first time since the war has begun. So the Islamic Republic are now having an absolute meltdown. Now they're going to go around cry saying, we got hostages, release the hostages, basically. That's what they're going to do. So this is a fascinating situation, but we are going to get more information about what's happening with the crew, of course. But there is also, yes, the Islamic Republic have also said the following. They don't trust the Americans, apparently. Well, no, us Sherlock. They've said that American terrorists have extensive experience in the matter of deception through negotiation. And over the course of 1 year, they attacked Iran twice during negotiations while constantly speaking of the talks' progress. Well, we're going to have the third one soon then, aren't we? They continue. Iran is fully prepared this time as well and considers the scenario of war more likely than the continuation of negotiations. Therefore, Iran is prepared to, with the reconstructions and the preparations it has undertaken over the past 2 weeks, cement unforgettable, hellish hours right from the outset of renewed conflict with America and Israel. Additionally, an analysis of Iran's positions show that if the war begins and infrastructure is targeted once again, Iran will completely abandon the restraints it exercised in the first round of war regarding the obviously Fajura and Al-Manab and all the other Arab bases and air infrastructure. Obviously, we've got a lot of oil facilities, gas facilities in Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi. Now, apparently, during the first phase of the war, the first 40 days, the IRGC, by choice, they were showing restraint. That was on purpose, getting hammered, losing their leadership, losing their air force, and their navy being annihilated. That was by choice, guys. Yeah, they were just, you know, they were being patient while getting killed and hiding in hospitals and schools. Going forward, apparently, they're now going to be brave enough. They're going to be like Braveheart. And instead of obviously shouting freedom, they're going to say 72 virgin goats. The 72 virgin goats are getting prepared by Greg the Goat. Okay, we also have a quick thing in terms of the US military mobilization and redeployment in the region. I mentioned yesterday or earlier today about USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier. We now have an update. So, Ford has now officially returned to the Middle East alongside 2 destroyers, USS Mahan and the USS Winston S. Churchill, joining the USS Abraham Lincoln that is already operating near the, just obviously outside of the Gulf of Oman. USS George H.W. Bush is also on its way and expected to arrive in the next few days. So, as you can see, the theater of war is once again getting prepared, but by the time USS George H.W. Bush arrives, we might already be in a hot conflict because the IRGC are now getting ready to launch. So, the Israeli Air Force fighter jets are now flying over Syria, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. We're going to get more updates on that. But there is another situation. So, apparently, the Islamic regime said they have been monitoring the US redeployments that are obviously getting ready for surprise and rapid military attacks. So I'm guessing they have been watching 2CTV to stay up to date. So thank you, IRGC, for watching to stay up to date with the US mobilization. Anyway, we also have this statement from the outrage, absolutely outraged, Anwar Gargash from the United Arab Emirates. He has now said that it is now no longer possible to return to the previous pace in relations with Iran with a review and guarantees. Essentially, the whole relationship between the Arabs and the Islamic Republic of Iran has completely changed. It's too late, and all bridges have been burned. They are now awaiting a new regime in Iran and a new free and democratic Iran, so they could once again have a good relationship with that country. A quick statement from the Israeli Defense Forces also coming in terms of the ceasefire that has now been officially violated and broken by the Islamists. Before we get to that, we've got a couple of reactions here. Make Persia great again, and also the rest of Iran, let's not forget. Best coverage on the planet. Factual statements, thank you. Dude, you are a mother effer. Family show, guys. Keep it up. Love from the US. Thank you. Kevin says, after Iran attacked Indian ships, it is time for Modi to join the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by deploying their large Indian Navy. If they do that, that would be the most hilarious thing, because Pakistan will no longer be the mediator. And I think that's a good idea. India, get involved. It's time. Defend your interests. And Heather says, we prefer to be called pirates, not terrorists. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes, how dare you? It's American pirates, not terrorists. Okay, so let's quickly go to the Israeli Defense Forces and the latest statements from the violation of ceasefire by the Islamists. The IDF says that the Israeli Defense Forces soldiers identified an armed Islamist terrorist who violated the ceasefire understandings by crossing the forward defense line and approaching IDF soldiers, posing an immediate threat. Following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists. So, as you can see, we are having an extremely, but largely peaceful ceasefire. Hours away, hours to go until the so-called negotiations. All right, so let me just have a look at the latest data coming in, and then we're going to go back to... Right. We might be looking at an imminent attack. The problem with this is that obviously when the information comes in, it's always at least a few minutes delayed. So there might be an attack happening now by the IRGC, but we might not get it for the next few minutes until it is confirmed or some sort of statement has been released. I'm not really sure if they are brave enough to do it. I don't know. Maybe we should do a wager. I don't know if they're going to be brave enough to actually do an actual attack. They might be launching a couple of drones at probably like USS Abraham Lincoln, something that is not really going to be damaged. Do you remember when the war was about to start, Tucker Carlson and all the other self-appointed experts were going around saying that the moment the war begins with Iran, firstly, it's going to be World War III, apparently. Still waiting for that. And they also said USS Abraham Lincoln will be destroyed. The Iranian regime will sink it. Still waiting for that as well. It's not going too well. But they have launched a couple of drones previously and didn't work out well. As we speak, the president of Argentina, one of my favorites, Javier Milei, is now in Israel to, of course, show support to the Israelis and increase cooperation between the two countries. Things have massively changed in South America, as you can see, over the last few years. Let's quickly go to the video we have from the visit of Milei. It's so funny.
You know, Javier. You know what that means? Means friend. Yeah, good friend. Yeah. And thank you for the kind words you said. And
that guy.
Hear what I have to say about you. To my office. Another one. Lord what? Yes. Please.
Anyway.
And actually, yeah, good to see you. Really good. Warms my heart. Please sit down.
Javier Milei is somehow Javier Milei is even shorter than Benjamin Netanyahu. That's an achievement. He's so short. Anyway, I can't talk, by the way. I think we might be looking at the situation tonight and tomorrow. Could be literally in the next few hours, few minutes, where the Americans might have to be forced to do a preemptive attack because, well, technically speaking, from the perspective of the Islamic Republic, the Americans started this, right? That's how they see it, because they seized one of their ships and they also opened fire. Obviously, that was because the IRGC vessel was not responding. They were not cooperating. But they're going to see it as the Americans started it. So they are seeing what they're about to do, the IRGC, as a legitimate retaliation. That's how they genuinely believe it. They're not even like pretending. So we're going to have to call it a preemptive attack now by the Americans, because I think if there is going to be any risk assessment being done right now by the military intelligence in the US and the Israeli side, if they are right now monitoring the situation as they are, and if they do believe that what's about to happen in the next few minutes, potentially, is simply a couple of IRGC drones or maybe one missile being launched at the Americans, that's fine. You could ignore that and continue to prepare for tomorrow or for the next day, whatever the original plan was to return to war. But if the military assessment indicates that the IRGC are going to go a little bit insane and start hitting Dubai, for example, again, then I do believe the best option would be for the Americans to bring forward the original plans, because they are prepared anyway. They know when they're going to hit. Nobody knows, but they know. They might have to do that first before the IRGC manage to regroup. Of course, that is up to the commander-in-chief. There is also an update from Iran's ambassador to Pakistan. Reza Amiri Muqaddam has now said that the US naval blockade undermines diplomacy. For the record, the IRGC started the blockade first, but apparently the Americans responding is a bit of a violation. He now says you cannot keep violating international law, double down on your blockade, threaten Iran with further war crimes, and pretend to be pursuing diplomacy. It is interesting how the Islamic Republic suddenly care about international law. A bunch of terrorists who have occupied a major country in the Middle East. But yeah, if they want to believe that, let them believe it. We are awaiting some breaking news in the next few minutes. Stay with us. James says, I think it's popping off as you speak, to see. Probably. To see, do you think IRGC violated against the US Navy? Does that mean that they are trying to delay the Monday negotiation? Definitely. I think one of the main reasons they haven't confirmed that whether they are attending tomorrow or not is not really just because they believe that the Americans have the upper hand, the Americans' demands are too tough, and they don't know what to do. It's actually because nobody knows who's in charge in Iran. There are different factions as you go, and they need to know who they're going to send, and they need to know whether they are all on the same page. I think that's the biggest problem right now in Tehran. One of the reasons that they would like, ideally, to delay this, at least, they can't ask because they got too much pride, let's just say, right? At this point, technically, they can pick up the phone to the White House and say, can we please extend? Can we just like do it next week? They can beg, right? But that will show weakness. You can't show weakness at this point. So what you might have to do is to find an excuse to delay this. But the problem is, if you go too far, it might go too far. The perfect example is the moment the war started, about 1 month and a half ago, the IRGC strategy, which made sense at the time, was to start hitting the Arab countries. But the idea was supposed to be to hit the Arabs a little bit, US bases in Arab countries, so that the Arab leadership could put pressure on President Trump to say, stop, let's do a ceasefire. The problem with that strategy is that they went a little bit too far. Instead of hitting US bases, they started hitting residential areas in Arab cities. At that point, it was too late for the Arabs to put pressure on the president. They said, well, now you've gone too far. Now we are turning against you in Iran. So my fear is they might actually be, even if their plan was to basically find an excuse, to cause some chaos, to basically delay tomorrow's appointment, tomorrow's meeting, by doing this, by basically provoking the Americans to open fire and take one of your ships, and also in retaliation, you guys launched a drone. Yeah, that might have slightly gone too far, but we will only find out the outcome in the next few minutes and few hours, whether the Americans will actually now bite hard or whether they're going to be patient. Okay, we now have also another statement from the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, Ghalibaf. Or as Ivan says, I forgot what it says. Was it Barley Barf? Was it? I can't remember. Ivan, let me know. He says, vibe trading digital oil is like vibe hedging in treasuries during Hormuz risk off. It's typing like he's like high on cannabis as a 14-year-old boy. Both shares one house of cards that works on paper. Difference. Oil, at least, has a dated Brent. Treasuries, vibes all the way down. It's gone insane. I know, and I'm going to explain why this is happening, by the way. He's not writing it. He's literally not writing this. So we have already exposed Ghalibaf, and I'm going to show it to you again if I have access to it. So Ghalibaf, right now, is not, well, the Speaker of Parliament, his account on X, let me put this on for you guys quickly, is not actually being operated by Ghalibaf as someone who is from Iran in Iran. This gibberish, because he's doing it on purpose, well, the person who's doing it, by the way, this is on purpose, what you're seeing on the screen. This sort of language, the way he talks, and look at all his previous posts in the last few days, you can tell this is not how he talks. For those who are aware of how he is, his personality, also a Persian-speaking person, not an English-speaking person, it's not him, because somebody in the US, somebody in California, an IRGC affiliate in California, is posting on his behalf. And you can tell by going on his account, on obviously the back end of the account, and it says obviously based in the US. That's not VPN, because the regime members in Iran don't use VPN. They're not allowed, and also they don't need to use VPN because they have their own access. But so this guy is not actually high. He's not posting anything. It's somebody else doing it. Okay, so let me quickly go back here before we wait for more fireworks. And start with the if I were them, what I would do approach. I'm certain they're garbage for brain and might get valuable insights from you instead. Just because you told me to not do that, I'm going to double down and do it more. I'm going to give more advice to the IRGC. The Islamic Republic, if you're watching this, I'm going to give you more advice in the next few days. The reason for this is because I am a contrarian. You do not tell me what to do. I will do the exact opposite. And also, the level of idiocy in this statement, that's not how it works. I can assure you, even though they are low IQ, they're not going to get any insight from me. They should, but they're not. I just have to say that the IRGC is the dumbest enemy America has ever had to deal with. I think objectively, that's probably true. Objectively speaking, compared to anything else that the Americans had to deal with for the past century or so, I think that is very, very true. Thank you. Maya truly believe that if by 2028 your 2CTV gets to supersede fake channels and stupid media reporting, we might have the right elections here in the US. People are seriously starved of truth, but we are still beating most of all the European media outlets in terms of the ratings, and but obviously the US overall is a bigger country. But in terms of not the net number of viewers, but the overall ratings, we're still also beating most of the American outlets in terms of the liberal news establishments, in terms of actual live viewership. Okay, I'm biting. How tall are you? Here we go. So the way I would say it, to make myself sound a bit taller, is I'm just shorter than 5'8". In centimeters, I think I am 175, 176, something like that. 190. Let's go with that. I'm taller than Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron put together, combined. They are tiny. Anyway, TC is 5'3" tall. Wow, 5'3". That's Javier Milei probably. My wife Sarah and I watch your show daily. Her family is in the country and in our hearts. Thank you for keeping us informed. Thank you very much for watching, Justin. Milei looks like he could be the guitarist of the Grateful Dead. Cool hair like you, MAGA. He does have good hair. Well, crazy hair, but good crazy. Dear IRGC, don't threaten us with a good time. Sincerely, America. There's going to be a bumpy road in the next few hours. Okay, so let me just quickly get the latest update for you guys to see if the crazy idiots in Iran are doing. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, we now have confirmation. We have confirmation that the crew of the Iranian ship are in fact in US custody, which means the US Marines, actually, the US Marines are now in charge of what we now call the IRGC hostages. So this is fascinating. I can assure you the position, the narrative is now going to be from the Islamic Republic. The Americans have taken Iranians hostages. That's what they're going to do, right? So they're going to use that as an excuse to say, we're not going to talk until you release our hostages. That's going to be the new position. We're not going to turn up tomorrow because it's, as I said, they've gone a little bit too far, because if they even want to change their mind to turn up tomorrow to talk in Islamabad, it shows huge weakness. It's embarrassing. Even their own supporters Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, even they're going to be like, oh, a little bit bad, Islamists, a little bit bad. You are literally caving in. So again, IRGC, I'm giving you advice, even though I've been telling you guys, you need to sign the surrender deal. Probably best not to turn up tomorrow. If you do, I'm going to laugh at you. I'm going to humiliate you. But it's probably best to find a way to extend to some sort of delay tactic. That's the best option for you guys. Meanwhile, we are waiting for USS George H.W. Bush to also arrive. We don't really need that, but the Americans are prepared. The US Marines, go on, guys. Anyway, what's this? The biggest enemies of the American people are the media and most of our Congress. Most. There's a lot of them, by the way, that really hate America, and somehow they are taking American tax money to fight against America. In America. Welcome to the 21st century. Back in the day, you used to worry about tanks crossing borders from the enemy side. Now you have to worry about enemy within in all our countries in the Western world. But it's quite peaceful in Beirut. We've got the live feed from Beirut. I'm trying to see if we have the live feed back from the Strait of Hormuz. I was keeping an eye on that situation. I think it's back. I think I have good news. No. Ooh, do we? I need to confirm this. It has been disconnected. That's great. So I don't have the live feed from Hormuz anymore. Everything's going fine. Let me just double check the feed. Okay. To see you are hot, good-looking man, sexy. See, all these are factual statements, and I approve this message. On that note, I'm going to double check with our sources in the Persian Gulf and the Arab countries, especially in UAE, to see what they are up to and what they are hearing. I think the next few hours are going to be interesting. I don't think I'm going to be sleeping tonight, so I'm going to keep an eye on their developments because any moment we might have a bit of a situation. So we're going to keep you guys posted over the next few hours right here on 2C TV. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya 2C. And we are the media.
That was kind of interesting. So, Tusi thinks that something might be happening tonight. Huh. What do you guys think? Do you guys think something's going to be happening tonight? Wait, what? Wait, is this real? No, that's not real. Okay. Some account is like posting some AI video of President Trump. This account usually like just reposts President Trump's Truth Social post. So for some reason, no. For some reason, I thought that like President Trump posted this on his Truth Social, but he didn't. Do we want, like, I'm not a big fan of AI videos, especially when I haven't seen them in advance. Should we watch it? No, this was not posted on his Truth Social. I just went and I checked his Truth Social. It's not there. But like that account typically posts President Trump's Truth Social posts. I mean, I'll play it, but if I don't like it, I'll stop it because I don't know what this is. Oh man, it's Game of Thrones music. That's gonna get me a copyright strike. All right. Sorry, guys. I can't play this, but if you go to the commentary Donald Trump account, you can find it there. So, all right. Let's see if Morad Vaisi is done. Okay. I need to call it a night soon as well because I have... Okay. Morad Vaisi is done. So let's go to Morad Vaisi. Okay. Oh, wait. It's still not...
درود بر شما.
No, man. Subtitles are unavailable. Okay. YouTube probably hasn't like done the auto AI translate yet, right? Because he just finished live streaming and I still don't have the closed caption option available there. So I can't play that because you guys aren't going to get what he's saying. Okay. Let's see here. Oh. So guys, this is a video that Armin and I were sharing yesterday with you guys. So again, this is Ghalibaf, and he's trying very desperately to portray as if like he's a winner. So look at this. Iran International now added English subtitles. So let me read the caption for you. So Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said in a televised interview that the Islamic Republic had won the war on the battlefield despite being weaker than Washington militarily and financially, responding to criticism from hardliners over negotiations with the US. Do you see what he's doing here? So basically, like he's trying to say that even though he wants like a ceasefire, the Islamic regime has won somehow. Oh, look at this. Ben Valentine. This weekend in Brisbane, Saturday, 20 pro-Pal protesters arrested for using banned phrases and slogans. Sunday, gathering of pro-Shah Iranians. Guess who appeared on evening news? Was it you? Ben, did you appear on evening news in Australia? That's pretty cool. Was it you? Not you. Okay, so who appeared on evening news? Was it the MEK? Ew, don't tell me it was the MEK. Oh, wow. So the Pali, so the jihadis got coverage and the pro-Shah, pro-freedom demonstration got no coverage. Yep. Yep, that's pretty typical. Yeah, of course, it's all about the pro-Palis. Yeah, 100%, right? It's always about the jihad and the Durka. Yeah, pretty hypocritical. We're sick of that. All right, okay, let's watch Ghalibaf. Let's see what Ghalibaf is saying here, okay? Because Iran International now... So guys, remember, Ghalibaf is now trying to... he's basically trying to justify why he's appeasing. And you know what? Maybe we'll go back to like Morad Vaisi's earlier analysis because we still haven't finished that one. Because I still have to wait for the new one that he just finished streaming to like process, right? So, all right, let's watch this. Let's see how accurate I got you guys. Got you good. All right, but let's go to Qalibov for real. Let's go to Qalibov for real. Oh man. So it's honestly, it's when you least expect it. Guys, whenever you think it's going to happen, it's not happening. It's whenever you least expect it, that's when it's going to happen. All right, but let's go to Qalibov.
ولی من اینجا یه نکته رو میخوام بگم. اصلا
Like, but I want to say one thing here.
وارد بشم. این به معنی این
This does not
نیست که ما
that we
در
are
قدرت نظامی از آمریکا قوی تریم. خب که 2 تا 4 تاست. معلوم آمریکایی‌ها پولشو از ما بیشتر، تجهیزاتشو از ما بیشتر.
Wow. So, okay. So Qalibov, he's basically admitting that, well, it's pretty obvious that the Americans are more powerful than us. They're stronger. They have more money, blah, blah, blah. But we still won the war, which is insane.
امکاناتشو از ما بیشتر. بس که اینا در دنیا جنایت کردن چون همیشه کار
Now he's basically saying that the Americans have committed crimes.
شون تهاجمه تجربهشون از ما بیشتر. رژیم صهیونیستی هم
Oh, and then of course the Zionist regime, right? Israel.
که نوکر و عمله اونها هست.
Guys, so remember Armin was saying, so remember how everyone says Jews control the world and Jews control like America, blah, blah, blah. In Persian, he's actually saying the opposite. He's saying that Israel is the servant of the United States in the region.
عمله اونها هست تو منطقه و برای منافعشون. دیدین که او جنگ قبل هم اشاره کردن که اگر در دولت از قبلی آمریکا که اگر اسرائیل هم نمی بود امروز باید یه اسرائیل در منطقه درست میکردیم. یعنی در واقع ژاندارم اوناست در اینجا میخواد کار خودش انجام میده. خب اونم از قدرت بالایی برخورداره. یه وقتی من میبینم مردم عزیز ما میگن که ما اونا رو نابودشون کردیم. نه، ما اونا رو نابودشون نکردیم. این رو بدونیم. ما در این جنگ برنده میدانیم.
He is coping so hard. So basically what he's saying is like, there are some people who say that we destroyed America and the Israelis. No, that's not true. We didn't destroy them. They're stronger than us. They're more powerful than us, but we still won the war. I don't know how, but that's basically what he's saying here. Jeez. Crazy. Literally insane. Okay. That's still processing. All right. Okay. I mean, if you want, like I can continue playing Morad Besi. I might have to leave his other analysis for tomorrow, depending on how long it's going to take, right? But I'm happy to finish this one. Let's see how much he has left. Like he still has oh my gosh, there's still like half of this like left. So I don't know if I'm even going to get through this. Because it's been almost 9 hours. Okay.
وقتی نمیتونه حرف بزنه مجتبی معلوم میشه احتمالاً اکثر
Okay, so where we left off with Morad Besi is when he was basically, remember he was saying like people are questioning whether Mujtaba is alive or not. So, and then that's when he made that sort of, backhanded comment about Mujtaba where he said, well, either Mujtaba, like he's unconscious, or there was like a targeted boom boom that cut out his tongue, or he's been dead for the last 50 days and the IRGC is just playing a game and fooling everyone.
پیام صادر میکنه. مسئله فراتر از آسیب دیدن صورت، دست یا پاس به نظرم در مورد مجتبی. حتی پیام صوتی هم نمیتونه بده. وقتی نمیتونه حرف بزنه مجتبی، معلوم میشه احتمالاً اکثر تصمیمات و باندهای سپاه میگیرن و باندهای سپاه به شدت با هم اختلاف داره. روند تصمیم گیری در جمهوری اسلامی مختل شده. این نکته مهم و جدیدیه. روند تصمیم گیری در جمهوری اسلامی در رأس نظام مختل شده. تمرکز قدرت تبدیل به توزیع قدرت شده بین باندهای مختلف. باندهای مختلف به شدت با همدیگه در حال درگیری هن. دولت هم کاری نیست. روند تصمیم گیری مختل شده.
He's just speaking about how everything is divided here. Okay, guys, here's what I'm going to do because we've been going for pretty much 8 hours and I do have a few things that I need to actually do. I'm not actually going to bed, guys. I'm literally not going to bed. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on the news. I don't know. I just feel like something might be happening. I don't know. Plus I have like a few errands that I need to run right now. So I'm going to be around. I will be around. Wait, what? Oh, is Mark Levin going live tonight? Is that when he does? Oh, it's Sunday. Is that when he does like his talks about Iran? Okay. All right, you know what? Okay, let's stick around. Wait, he's on live right now. Did we miss it? Oh no.
Is right regardless of what anybody else thinks, which is smart. But he's one of a kind, no?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, when you look at previous Democrat or Republican administrations, nobody's had the guts to do what he's done and give him full credit for what he's done. And that's the reason why I want him to finish the job now. Why, basically ensure that for a future government,
finish the job,
our grandkids or our kids out there, that this threat is eliminated. And the only way you do that with a theocratic government out there is to eliminate the government that they've got right now, which is very, very revolutionary in nature. Again, you go back to the Revolutionary Guards. The Revolutionary Guards' primary role is to ensure the supreme leader and that government stays in charge. It is not the army. There are two separate things, but they control the people. They've killed thousands of their own people. They're not trustworthy. They've lied yesterday. They've lied today. They're going to lie tomorrow. And as long as you don't finish that job, a future generation, a future president, or future senators or representatives are going to be faced with the same problem. And if the experience is going to happen, then they will let it happen. They'll let that happen, and we won't go back to war. We won't go back to eliminate him. This is a threat that can change the world for generations as long as we finish the job. And I hope the president sees through that. And I hope that the negotiators he has out there sees through it as well. I mean, it sounds good. It feels good. We're worried about the midterm and the future elections. This is a threat to mankind. And I think President Trump, both what he's done in the Middle East or what he's done in Venezuela, what he's done in the world has made it safer for generations to come. A lot of senators don't buy that. And a lot of representatives don't buy that. But I believe a lot of them, for the most part, are really cowards in what they've said. They do it for expediency's sake. Trump hasn't done that, and we shouldn't allow that to happen.
Very well said. And especially we have this strong strain of isolationism as we had in the 1930s. It has enveloped and devoured the Democrat Party. It has caused some Republicans to have caution to the point of fear, and it concerns me a lot. And you have a president of the United States who's in command. He's a great commander-in-chief. He knows what needs to be done. He tries peace. He tries negotiation. He tries diplomacy. And then at some point he realizes this enemy is deadly, and he takes action. But again, I just want to reiterate for the American people, this is my concern. You have the Democrat Party that is an isolationist party, period. Very hostile to our own interests, very hostile to Israel's interests, and quite frankly, hostile to the Gulf Arab nation interests as well. And you don't have Republicans, certainly not in the recent past, willing to step into the void and do anything about it. So if we have some kind of an arrangement and that that Republican Guard remains and then they break the arrangement, I don't see us enforcing it after Donald Trump leaves. Do you?
No, I don't. I think you're exactly right. You know, we, for the most part, and I say this about our politicians, that's why Hanson is so good. We have a terrible read on history. We keep forgetting the past. We keep forgetting what got us here. Remember, Neville Chamberlain, when he went to Munich in 1938, said he could deal with this guy. He thought Hitler was a good guy. Really? No, he's not. He didn't trust him. And of course, what happened was World War II, which we got involved in. The same thing happened basically in World War I. I don't want to do a World War III. I'd prefer to stay out of that. I'd prefer my grandkids don't have to do something like that. And because of President Trump, I think he's done that. And he has to make sure that holds. I wouldn't trust the senators. I wouldn't trust the representatives for the most part to do that. I think they're going to run for political expediency sake. You know, if John F. Kennedy was alive and he wrote another book, Profiles in Courage, I think he'd have a hard time finding people to fill that book right now in the political realm. He just wouldn't do it. Fortunately, you have somebody like President Trump who's very smart. He's very well read. He's kind of well thought through everything he's been happening, and he's been right on everything. He's picked the right partners and the right people to work with, be it Israel, be it the Middle Eastern countries, in ensuring that this doesn't happen again.
All right, General, thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very much, your service now and your past service as well. God bless you, my friend.
Thanks, Mark.
We'll be right back.
Oh, man. For some reason, I thought that Mark Levin would go live at 9, but he went live at 8. But it's going to be replayed at like 11 p.m. So it's going to be there's going to be a replay in 2 hours. I probably won't be around. Oh, I love Cops. I used to watch Cops as a kid.
These heroes mean business.
Bad boy. What you gonna
Cops,
do?
all new
What you
episodes
gonna
streaming
do
now
when
on
they
Fox
come
Nation.
for you?
You did not announce yourself before you touched me physically.
I believe that show is still running. It's such a good show. Okay, so but guys, what's really interesting about this is I'm seeing this narrative a lot. So remember, leading up to the attack by the United States and Israel against the Islamic regime, the last few days, the narrative was all like, you know, get Khamenei, right? Like, you know, get rid of the Islamic regime. And that was the narrative. That's like what Sean Hannity was saying, what Mark Levin was saying. And I was like, my spidey senses are tingling, right? Now it's like the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing I've noticed in the last few days, but the narrative is now finish the job. And this finish the job narrative is completely in line with what like Iranians have been saying, right? Like remember my speech from last week where I spoke at a rally in Ottawa, and it was basically like a global day of action. So there were rallies all around the world, and you know, it was all about, you know, thanking President Trump and Israel, but also, you know, letting President Trump know that, you know, please finish the job. And that was basically my speech. So, you know, Iranians, we've been saying finish the job. And now what's really interesting is that's what I'm starting to see once again in like American media narratives, right? But for those you know, where it matters, right? Like Sean Hannity is saying it, Mark Levin is saying it, Senator Lindsey Graham, right? Oh, what's this weird like inflammation stuff? Let me just remove this. I don't want to be like sharing commercials. That's weird. But yeah, so this whole narrative of, you know, finish the job that's what we're seeing now. So yeah, like it's my spidey senses are tingling. My spidey senses are tingling on this because there definitely is like a finish the job vibe here, right? And who knows what's going on. Nufti. So Nufti is it's the only lobby group that we Iranians trust. So I can bring them up. So Nufti is a pro-free Iran, pro-Shah lobby group. And Nufti is the main lobby group that we Iranians trust. They're based in Washington, D.C. And yeah, Nufti is good. Nufti good. Nufti good, Nayak bad. So this is the good one. Yeah. They also have an X account. Let me pull up their X account for you guys. So it's National Union for Democracy in Iran. And this is their X page. So they also have a lot of very good info. Yeah. So their X account is mainly in English. So you should definitely follow them on X. They also have an Instagram account as well. So you can follow them on Insta. Oh wait, Mark Levin is back.
In the program this way, we wouldn't be in this position, this victorious position, but for the President of the United States, Donald Trump. This has really been a brilliant war effort at every level. So I have faith. I have faith. He'll do the right thing because that's what he does. I'll see you next time on Life, Liberty, and Levin.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Trey Gowdy, and it's Sunday night in America. If you're having a hard time following what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, you're not alone. The strait appeared to open.
That's why you guys know exactly what's going on.
Iranian gunboats pierced the truce by firing at commercial ships. Negotiations are ongoing, but one does have to wonder how much leverage Iran has if indeed its Navy is at the bottom of the sea.
The foreign minister says it's open. The IRGC says it's closed. Regardless, it's the U.S. Navy and President Trump as the commander-in-chief that decides what ultimately comes in and comes out. And I think the bigger picture here is that the Iranian regime cannot hold the entire world's economy hostage. They cannot met out collective punishment because of a dispute over its nuclear program.
And there is the issue of nuclear residue from earlier U.S. bombing campaigns. Who takes possession of that and when and how? Misinformation is part of war. Fear and uncertainty are weapons. The president enlisted a negotiating team, including his vice president and 2 trusted aides. Things seem to have calmed down and the bullets started firing again. The U.S. blockade remains in place, but now Iran claims its own blockade. The vice president is reportedly heading back to the region for more talks. But
no, guys, this isn't a burden. This is amazing, guys. This is fantastic. This, like, I'm happy. Like, I'm so proud of all of you because you guys are like steps ahead of the media.
Countries agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. The Middle East has been plagued by violence for millennia. It can be hard to see some days, but there are signs of hope. Relations between Israel and moderate Arab states are improved. We shall see whether Lebanon joins the peace and whether Iran has finally exhausted President Trump's patience. Joining us is fellow with the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, Vice Admiral Robert Harwood. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your service to our country. First, help us understand what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. We thought it was open for business, and now we're not so sure.
Well, there was an Iranian ship that came through today and tried to break the blockade, which U.S. intercepted. So ships can move. Some of it's by choice and some of it's based on the threat moving or not. And I think what's also riveting here, no one really knows what's going on except the president. And I don't know if that's part of his deception plan or not, but the campaign has been absolutely brilliant. No one thought we would strike Iran. He struck Iran. No one thought we could recover the pilot. We recovered the pilot. And no one knows where we are except the president. So everyone's guessing on this, but it's very clear what the president wants: the free flow of commerce through the Straits of Hormuz and relinquishing of the nuclear material that Iran could have for a weapon. So I think it's been a...
No, that's not what he wants. He wants to eradicate the Islamic regime.
This strategy will force the Iranian government to capitulate. So I think that we've been anticipating that since it started on the 27th of February. And now we've taken the most critical part of it. We're crushing them economically. So I'll be shocked if the regime doesn't come back to the negotiation table.
It's not coming back.
Let me ask you about one of the consequences of crushing them.
So he obviously doesn't know about the internal divisions, right? Because Arakchi and Ghalibaf want to capitulate, but the other factions don't.
Are we convinced the Lebanese want Hezbollah gone?
Like, so this is the challenge. Like, I'm sure he's very, very good when it comes to providing like analysis and input from the America and Israeli side. But unless you know what's happening internally inside of the Islamic regime, you can't guarantee that the Islamic regime is going to, with 100% certainty, come back to the negotiation table and agree. Because
ultimate end state, a government in Iran who renounces the Islamic Revolution and all of its policies. And top of that policy list, other than a nuclear weapon, was support and surrogates of their proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and others. But with those resources gone, those entities will be under law pressure and they'll eventually be overwhelmed, unable to support their activities. So again, this strategy not only hits Iran, it hits all their surrogates.
All right, you mentioned regime change in Iran and how wonderful that would be for the entire world and the neighborhood. Are there other markers of success that you will be looking for in the days and weeks to come? I mean, it's hard for me. Trading one despotic theocrat for another, to me, is not success. But how should we be looking at success in Iran in the days and weeks to come?
There's no doubt you're starting to see indicators, what's happening in Iran, what's happening outside, the willingness to come back and negotiating. But again, a government in Iran, and it can't be the people who have blood on their hands, because that day of reckoning and accountability will come. But it's a government that announces and renounces the Islamic Revolution and those policies.
Yes.
Acquiring a nuclear weapon, threatening the Straits of Hormuz and the other allies in the region, supporting their surrogates, attacking us and our interests, not only in the physical sense, but cyber activity. So the government has to first meet that. And then at the end of the day, it can't be part of the IRGC that was responsible for murdering 30,000 Iranian people in a month. That at the end of the day, when you have that government in place, there will be accountability, there'll be trials, there'll be arrests of those people who were murdering the Iranian people. So you can see how this plays out over the long haul, and you're seeing snippets, just as you've asked about, Trey, you're seeing some of that. They're going to come back to the table. They're trying to run the blockade now. So you're seeing indicators of just how under threat they are, how weak they are, and we're moving in the direction to meet those end objectives. So in my mind, it's just a matter of time, and that's the problem for the president's political pressure to get commerce moving, capitulate on certain aspects of it now. But the real end state has to have a government that agrees to all those components that were part of the policies of this regime.
Admiral, thank you again for your service to our country and for joining us on a Sunday night.
Always good to be with you, Trey. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care. Coming to the U.S. to visit, study, or work is a privilege, not a right. Our State Department is monitoring who's coming and why, as they should. Secretary Marco Rubio is terminating the visas and green cards for Iranian nationals with ties to
Yes.
the current regime.
Yes.
3 Iranians were
Good
arrested
job.
and faced deportation. Relatives of the notorious but dead killer
Kick them
Qasem
out.
Soleimani were taken into custody. Freedom carries risk and reward. The reward, however, should be for us, not those antagonistic to our values, and definitely not in a time of conflict. Joining us, the State Department spokesperson, Tommy Pickett. Welcome, Tommy. Secretary Rubio is exactly right to call it a privilege. You do not have a right to work, study, or visit the U.S. We set the conditions. I mean, just last night in Los Angeles, an Iranian national accused of trafficking in weapons was stopped. Do we know how she got into the country? Or, I think that's what people want to know. How and when do these people who do not have our best interests get into the country?
Well, look, when it comes from a visa perspective, we have been very clear from the State Department that a visa, as you said, is a privilege, not a right, and it's a fundamental part of border security. That's why we have reinvigorated our vetting standards when it comes to visas. That's why we've seen a series of common sense policies where if we don't have the ability to vet someone from a certain country, then visas to that country have been suspended. We need to have an ability to know who is coming into our country, having them be properly vetted, looking at social media, for example, where so much
I
of
like
our
that
lives today
guy.
are
I
lived.
like that.
That's part of having an
Admiral
America First visa
Robert
strategy.
Howard
And then when
guy.
someone is here in the
Howard.
country, as you're mentioning, they need to abide by our laws. They can't support terrorism. They can't break our laws. We've actually seen, looking at this from a 1,000-foot view, over 100,000 visa revocations under the Trump administration, most of those directly because of
I like
criminal
him and I
activity.
like his messaging.
So the bottom line is, if you're going to drive drunk on our streets, you're going to assault our people, you're going to steal from our stores, you're not welcome here.
Okay. That's something else. I like that guy. He doesn't have an X account though.
Marco Rubio is a really good lawyer. He knows due process applies to persons, not just citizens, but the process someone is due.
I mean, I agree with this part
depending on
here. Like,
status.
you know,
I mean, we assume
entry into the United States is a privilege, not a right.
And then once again, judges are going to.
No, Admiral Harvard was fantastic. Like, he's basically, like, guys, that's the same messaging. He's basically saying, like, you're not going to solve the problem until you overthrow the Islamic regime. And what I really appreciated is that let me just mute this for a second. What I really appreciated was the part where he said, you know, there needs to be a government that is not associated with the Islamic regime, that's not Islamist. And he even acknowledged that over 30,000 innocent people have been slaughtered, right? And so it's the same finish the job messaging. So we're seeing more and more of that finish the job messaging from different people.
Vetting. We've enhanced resources in order to allow for that continuous
Yeah,
vetting. And we're
good.
going to make sure that we're vetting new people that come into this country applying for that visa to make sure they're coming here and are going to abide by our laws.
All right, Tommy, let's listen to the Energy Secretary together, and I'll ask you about it on the other side.
What's this?
The starting of the blockade of Iranian oil puts additional pressure on them. Through the Treasury Department, we're also going after their financial tentacles, which are spread all throughout the region and around the world. We're turning the heat up on the Iranian leadership now.
All right, Tommy, we have a blockade. Iran says they have a blockade. For simple-minded folks like me, what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz, and what does success look like, and on what timetable?
Well, look, President Trump speaking very clearly and directly to this today multiple times, talking about the blockade the United States has for Iranian ships, or those ships going to Iranian ports. I think important context here is also the fact that in America, under President Trump, we've unleashed American energy. The president also speaking to that today. Different countries coming to the United States to buy the energy that we are producing. Ultimately, when it comes to what success looks like, President Trump has been very clear on this even before this operation began. He's speaking this how he wants to see a deal. He wanted to see a deal before Operation Midnight Hammer. He wanted to see a deal after Operation Midnight Hammer. He continues to want to see a deal, but he is going to see his objectives completed here. The fundamental one of which is that the Iranian regime can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Amen. Tommy, you got two good bosses in Marco Rubio and Mike Needham. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday night. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Take care. Up next, Eric Swalwell was a creation of Nancy Pelosi and the D.C. media. What responsibility do they owe his victims?
Ooh.
Ben Domenech tells us next.
Okay, guys, I'm just doing this because I don't want to get like a copyright strike or something. It's going to commercial. That next part doesn't really have much to do with Iran Revolution Live. I mean, I can play it if you guys want, but I don't know. Okay, let me play a quick song for you guys. I'm gonna take like a 2 or 3 minute break, and I'll be right back. And I'll keep an eye on the Fox News commercials.
Thank you, Trump, for the strength and the lead. Thank you, Bibi, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter night. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain. You washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Reza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He got us to greatness, he led us from night. The leader of our future, the heart of our land. With him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, baby. Tommy John, Reza Pahlavi. Mr. Trump, back at the table again, talking of peace, but you know how it ends. you're somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow, dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan, no deals with the devil.
Okay, guys. So Murad Vaisi's latest analysis is ready to go. Like, I was planning on ending my live stream and watching this, but I'm more than happy to watch it with you guys. I won't be giving a lot of analysis though, right? Because like I'm going to be sort of in the background doing a few other things. So up to you guys. Like I can because I really want to watch this because he didn't have a morning analysis, and I'm very curious to know what he is saying about President Trump and also the kinds of questions. Okay. All right, I'll play. But guys, I'm just going to say right now. So remember, whenever he says carpet weaver, he means qalibaf. And oh, someone's like, you have to be tired. I've been tired for a very long time. It's all good though. Listen, we're all tired. Especially us Iranians. Like honestly, like I can't think of a single Iranian person who's had like a good night's sleep, right? None of us have had a good night's sleep. since all this began. So it's been 113 days of just no sleep. But you know, we're all in a war, and we're all fighting. And you know, the way that we keep each other motivated is, you know, through supporting one another. You know, there's also like a lot of really fun memes as well. Let me see if I can like find some of the memes, right? Because there is a lot of like horrible things happening. There's a story that I still haven't shared with you guys today because it's absolutely horrific, and I'm still digesting it. But you may have seen it on X or Instagram. It deals with it has to do with a couple, and it is pretty horrific. I haven't been able to bring myself to talk about it yet. I mean, at some point I will, but not right now. Maybe tomorrow. I'll speak about it tomorrow. You guys probably know what I'm referring to. Here we go. Oh, guys, so this is actually nice. So Siavash, so I already shared his song No Internet, but he actually, like, on his oh, my browser lost audio connection. Here, let me do this again. Let me reshare my screen. So he made a song called No Internet, which I played for you guys. The one that's on his YouTube channel has no, like, it doesn't have like a music video, but he actually posted like a music video version on his Instagram. So we can watch this.
Screens go dark, the silence grows, no connection, no one knows. Rush, are you ready? City's quiet, truth erased, every voice is locked in place, all the pages filtered out, we try to speak but there's no route, signals cut the country blind, left the world and time behind. We call our homes across the sea, but no line back to family. 2 months gone, no voice, no sign, only fear inside our minds. No signal, can you hear us now? No internet, we're shouting loud. Cut the lines, but not our voice. We rise together, we have no choice. No signal, we're still here. Let the whole world hear us clear. Only power keeps the line. White SIM cards working fine. Money buys a secret way. Costly VPNs lead the way, while the rest are locked outside. Disconnected, silence live. No signal, hear us now. No internet, don't back down. Cut the lines, we still stand. Voices rising through the land. No signal, we are loud. Disconnected, not bound.
Wasn't that a beautiful song? I love the ending. I love the ending. It's just like a beautiful, free Iran, full of nature. Like, that's what we're fighting for. We're just fighting. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen PSYOP anime. Let's go to my favorite funny troll account. So I love this guy, LSM Fit. So here now, like, he's basically he's trolling. He's trolling the IRGC. So it's just basically him laughing. So the caption is, closing the Hormuz Strait costs the economy $435 million a day. So basically it's like these, so he's like, the United States has shut down, like, you know, the United States has blocked, you know, the Strait of Hormuz, and it's costing the Islamic regime 435. So he's just making a video like trolling the Islamic regime. I love the way he laughs and like the faces he makes. Honestly, this guy is such a sweetheart. Like, whenever I need a pick-me-up, I will go watch his videos. Like, he's so good. He's so funny with the little like eyebrow thing he does. Oh my gosh. Honestly, like, whenever I need a pick-me-up, I go watch his videos. Like, this is what I mean. Guys, like, all Iranians, we're supporting the United States and Israel, and we're literally trolling the Islamic regime. And yet, like, in the mainstream media, right? Oh, what's this one?
حدود 435 میلیون دلار ضرر بسته بودن تنگ هرمز و 40 میلیون دلار خسارت قطعی یه روز اینترنته. یعنی جمهوری اسلامی برای موندن خودش حاضر روز 475 میلیون دلار ضرر رو متحمل بشه اما بمونه. اما بچهای بلوچستان حتی هزینه خرید یه جفت دمپای پلاستیکی رو ندارن و مجبورن تو سرما و گرما بدون لباس و کفش و خوراک درست حسابی زنده‌مانی کنن. هر روز به تعداد کارتون خوابا و زباله‌گردا اضافه میشه و کوله برایی که مجبورن کوه با وسایل سنگین بالا پایین کنن واسه یه لقمه نون. از فقر و اعتیاد و فحشا هم
So basically, guys, what he's saying is, like, the Islamic regime is willing to waste like $475 million a day just to remain around. And yet the people of like Sistan and Baluchistan, the children have like no infrastructure, no facilities, no school. People are, you know, poor. And there's like no infrastructure. Right? Like, young people are just addicted.
تو غرزن جوونا درگیر اعتیادن. اینا رو گفتم که به اینجا برسن. حالا که یه نفر قبول کرده با وجود
So he's saying now that someone has agreed to lead the revolution, right? So he's referring to Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
این همه خرابی که جمهوری اسلامی به بار آورده و هنوزم داره به بار میاره، انقلابمون رو رهبری کنه تا بتونیم کنار هم متحد باشیم و ضد این جنایتکارا مبارزه کنیم. یه مشت دلواپس آخوند تو
So basically now, this guy is calling out all of like the lefties and the jihadis, right? He's basically saying, so now that we have someone, you know, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's willing to like lead a transitional government to liberate Iran from the oppressive Islamic regime, you have a bunch of like lefties and separatists and like Islamic regime supporters, right? Like this is MEK, this is like a Kurdish separatist, this is like some stupid rapper like no one cares about. This guy like pretends to be like freedom, but like basically, so he's basically calling out all the bad actors who indirectly support the Islamic regime. He's saying, so now that we have someone who's willing to like lead the revolution and basically transition us from an Islamic regime to a functioning secular democratic society, all these people have come out, and instead of attacking the Islamic regime, they're attacking King Reza Pahlavi. Right? So basically saying these people are doing everything they can to prevent the Pahlavi family from you know, transitioning the regime.
جمهوری اسلامی تمام تلاششون رو میکنن که فقط پهلوی نیاد. یعنی حاضرن آخوند مملکت رو ببلعه و
So basically he's saying that these people are willing and prepared for the mullahs to destroy Iran and to destroy our society as long as they can prevent Pahlavi from coming back. It's basically Pahlavi derangement syndrome, PDS. Imagine TDS, you know, like Trump derangement syndrome. We've been dealing with PDS for the last like 50 years. And, you know, Trump derangement syndrome is like here. Pahlavi derangement syndrome is like 1,000 times worse. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
که استخون بندازه جلو اینا اما پهلوی نیاد چون اگه بیاد جیره اینا قطع میشه. آخه بیشرف پهلوی مگه باعث شده که هر روز مردم فقیرتر بشن؟ آیا پهلوی دخترای
Right, so he's saying, was it the Pahlavi family that made people poor? It's not. Pahlavis made people richer. And then he's like, was it the Pahlavi family that raped people's daughters? No, that's the mullahs.
مردم دستگیر میکرد تجاوز میکرد.
Did the Pahlavi family sign the death warrants of children? Absolutely not. It's the mullahs.
پهلوی حکم اعدام بچه‌ها امضا میکرد. آیا پهلوی با
And then he's like, was it the Pahlavi family that caused the internet to be shut down? No, it was the mullahs.
شد اینترنت قطع بشه و هزاران مشکل دیگه تو ایران
And he's like 1,000 other problems. It's all the mullahs. It's the Islamic regime. And yet they suffer from so much Pahlavi derangement syndrome.
وجود بیاد از شما به عنوان بی‌شرف‌ترین
And then he's saying, you will be remembered as the most shameless people in
تو تاریخ دنیا یاد خواهند کرد. اگه با پهلوی مخالفی ایراد نداره. راه حل خودتو با نماینده‌تون معرفی.
So basically he's saying, if you have an issue with Pahlavi, that's fine, but give us a solution. Introduce your solution, introduce your leader, and let the Iranian people decide if they're going to support or not.
بی‌شرف آخوند پرست. حدود
There you go. That wasn't as funny, but let me see if I can find a funny one. Oh. He works so hard. He's such a good person. But it's, oh, okay, here we go. Here's a funny one. So this is basically him. This is basically him pretending he's like an American fighter jet, and he's like trolling the Islamic regime. So this always makes me laugh. This is a good one. So he's trolling the regime. He's like, oh, you guys couldn't hit me. You guys couldn't hit me. Ha 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 ha. Hey ar. Like he's making fun of the regimes. There you go. That's a good one. You know what? I actually do have a nice video from your favorite girl that I actually haven't shared a video of hers in a while. Let me see if I can find it. I need to find it because it's a good one. Oh, it might be on her other account. No, wait. I probably liked it. So this was actually a very, very wholesome video that I saw of her, and it made me really happy. Like I was just so happy for her because I know like how, oh, here we go. Okay. So this is your favorite girl, Tiam, okay? This is our favorite girl, Tiam, and she got a gift from this company called Real Persian Flag. So this is her, and yeah, she's the one that's like, she's like the only unboxing video she's ever gonna do is unboxing Khomeini's grave. But she actually did do an unboxing video recently, and she deserves it. Like she has been working so hard. She's been raising so much awareness, and she's just such a sweetheart. We all love her so much. So she got a gift from a company called Real Persian Flag, and she basically got like some high quality luxury Iran flags, and just watch her expression.
بسته تیام رسیده.
So he's like, Tiam's package arrived. We're gonna go give it to her.
از Real Persian Flag بریم خوشحالش کنیم ببینیم ریاکشنش چیه.
He's like, let's go make her happy, see what her reaction is. So there she is. I love her so much. She's so sweet.
درود بر شما.
درود بر شما.
یه بسته دارین شما از ریل پرژن فلگ خدمت
چقدر
شما.
منتظر بودم.
Like I was waiting for this.
چقدر این بسته واسه من ارزشمنده.
She's like, this package is really, yeah, this is Tiam. She's like, this package is so valuable and meaningful for me. I love this video because it shows a different side of her, right? Like, whenever we've shown videos of her, she's been very, like, you know, angry and very, like, you know, out there and just calling out the Islamic regime. But look at this. Look how much, like you can tell, like, she loves her country. She loves Iran. And just like all of us, like, she's fighting for free Iran. And yeah, like, just look how excited she is.
این بسته معمولی برای من نیست.
She's like, this is not an ordinary package for me.
این افتخارات ایران.
She's like, this is like the honor and pride of Iran.
تاریخ ایران، اصالت ایران و ایرانی، هویت ایرانی.
Like Iranian identity, Iranian history, Iranian culture.
این بسته فقط هدیه به من داده.
And she's like, this package isn't just a gift for me. She's going to say this package is a gift for everyone who's like lost their lives on the path for freedom.
شده. به جاویدناممون هدیه داده شده. به تمام بچهای مبارز هدیه داده شده. و چقدر خوبه تو این روزا که داریم مبارزه میکنیم.
She's like, how nice it is that, you know, in these days where we're all fighting against the Islamic regime.
اینقدر درک و فهم مشعور هست که بدونن مثلا من
like there's enough understanding to understand that, like, she's like, me.
با چی خوشحال میشم.
She's like, isn't it nice that, like, people understand, you know, with everything going on and all the fighting and everything, you know, like, against the Islamic regime, what will make me happy, right? So she's basically saying this package that she has now received, this is the perfect gift, which will make her happy.
فکر میکنم با ارزشمندترین هدیه.
And she's like, I think this is the most valuable gift I have ever received in my life.
هدیه‌ای که میتونم بگیرم پرچم پر افتخار ایران.
She's like, I believe the most valuable gift I could ever receive in my life is the honorable flag of Iran. Large Capital Gaming. Love you, Goldie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Happy to be here. So yeah, as you can see, like, she's super thrilled, and she's like, this is the best gift I could ever receive.
Rana.
She's so excited. She deserves it. She deserves every second of it. Cry. Look at her. So guys, that hand gesture, that's basically like, that's bahbah. Bahbah is like no, it's not Kiani Concepts. It's a company called Real Persian Flag. So I think just look up Real Persian Flag online or something. But this is bahbah, and bahbah is just like, how wonderful, how lovely, right? How lovely, how wonderful. So she's just like, bahbah, because she doesn't even know what to say. Look at it. She's speechless. She's never speechless.
این شما باز کنین. بله. این پرچم فقط به من هدیه داده نشده.
Like, this flag hasn't only been gifted to me.
به بچهای مبارزه
She's like, this is, you know, gifted to everyone who's fighting, everyone who's lost their lives.
هدیه داده شده که خیلی زحمت کشیدن در این انقلاب و از جون و دل کاملا مایه گذاشتن. از اینجا میخواستم ازشون سپاسگزاری و قدردانی هم بکنم که عالی بودن، عالی بودن.
Like, it's perfect.
به 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 چه زیبا.
She's like, how
چه زیبا.
She's like, چه زیبا. Ziba means beautiful. She's like, how beautiful, how beautiful.
چه زیبا پرچم پر افتخار ایران و
She's like, how beautiful the honorable flag of Iran.
ایرانی، هویت ایرانی.
She's like, this is the Iranian identity.
تاریخ ایران.
Iranian history.
ایرانی. اصالت ایرانی. وای 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 چقدر دوست داشتم این پرچم رو داشته باشم.
She's like, I really, really wanted to, like, how much I longed to have this flag.
چقدر دوست داشتم، چقدر حالمو خوب کردین.
She's like, you made me feel so much better. Like, you improved my mood a lot.
پرچم خستگی مبارزه و این.
She's like, just receiving this flag has taken away my exhaustion and I feel re-energized. So she's like, just receiving this flag has re-energized me, and I don't feel tired anymore from all the you know, the fighting that I've been doing against the Islamic regime. She's outside. She's outside. She's in Texas, guys. She's in Texas. She's a Texan.
عامل خوشحالم که
She's like, I'm so happy.
منو لایق این دونستن که.
She's like, I'm so happy that they considered me worthy enough to you know, send this flag to me. Guys, I'm not going to say where she is. That's doxing. I know she's in Texas because she's mentioned that before herself, but I'm not going to say where. Like, that would be weird.
هدیه ارزشمندی رو به من بده.
She's like I feel so honored that, like, Real Persian Flag considered me worthy enough to like send me this flag as a gift.
وای 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 هرچی از زیبایی این پرچم بگم کم گفتم.
She's like, wow, like, I could, no matter how much I speak about how beautiful this flag is, that's not enough. Like, it's still not enough.
چه زیبا، چه زیبا، چه پادشاهی، پادشاهی، چه پادشاهی. به 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 به، اصلا با روح و روان صحبت میکنه.
She's like, this flag speaks to your mind and soul.
صحبت میکنه. تمام خاطرات ایرانمو.
She's like, this is making me remember all of my, like this is bringing back all my good memories about Iran.
تمام بچگیمو همه چی رو به یادم میاره.
She's like, this reminds me of my childhood, all my memories of Iran.
امیدوارم خیلی زود ما هممون برگردیم ایران.
She's like, I hope that very soon we will all return to Iran.
و چه این پرچمای خوشگل و
and see such beautiful flags in Iran.
با اصالتی رو توی خونه هامون، محل کارمون.
Like, to see these beautiful flags in our homes, in our places of work, you know, across the country.
توی شهرمون، مرکز شهرمون نصب کنیم و بهش افتخار کنیم. هرچند که همین الانم بسیار زیاد بشه.
She's like, you know, we'll take a lot of pride.
افتخار میکنیم. فدا بشم من.
She's like, I love you for the flag.
عالی.
Ali, which means beautiful. So there you go. There you go. There's our favorite girl. I just thought I would share that because I know we all appreciate and love Tiam very much. And I thought that was incredibly, incredibly sweet. So, okay, guys. I'm not going to play Morad Vaisi's analysis because it is getting late and I do need to get some rest. But I will see if I can join, depending on what my schedule is like tomorrow. I might start a little bit earlier just so that I can play that analysis for you guys, okay? Wait, I was on another channel? Cool, which one? What channel was I on? What channel was I on? That's cool. I'm not familiar with most YouTube channels. Like I focus on politics, right? What's Penguin Zoe? Is that a good thing or a bad thing, guys? I'm not familiar with like YouTube channels. Like I literally don't watch like Penguin. I don't watch these things. Like I watch politics. What's Penguin Zoe? This guy looks it's a good thing? Because this guy looks scary. His avatar looks kind of scary. Where was I featured? And why is his channel so scary looking? Is this good or bad? Like do I have to be worried about death threats or what? Because I've had a lot of accounts like mention me and then I get like jihadi death threats. Oh, he's cool? Okay, good. He's good? Oh, okay, good. Well, as my mother would say, thanks God. Cool. Where did he mention me? Should we go find out? Okay, on his channel, but when? Which video? Do you guys know? Was it like a video? Was it a live? Like what was it? Does anyone know? Was it his live stream right now? Hi, everyone. Okay, but you're saying the video will come out tomorrow. But where did you guys see the video? Like, how do you know he mentioned me? Where did he mention me? Because oh, you're a mod for him. Okay. So did he mention me in the live stream? Is it the live stream that he's live streaming right now? Like if I tap into the live stream, will I see it?
Shipping zone. Damn. Look at the fucking caboose on that.
Wait, he's staring. He has a potty mouth. Oh no. It's okay. Where did he mention me? Was it in his live stream right now? Oh, you helped him edit it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Then I guess we'll have to wait and see what he... Hopefully he didn't say anything too crazy about me. Well, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know most people swear. I know that. Believe me. You should hear Armin on his own channel when you know, he does his own live streams. I just have that rule because, you know, I used to be a politician and I like to I like to you know, maintain certain standards. It doesn't work all the time, you know. Sometimes I get worked up and sometimes like I'll say something or something will slip out. But you know, for the most part, that's how I like to run my channel. I don't judge anyone else. Like it's not my place to tell anyone else what to do or how to say it. It's just that's just a standard I have for myself. So there we go. But that's fantastic. Okay, I look forward to seeing that video then. That's super cool. I appreciate that. Thank you, Penguin Z0. Kind of you. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm going to call it a night because it is getting late, and I might start early tomorrow just to play Morad Baisi's analysis. We'll see. All right, guys. Thanks everyone for joining, and as always, Am Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran. And Javid Shah.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه کیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریگ